As we come to you from the Continua Stadium here in Bangalore, the sun is yet to rise. The Kaban Park outside and the Sri Continua Stadium. The women's 5,000 meters is the first of the events here on the wonderful morning. It's slightly chilly with Ruby Kashyap, Bharti, Komal Jagdale, Nitya Raut, Poonam Sonune, Suprita Pachap, Bado and Ankita. That's the lineup for the women's 5,000 meters. It's a wonderful. There you are, the athletes all ready. 155 is the girl from the Dr. Ram Manohar Loya University, Ruby Kashyap. Next to her is Bharti from the Maharshi Dayanand. 256 is Bado of Maharshi Dayanand. 257 is Bharti of Maharshi Dayanand. So there are a total of 5 to start off with and not 8. So we'll try and tell you who all are there. Ruby Kashyap is there, Bharti is there, and Bado is there. So 3 obviously lined up here. This is the final of the women's 5,000 meters. Early morning, exactly at the stroke of 6:15 a.m. as they set out here. Sunita Rani, one recollects, was the big name. Prija Sridharan holds the record. Prija Sridharan holds the record for both the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters. In the early lead is Bharti, 257. Just behind her is Bado, 256. We then have the girl from the Maharshi Dayanand. So it closely bunched together. 412 is Nikita Raut. Remember Kavita Raut, the big name. And then lagging behind in the initial part of the race at the far end of your picture frame. So the early lead taken by Bharti of the Maharshi Dayanand University. Early days, 12 and a half laps here in the women's 5,000 meters. Too close on her heels, but separated virtually by about 5 or 6 meters is Bado. They are at the back straight. Now we'll come around the bend. Plenty of time to go. 12 laps to go from here on. We've been going on now for just under a minute and 27 seconds to be precise. The clear leader standing out there is Bharti from the Maharshi Dayanand University. Now Nikita Raut of Rashtra Sant Tukadoji is slipped in second position, and closely bunched is Bado of Maharshi Dayanand, and absolutely behind her is Ruby Kashyap. So 5 starters here in the women's 5,000 meters. In the dust of defeat as well as the laurels of victory, there is glory to be found if one has done one's best. And if all the words written about distance running were to be laid end to end, they might well match the number of miles run by the athletes in training. In fact, when you talk of the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters, which has always been dominated by the Africans after the 1960s, we now have 11 laps to go here in the women's 5,000 meters. It's a long day, starting off with the 20-kilometer walk, which is actually outside the stadium in the Kaban Park. We'll also try and give you the results of the other events which were held yesterday. Holding the lead is Bharti. Early days, because the first 4 are close together. In the end, it is Poonam Sonune of the Savitribai Pune University lagging behind. The pattern remains the same. Bharti with number 2 close on her shoulders, which is Nikita Raut. Now opening the gap, 1, 2, 3 gap opened up, 4 gap opened up, and then it is Poonam Sonone. Now suddenly 1 and 2 have decided to take a bit of a chance there, and it's Bharti, and with her is Nikita Raut. So Bharti and Nikita Raut, all of style, all of grace. And if one was to talk of the jogging boom, it has not only brought millions of people into the athletic orbit, it has also focused to an unparalleled degree the attention of researchers and coaches upon the physiology. Never have running and runners been so upon the lips of the public. 10 laps to go. I suspect that these two girls, Bharti 257 from the Maharshi Dayanand University, and with her 412 Nikita Raut of Rashtra Sant Tokadoji University, should open the gap further. The other three close together. The other three being Ruby Kashyap, Poonam Sonone, and Bado. Komal Jagdale, Supriti Kachap, and Ankita did not start in this event, although we are listed with 8 of them to start the women's 5,000 meters. We have plenty of time, so we'll try and give you the results of yesterday's events, the finals. But the pattern of the 5,000 meters with 9 laps to go is still the same. Bharti, and along with giving a company, is Nikita Raut. In fact, one remembers that distance running, which is the contest fought on the battleground of your own body, with specific demands upon the will which are different in nature from those experienced in the power events. However, although the will is central to distance events, there are activities which are capable of analysis in the same way as other athletic events. That's the reason as to why during training you increase these resources, while tactics make the better use of them, and the will takes the runner to the outer limits of his resources. Same pattern. It is Bharti in 1 and Nikita Raut in 2. The Sri Kantirwa Stadium here on a morning where the temperatures are a little better, and this is the second bunch, far behind the 1 and 2s. But these are the leaders, and virtually about 150 meters separate 1, 2, and then the rest of the bunch. And if this gap is any indication of what this race is all going to be about, then I can assure you that these two girls on your picture frame at the 200 bend will surely take it away. The question is, does Bharti have the stronger finish, or does Nikita Raut have the stronger finish? The women's 5,000 meters, the national record, Priya Sridharan, set in Guangzhou, 15 minutes, 15.89 seconds. That was set on the 26th of November 2010. The short diminutive girl, Priya Sridharan, and the Association of Indian Universities record is in the name of S. Jadhav of the Savitribai Phule University with 15 minutes, 51.58 seconds set in 2018. This is the second bunch. Remember, these are not the leaders. 7 laps to go. Slowly but surely, Bharti, Nikita Raut. Some of the results of yesterday, because we have enough time with this race now halfway through, or a little over halfway through, 12 and a half laps. Yesterday in the 20-kilometer walk for men, it was Akashdeep Singh who took the gold with 1 hour 26 minutes 44. Anshul Daundial of Kumaon was second, and Paramjeet Bish third. The 20-kilometer walk for the women will also start at the Kaban Park outside the stadium. And we'll get you the pictures of that, the 20-kilometer walk for women, in a short while. But currently, this is the women's 5,000 meters. The difference very clearly seen on your camera. 120 meters now separating 1, 2, and then the rest of the bunch. The games record, this is the second bunch with Ruby Kashyap, Poonam Sonune, and then along with her Bado. And then when you look at the second event of yesterday, was the men's javelin throw, where Rishabh Nehra of the Dr. Ram Manohar Loya University threw the javelin to 76.64 meters, with Kanwar I. Rana took the silver, and Izhar Ahmad took the bronze. That was the men's javelin. We're still on the 5,000 meters for women. It's a long day with 16 finals on the third and final day of track and field here in the second Khelo India University Games at the Sri Kantirwa Stadium. 20 disciplines over the last 8 days. And athletics being track and field surely takes the limelight in any international event. 5 laps from here on. 5 laps for these two girls. Who is going to wilt physically and mentally towards the end is the question. But very clear leaders out there, way ahead of the pack. Bharti, who started off, maintained the lead. Oh, now here she comes, Nikita Raut. Nikita Raut now slipping ahead for the first time. She's taken just about a meter of lead there. Looks as if she's going to stride away. Running speed in the 5,000 meters is central to the success in distance running, and is at its most important in the 5,000 meters, tapering in importance all the way to the marathon distance. And when you think of speed, 200 meters and 400 meters are the critical distances where you observe some of the big names capable of running inside 22 seconds for the 200 meters and 48 seconds approximately for the 400 meters. And the other technique of the 5,000 meters, as we look at a lead changing hands, but not too much. Nikita Raut has now slowly but surely slipped up the position at number 1. We are now virtually 300 meters separate these bunch. 300 मीटर की जो फासला है इन 3 athletes में. In third position is 256. Bado of the Maharshi Dayanand University. Behind her is Poonam Sonone. And in the third position, you have Ruby Kashyap. These are the leaders. They are now at the far end of the track, now approaching the 100-meter mark, all on their own. When we consider that the foot hits the ground over 5,000 times in the 5,000 meters, we can see the need of each footwork that you're looking at to be very efficient. Each minor error in technique is multiplied by the factor of 5,000, and this had to be paid for dearly in energy in the later part of the race. The initial part of the century, the last century, it was the Europeans who dominated the event, both in the men's and the women's 5,000 meters and the 10,000 meters. Second bunch here, the second bunch. This is not the leader's pack. This is the second bunch in the women's 5,000 meters. Looking good there, Bado. And we now come back. The leaders change again. So Bharti once again taking over, getting Nikita into second position. This is going to be a cat and mouse game for sure. The two of them, once again, virtually over 300 meters between these two and then the rest of the pack. The 5,000 meters aerobic efficiency is also important. The ability of the muscle tissues to absorb and use oxygen, and that relates to the pumping ability of the heart, and at the muscular level to the oxygen transport system. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go from here on. I doubt whether the games record or the AIU record is under threat. But at the end of the day, what's important is the medal. The million rupee question is between these two, who takes the gold or who takes the silver? This is a super race for these two. Both these girls psyching each other. It's a mind game going on. We will now slowly but surely, in approximately a minute from now, come towards the last lap. The bell will go on. The women's 100 meters hurdles was won by Aparna Roy of the University of Kerala, 14.28. Nandini was second, and Anne Rose Tommy was third. So that's the third of the results that I've given you in the events which ended yesterday. There is absolutely no pain on the face of these two girls, Bharti and along with her Nikita Raut. And there goes the bell. There goes the bell. The last lap. Opening up now. Who is going to open up? Is it going to be Bharti? Is it going to be Nikita Raut? None of them pulling away from each other. 300 meters or little under 300 meters. They're at the back straight now. Bharti it is. Now trying to pull away. Nikita Raut strong. Bharti strong. This is surely a big mind game. Nikita Raut now trying from the outside to slip in. But Bharti is not giving anything away. She is now trying to pull off. Now trying to slip away. Nikita Raut on her heels. We're now coming to the last 100 meters. Oh, this is outstanding. What a start to the morning. What a start. Look at her going. Oh, she is like a gazelle. Nikita Raut. Is she going to? Is she going to? Oh, yes. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Nikita Raut comes from behind and pips there the girl from the Maharshi Dayanand University. Nikita Raut, 4:12, 16 minutes, 55.29. And now we are looking at the third position, which is coming from Poonam Sonune of the Savitribai Pune University. She is also alone by herself. She's got about 75 meters to go. Poonam Sonune, 4:23, bib number. The last 20 meters, and she now comes home in a little over 17 minutes. Behind her is this girl who ran wonderfully well, Bado, and now the fifth of the athlete, but this is the winner there on your picture frame. 4:12, Nikita Raut of the Rashtrasant Tukadoji University. So Nikita Raut gets the gold. She comes from the city of Nagpur, oranges that it is famous for, and of course some wonderful cuisine. Ruby Kashyap, who was the last of them to finish this event. And let's go across to listen to what the winner has to say.
यस निकिता, कैसा लगा आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ऑल इंडिया में मैं 6 पोजीशन पे थी। यहाँ पे 1 महीने की प्रैक्टिस में मैंने इतना कवर किया, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा था, फिनिशिंग में बहुत अच्छा किया रेस।
तो किस तरह की आपकी तैयारी थी इसके लिए?
5000 किलो मेरा इवेंट में न 5000 10,000 है, पर 5000 मुझे बहुत पसंद है। मतलब बहुत तैयारी की मैंने इसके लिए, तो मैंने कंटिन्यू वर्कआउट और कंपटीशन के बीच में, लगातार कंपटीशन के बीच में टाइम निकाल के अपना वर्कआउट कंप्लीट करें।
जब आप भाग रहे थे, आपके जो प्रतिद्वंदी थे, आपको लग रहा था कि आप आगे रहें, पीछे रहें, कैसा आपको उस वक्त महसूस हुआ?
वो तो स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है, भागने के वक्त ही मैं भागने के वक्त बनाती हूँ, ऐसे पहले से बना के नहीं रखती। तो
क्या आगे के लिए आपकी क्या प्लान है?
आगे के लिए एशियन गेम्स, वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में पहले गई थी 21 किलोमीटर में, 5 ट्रैक मीट में जाना चाहती हूँ।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको,
Thank
बहुत
you.
बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद।
So this is the way the event finished. Bharti, I thought towards the end with 50 meters to go was to take it away, but look at now, Nikita Raut, very strong towards the last 20 odd minutes. And Nikita Raut just blazed the way to glory to take the gold on the third morning, the first goal of the morning, and that is Nikita Raut. Her aim, obviously, to take part in the Asian Games and the World University Games towards the last 100 meters here in the women's 5,000 meters. 16 minutes out there. And I, for a moment, as I said, thought that the girl in front, Bharti, would take it away. But from here on, look at the finish. Look at the finish for Nikita Raut, who for most part of the event was in second position. She then just slipped in slowly but surely at the last 20 odd meters and romped home to take the first gold medal of the day in the women's 5,000 meters. We'll give you the results. Bharti, a little jaded there towards the end, but right from the beginning till the end, and the 5,000 meters results coming in now for the first event of the morning. And the results there, Nikita Raut of the Rashtrasant Tukodoji Maharaj with 1655.38, and Bharti second with 1656.19, and Poonam Sonune 1741.75. We'll of course come back for live action in the men's 5,000 meters, but for the moment it's back to the studios in Delhi. We are now coming to the second of the events of the morning session, the men's 5,000 meters. After the women's 5,000 went through, and there are only four of them, is it? Or five? Abdul Bari is there. Simran Singh is not there. Gyan Sharma has been replaced by Ajay, so that's the change. Lokis Chaudhary is there. Ram Yadav is not there. Rohit Kumar is there, and Vikas is not there. So the seven of them listed, and that's the introduction. But I can see now only four of them as Charu Sharma joins me on a wonderful morning. Morning, Charu Sharma.
Morning, Milind. Still plenty of clouds in the sky, but what a downpour last evening, disrupting our schedule massively, and which is why we have a very stuffed morning schedule, with the hope that we can get through by about 1 o'clock or so, maybe even earlier, to ensure that we don't get into the evening rains. Now in Bangalore, having lived here for the last 27 years, it rains almost always in the evening and very seldom, almost never, in the morning. Let's get to our 5,000 meters for men. The national record, Bahadur Prasad, created in Birmingham back in 1992. So, 30 years ago, a national record. On one hand, Bahadur Prasad might be quite pleased. On the other, we're all very disappointed that we haven't gotten there yet. That was 13:29 in terms of the All India University record. Prince from Kurukshetra University at 14:05. So that's about 35, 36 seconds over Bahadur Prasad's timing. And of course, the last time around in Bhubaneswar, when the Khelo India University Games were held, Narendra Pratap Singh from Mangalore University timed 14:18. He's not here now, but let's see which one of these four can get somewhere near 14:18 to make this morning worthwhile. Otherwise, of course, it is all about the medals. Abdul Bari from Rabindranath Tagore University, Ajay from Lovely Professional, Lokis Chaudhary from Maharishi Dayanand, and Rohit Kumar from Guru Nanak Dev University. They're all set. 5,000 meters is going to take a while, folks. It's a long-distance race. We'll all have to be patient, as will these four. And sometimes it boils down, as it did for the women, the last 100 meters.
So there they set off on a journey approximately of 14 odd minutes. Charu just mentioned the AIU record in the name of Prince of Kurukshetra University. Nice name to become the gold medal winner or hold the record at 14 minutes 05.48.
But the king is Bahadur Prasad still.
What a runner, yes, what a runner. 1992, Birmingham. And This is the early pattern which we saw also in the women's event, where of course 5 started off. Even in the men's, 5 were listed, but we're now looking at only 4. And the names there: Abdul Bari, Ajay, Lokis Chaudhary, and Rohit Kumar.
So after being through the first 200 meters, they start from behind on the back straight. And after completing the first 200, 12 laps. So when they come back around next time, which is going to be in about a minute or so, is going to be 11 more laps. Already just a little strung out, which is all right. They don't have to be too closely bunched. But they are led by Rohit Kumar, or they were the last time around. I don't think that's changed. In the red vest. There he is, 2 to 8. Let me clarify. Led by Ajay, who was a late replacement. He's from Lovely Professional. And right behind him, Rohit Kumar. So the early leaders, both in red, Ajay and Rohit Kumar, followed by Abdul Bari, and finally Lokis Chaudhary. Very close yet, showing no signs of discomfort. In a sense, of course, for the long-distance runners particularly, this is perfect weather, Milind. Nice and cool, cloudy. The sun, of course, will take a little time to peep through. And even if it does, I think there are too many clouds here to make it really hot. Yesterday's massive downpour certainly helped in lowering the temperatures, so it's very pleasant out there. The runners will be loving it.
Yes, and now, early days of course, but Ajay seems to be in a bit of a hurry there. Some of the others are also in a bit of a hurry. But when he spoke of the downpour, it reminded me of the rains in Mumbai, where that's the type of downpour which goes on continuously for days together. Yesterday, of course, only for 2 hours, but those 2 hours took away a lot from these athletes, and that's why we saw a lot of those false starts, at least for half an hour.
Yeah, it wasn't really the athletes' fault at all. You felt for them because they got ready for an event, almost started, they were called back again, then called in again. And of course, the starting gun was malfunctioning. Nobody's fault because it got wet. But here, 2 to 8. Ajay is happy to do the front running. And though Rohit Kumar was right behind him, he's now in 4th, as the 2 gentlemen in the yellow vests said, we want to stay close to Ajay. So Lokis Chaudhary now broke through, doesn't want that distance to grow too early. We don't know if Ajay is happy to do the solo front running. Leads do change very often. It's the 5,000 meters. Already, we have one man who doesn't seem to be wanting to take part at all in this race. Not in good shape. Number 4 has left the track. That's very unfortunate after only 2.5 rounds. After about 1,000 meters, he says no more.
Wonder whether he entered the event thinking this is the 800 meters.
Well, every once in a while, people do crash out of these long-distance events, but this is a little too early. And back at the track, near the Discus Throw pit, we have already lost one. I think that's Abdul Bari. There he is. Yeah, Abdul Bari says, no, this morning is not for me. And one has to be understanding because every once in a while, these long-distance runners do go through. They know their bodies and they feel, okay, today is not my day and I'm not going to stress or strain myself. So it's a 3-horse battle now. Began with 7, started with 4, and now we have only 3. Still being led marginally by Ajay. I think these 3 are very comfortably settled together.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons as to why psychologically the 5,000 meters and the 10,000 meters largely aerobic in nature and requires stamina as well as the mental strength. Charu, in the women's, we saw now here suddenly from the pack, one of them decides to move away. Ajay, fairly content to remain in the 3rd position. But in the women, Charu, earlier on, right from the beginning, the 2 of them, Bharti and Nikita Raut, it was 1 and 2 with just about half a meter separating the 2, and it was only the last 20 meters that we saw Nikita pull away to win that event. But this is a very different pack as we see them.
Yeah, sometimes it does boil down to who has the best finishing kick. So much about middle and long distance running is who has the most energy in the last 100 meters. You said the last 20 for the women, and that must have been a spectacular finish. I'm sorry he wasn't here. But Ajay, quickly deciding that he was tired of setting the pace, decided now to be third, but they're all very closely bunched. So there's nothing in between them, not showing too much sign of any stress right now, these 5,000 meter runners. I wonder what goal they have in mind in terms of timing. But already, not having 7 or 8 or even more, sometimes 15 people on the track, it's not about the time anymore, it is about the medal. And Lokesh Chaudhary, 279, yellow vest, says, all right, I'm going to take up a bit of the front running, and maybe I can get Maharishi Dayanand University another gold, but plenty of time still left. Rohit Kumar, 2, and the early front runner, Ajay, content to be the third in the slipstream of the runners. Slipstream is very important for long-distance running because you want to not face the breeze head-on as much as you can. So you stay behind the lead runner and make sure that you feel less wind resistance. And just save your energy to whatever little extent possible for that final kick Milind you were just talking about.
Yes, the same pattern now with Ajay far behind. The way he started off, I really thought that he would continue to be there in the 5,000 meters. But now it's Lokesh Chaudhary. He was there in the 10,000 meters as well. Suddenly looks behind. I wonder with 7 laps to go, why? Oh, look at him now, pulling away.
Well, he had to put in a special burst because he went for the water stall. And I don't think he drank any, but just poured it over the head. So that little extra effort, if you go to the side, move off to the side a bit for the water stall, you tend to lose distance. So a lot of these guys just spurt a bit, get to the water stall to make sure they don't lose their position. I think he'll be quite happy to allow the other two to catch up pretty quickly. But we've had another change as Ajay moves into second position. And Rohit Kumar now lies third. But the distance between the three still not too much. They are spreading out a shade. And I wonder if 279 Lokesh Chaudhary from Maharishi Dayanand is now thinking, all right, I'm well ahead, I'll keep this pace, and the others are stringing out. If he can manage to shake them off this early, then he will be assured himself a goal, because if you stay within 10, 20 meters, it's possible to catch up. If the distances increase, then it just becomes a little too much for those behind. However, Lokesh Chaudhary in the lead, and Ajay is the one who's trying to keep pace as Rohit Kumar falters.
Yes, the 5,000 meters is all about improving aerobic fitness, which Charu did mention about, and increases the activity of the enzymes and the hormones that stimulate the muscle and the heart to work more efficiently. It's the same pattern, 1 and 2, slowly but surely, Lokesh Chaudhary. From here on, just in a few seconds, it'll be 5 laps to go, but he's got different ideas for sure, Charusha.
Yeah, I think he's very content now to think of moving well ahead, keeping his own pace, not so concerned about his opponents, only an occasional glance at the back, and of course he sees everything on the big screen as well. All these athletes are very aware where the big screens are on the stadium, around the stadium, and they quickly check how far their opponents are. So now a very healthy 40 meters between the leader, 279, Lokesh Chaudhary from Maharishi Dayanand. Behind him, the early leader, Ajay, a late replacement here, by the way, from Lovely Professional. That's the gap between the two of them, increasing to now maybe even 50 meters. And the third place, for the moment, Rohit Kumar, who is another 20 meters, 25 or so behind. So I'm willing to guess here that Rohit Kumar is not going to be thinking about overtaking anybody here. He's already seems to have settled for bronze. Always love to be proven wrong, but we'll see as this man here continues to look pretty strong. Lokesh Chaudhary sat back only to begin with. About 2 rounds ago, decided to take the lead and has only increased it with time. 4 laps to go.
So yes, does he have the will, along with the physical factor, which he has developed, I'm sure, in training? But he's now expressing it in the competition. The correlation, of course, between the training and the competition is often poor because training is physical and racing is emotional. That's one of the reasons as to why many runners capable of enduring massive fatigue in training seem to be doing the plenty in the competition, or they lose races with plenty of running still left in them. This is, of course, the phenomenon which no one can claim fully to understand. It also may be that competitive ability to be just as natural as many physical factors, and that a runner may be a minute plus in the 5,000 in physical terms. The 5,000 meters for men slowly looks over his shoulder, and it's the same pattern now with Lokesh Chaudhary slowly but surely moving away. It's now 3 laps to go from here on, which means a little under 1,200 meters here in the men's 5,000 meters. Charu, the other point, 2 points which I wanted to get up with you is, one is some of the universities seem to be doing extremely well in swimming. For example, Jain University, they have a pool. Likewise, in track and field, which all the universities have grounds of their own. This is number 2 and 3, so that's the way. But Lokesh Chaudhary, very, very clear leader. So the first question with what he's been doing, picking up the water, and you mentioned about losing those precious seconds. How important is it to keep on doing this lap after lap? He's done it the 4th time.
I think he's well aware of his abilities and when he needs what. So he's just better trained. I also think he's run in many professional races because that's where these water arrangements are more regular or regularly available. Of course, they're on the track as well, but not quite so often. Here at the Khelo India University Games, I'm delighted to see that they've got these water stands, sometimes not available on some tracks. But it does look like he's well aware. 2 rounds to go now for our leader, Lokesh Chaudhary. And that is just helping him plan his race a lot better. Sometimes, of course, they tend not to have such front running going on because it's a lone furrow. And as I said, you face a lot of headwind as well. But he trusts his abilities. Meanwhile, a bit of a change here in 2 and 3. So I will have to take my words back as the early leader, Ajay, seems to be wilting. He's the tallest in the field and maybe he has a finishing kick. We don't know. But Rohit Kumar has just overtaken off camera here as he goes again, once again, Milind, with a little bit of water on his head particularly. So he understands the value of remaining cool. And I don't see the other two doing this often enough. But you are right, Lokesh Chaudhary, well aware of the tactics involved in running, not just the strength and the stamina and everything else, but the tactics too are very important. And I'm sure that his coach has said, whatever happens, you keep yourself cool, keep your temperature down. It's going to help you run better. Here he is.
Yes, a different day from what we've been observing over the last 3 days. First 1 and 2 days were hot, humid and sultry in the morning, very different from Bangalore climate. And there goes the bell now. Final lap, 350 odd meters to go for Lokesh Chaudhary. Fairly certain that he will take away the gold in the men's 5,000 meters. Also, the fact that he knows that he's a clear leader, the gold is mine, let me take a few chances.
Yeah, well, I think by now he might be thinking of time as well because he's got, just over 200 meters. He's on the back straight and going along very well. 200 meters ahead of the pack, well, the two behind him. And I wonder if he will sprint towards the end, try and improve his timing to whatever extent possible. I don't think there's any record possible here, but who knows? We don't quite know the time to remind you. 14:18.19 in 2020, the last time around at Khelo University Games was the time. And 14:05 is the All India University record by Prince from Kurukshetra University. Around the final bend, ladies and gentlemen, your winner by over 200 meters, we think, Lokesh Chaudhary. What a fantastic run. I think I'm going to go down and try and have a chat with him, Milind. All yours. Well done. And Maharishi Dayan University have another goal in athletics.
There it's coming up now, Lokesh Chaudhary. The last 5 odd meters, hands up there. An indication that I am the winner, I am supreme in this. And look at that. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Again, Charu, perhaps you've been proved wrong for a change. And Ajay, slowly but surely, has got that finished between the 2 and the 3s. The tall, lanky, 228 is Ajay. And just behind him, coming slowly but surely, was Ajay in the 2nd position. All 3 of them sprawled there. And here is Ajay, 279. Lokesh Chaudhary. Ajay, of course, came into the 2nd, but Lokesh Chaudhary started off in the 2nd position for virtually half of the event. And then after that, he just kept on increasing the lead. The lead was about 75 to 80 meters all the way after the 7th and the 8th lap, and then towards the end, hands up like a typical 5,000 meter runner as we've seen all over the world and in Indian conditions. As Lokish Chaudhary, representing the Maharshi Dayananda University, he's out there. And well, the shoes are out. He's got them on for 14 odd minutes. And certainly a worthy winner there. Lokish Chaudhary of the Maharshi Dayananda University winning the men's 5,000 meters. The women's was won by Nikita Raut, Rashtra Santa Tukodoji from Nagpur. Cool, composed. He loved this race. He loved this race. The conditions ideal for him on the morning of day 3 of track and field, as we all know, called athletics. Gliding away, slowly but surely. He doesn't have a very strong movement of the arms, the gentle way to go about. And towards the end, he knows that he is the winner. And from here on, as Lokish Chaudhary finishes the event, let's go down to Charu, who is in conversation with Lokish Chaudhary.
Well, we have the winner of the men's 5,000 meters with us, Lokesh. Congratulations. बहुत बढ़िया रेस यार. Almost start to finish. शुरू में second, third पे थे, लेकिन काफी पहले decide कर लिया कि मैं lead running करूँगा.
जी सर.
कोई खास वजह?
सर यही परफॉर्मेंस सही थी थोड़ी, तो इसलिए लीड रनिंग करी.
और आपके सिर्फ 4 ने स्टार्ट किया और एक तो पहले ही निकल गए, तो थोड़ी सी निराशा भी कभी-कभी होती है कि कम से कम 7, 8, 10, 20 न हो, सिर्फ 3 ही रन कर रहे हैं.
तो अगर 7-8 होंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा, हमें कंपटीशन मिलेगा. अब 3-4 हैं तो थोड़ी निराशा होती है.
लोकेश, आपने काफ़ी ये वाटर स्टॉप्स भी का इस्तेमाल किया, तो क्या वो एक स्ट्रैटेजी थी अपने आप को थोड़ा और ठंडा रखने के लिए?
जी सर, बॉडी थोड़ी गर्म हो रही थी इसलिए वाटर का इस्तेमाल किया.
वैसे आपको बेंगलोर में जो आज मौसम है सुबह, वो तो पसंद ही आया होगा, बादल वगैरह और ठंडा.
बेंगलोर का मौसम एक नंबर है. आज ठंडा है, कल शाम भी अच्छा था स्टीपल चेस में.
बेंगलोर का मौसम भी अच्छा, आपकी दौड़ भी अच्छी, लेकिन टाइमिंग अगर आपने ध्यान दिया हो करीब 14 और 35, तो आपके लिए कि आपकी बेस्ट टाइमिंग क्या है?
ये मेरी बेस्ट नहीं हुई, 14-5 ये मेरी बेस्ट टाइमिंग थी.
लेकिन आज कोई कंपटीशन नहीं था इसलिए थोड़ा सा स्लोअर.
हाँ, ये भी है, आज कोई कंपटीशन नहीं मिला तो ये स्लो लगी रेस.
लोकेश, महर्षि दयानंद के लिए एक और गोल्ड मेडल, बड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी भी खुश होगी.
हाँ सर.
आप क्या सोच के आए थे कि मैं ज़रूर कुछ गोल्ड मेडल ला सकूंगा, या कुछ ऑपोजिशन के बारे में इतना मालूम नहीं था?
पता था सर मुझे कि कॉम्पिटिटर थोड़े अभी इंजर्ड हो गए, तो विश्वास था सर अपने आप पे.
लोकेश, you're a very tired man. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. आपने हमें थोड़ा सा टाइम दिया आज सुबह.
थैंक यू सर.
Lokesh Chaudhary, of course, the winner of the men's 5,000. We had a wonderful, scintillating finish for the women's 5,000 before this, and we want to welcome you to our Khelo India University Games here in Bangalore this morning. It's the final morning of the athletics events, many in store, but we're fortunate to have the man who finished second with a final kick, Ajay. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, you were, to begin with, in the lead for quite a while. फिर आपने lead छोड़ दी, कोई खास वजह?
सर थोड़ी बारिश की वजह, कैलामिटी की वजह से बॉडी वीक हो गई सर, इसलिए चली नहीं सर.
थोड़ी वीक तो हो गई, लेकिन लास्ट में बहुत बढ़िया किक लगाई सिल्वर के लिए.
तो सर लास्ट में थोड़ी जान तो लगानी फिनिशिंग के लिए, इसलिए सर थोड़ी.
ये बात समझाइए, पहले ज्ञान शर्मा थे, फिर लास्ट में आपका नाम आया अजय अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी से. क्या ये लास्ट मिनट रिप्लेसमेंट किस तरह से हुआ?
तो सर मैंने पहले देखा था, पहले बोल दिया था सर, पर बाकी लास्ट टाइम पे किया इन्होंने, लास्ट टाइम पे चेंज हो गया सर. और
लवली प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए एक रजत पदक, गुड न्यूज़.
बढ़िया सर. सर आगे डायरेक्टर माई कोच बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं सर. हमें स्कॉलरशिप है, स्पाइक्स वगैरह, शूज वगैरह, किट वगैरह सब देते हैं. लवली यूनिवर्सिटी, बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी सर.
अजय पास आओ यार, डोंट बाइट. अजय, एक शुरू में लीड में थे, फिर लोकेश को तो आपने आगे जाने दिया, उसके बाद कुछ पकड़ने का मौका नहीं मिला?
सर मन ही नहीं किया सर, पता नहीं क्लाइमेट की वजह से, इसलिए सर बॉडी बहुत वीकनेस हो गई थी. छोड़ने का मन कर रहा था, पर सर सोचा भागता रहूँ, मेडल तो मिल ही जाएगा ब्रोंज तो.
बिल्कुल सही बात. और लास्ट में जो आपने किक लगाई सिल्वर के लिए, वो बड़े फिर सोच के लगाई कि देखो ब्रॉन्ज नहीं चलेगा, सिल्वर तो लो नहीं.
ले गोल्ड तो सर ऑलरेडी चले गया था आगे, तो सिल्वर के लिए फाइट तो कर ही लेते सर. बाकी ठीक अच्छा खेलो इंडिया सर वेरी अच्छी यहाँ पर फैसिलिटी है सर सपोर्ट करती है बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप देती है ये अच्छा टूर्नामेंट सर
विदाउट डाउट यार सब एथलीट्स ने यही कहा कि हमें बहुत मजा आया, अच्छा लगा और ट्रीटमेंट भी अच्छी थी। और टाइमिंग के हिसाब से बताइए, क्योंकि लोकेश ने कहा कि वो करीब 14:05 भी कर चुके हैं, लेकिन शायद विनिंग टाइम 14:35 था, आपका करीब 14:40।
हाँ 40:05 था सर था मेरा भी यूनिवर्सिटी में मेडल था सिल्वर, इनका लोकेश का ब्रॉन्ज था। यहाँ पर सर क्लाइमेट की वजह से अच्छा टाइमिंग भी नहीं आया सर, वीकनेस हो गई सर बॉडी में बहुत ज़्यादा।
यार बैंगलोर में इतना खराब भी क्लाइमेट नहीं है।
उमस हो गई सर बारिश की वजह से, नहीं अच्छा क्लाइमेट तो अच्छा सर।
You're very right, Ajay. There's a bit of humidity, but congratulations for your silver. Thank you so much for your time.
थैंक यू सर वेरी थैंक यू।
All the best. So, once again, confirmation that Lokish Chaudhary got gold in the men's 5,000 and Ajay took silver. And right behind them was Rohit Kumar with the bronze. But we want to once again welcome you formally for our coverage of the final day of the athletics events here at the Kantirwal Stadium in Bangalore. Last evening, a huge downpour completely created havoc with our schedule. And this morning, of course, it's stuffed. So I better not be here too long because there'll be an event happening pretty soon. But everything has been shifted to the morning. I don't think the organizers are happy to try and keep events in the evening because it almost always does rain or there's a high likelihood of rain in the evening. Right now, it's very cool, lots of clouds. So I think most of the athletes will quite prefer this weather. There was some talk of humidity by Ajay, but I'm sure they don't mind it. So let's just confirm the results for you. It'll be up on the big screen as well. Confirmation of the 5,000 meters for men. Lokish Chaudhary at 14:36. And Ajay, a last-minute sprint or last 50-meter sprint to get to silver. And just behind him, Rohit Kumar taking bronze. Abdul Bari, Simran Singh, Ramu Yadav and Vikas unfortunately did not, well, three of them did not start. Abdul Bari did not finish because he stopped after just about 1,000 meters or so. Of course, many events today. We have to complete our schedule and we're completing it all in the morning. I have some with me. I can read for you that we now are coming up with the 800 meters for women and the high jump, the pole vault, the shot put for men. So many events. Let me remind you that, as always, we'll end with the relays. Yesterday, the 4x100s, I don't know if they were held or not, but we will finish with 4x400 for the women, and finally the 4x400 for men. And of course, there will be many medal ceremonies from a short while from now. But we've had some wonderful performances, some new university records, no national record just yet. And let's see whether this cool weather here in Bangalore this morning will produce some other fantastic results, either on the track, more likely, or perhaps in the field as well. It's a lovely look here at Bangalore, UB City in the background, the Kantirwal Stadium. As you can see, plenty of clouds in the sky. We'll wait for the sun to burst through and see whether it can further improve the weather. But the athletes, of course, looking forward to showcase their best here at the Khelo India University Games. Okay, looking good. The stadium bathed in early morning, not sunshine, but just light. And we'll take you back now to either the studios or up to the commentary box as well to set up what else is to follow from the Kantirwal Stadium in our athletics program. Just one more day to go. Tomorrow, of course, the closing ceremony. Thank you so much for your company.
So yes, we've had the two finals in the long event, 2.5 laps. The 5,000 meters for women first, which was the victory for Nikita Raut of the Rashtra Sant Tukodoji University, and after that it was the turn of the men to take part with Lokish Chaudhary of the Maharshi Dayanand University coming into the first position, taking the gold. He started off with Ajay taking the lead, but after that it was Lokish Chaudhary who took the gold. And this was the first event of the morning, where Nikita Raut, this is of course the girl who finished in the third position, and this is Poonam Sonone. Well, important for her to basically make sure that she is amongst the bronze. And the winner, of course, here, this was a wonderful finish. Look at the way Bharti from Maharshi Dayanand, we all thought that she would take it away. The burst was there, but the burst actually came from Nikita Raut of the Rashtra Sant Tukodoji University with just about 20 meters to go. And she left Bharti way behind to pick up the gold medal. So that was victory there for Nikita Raut in the women's 5,000 meters. And Behind her was Bharti of Maharshi Dayanand. And likewise in the men, different ball game with Lokis Chaudhary of the Maharshi Dayanand. He was the leader, very clear leader, virtually about 100 meters to start off with after 7 laps. Took no chances in spite of all the time that he kept on using the water area to get it over his shoulders and head to keep himself cool. The hands went up in celebration for the 5,000 meters for men. Victory there for Lokesh Chaudhary. We and then after that, it was very close for the second and the third position with Ajay, who was a last-minute entry coming in, representing lovely professional, and he then got the better of Rohit Kumar of Guru Nanak Dev University to take the bronze. So the gold there for Lokesh Chaudhary, the silver to Ajay, and the bronze to Rohit Kumar. It's good to see the parents coming in there with their children. It's a working day. It's in fact the first day of the week, and in the first day of the week, it's nice to see the parents getting their children out here for the third and final day of track and field. Plenty of events, 16 finals slated for the day, 2 of the finals having gone through. The third final is currently on, which is the 20-kilometer walk for women. And the 20-kilometer walk for women is outside the stadium in the Kaban Park area, like the men had. Arif Ali won the men's yesterday in the 20K. How I wish there was a bigger crowd here in the morning on the final day. The temperatures have dropped down after the rains yesterday. It's a super view of the Sri Kantirwa Stadium in Bangalore, a stadium which hosted the national games way back in the 90s. And after that, you had a new track, a new synthetic track, which has been laid out here, making sure that the athletes get the very best as far as these games are concerned. Some of the skyscrapers which have cropped up over the last few years in the area and the background, St. Mark's Road, the MG Road and the Brigade Road, areas where a tourist normally goes shopping. So the
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೂ ಒಂಚೂರು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತಂದು
And found the senior citizens and the youngsters and the parents all out there. And I'm sure, as you rightly mentioned, for these girls with the lead with Bharati Bandana of the Maharshi Dayanand University, a pleasant way to do. Most times you have the walking events in the streets of a city, but this is fabulous, absolutely, to be in Cubbon Park.
Well, Bangalore does have plenty of parks still. I mean, right now, a lot of people are upset with the fact that the garden city is no longer the garden city, but there are a lot of gardens around still. That's right in the middle of one of our large parks. It's about 400 acres or so at one point of time. There are a few buildings in there, but not too many.
Yes, areas like Lal Bagh, I also remember, which has plenty of greenery, and likewise the Cubbon Park too. This is the 20-kilometer women's walk. Yesterday we had the men doing the event.
Guess who's out there in the middle, if I can see him correctly? Our very own Rajaram taking photographs. And, big help to all of us with all his posts and his information. So thank you, GR, for all your hard work. I've said it on tape now, so I hope somebody tells you that you earned very honorable mention. As we go ahead with our 20-kilometer walk. Payal now in the lead. Earlier, it was Mansi Negi, but she's now a distant third, as in second position. There's Rakhi. So Payal, Rakhi, Mansi, that's the order. As it starts spreading out, 20-kilometer walk, not possible to be together all the time. Still, we might see a very exciting finish. For the moment, though, Payal well ahead.
While the walkers, the women go through the motion of the 20K walk, you also have some of the locals cycling away. At most international events in the walks, the 20 and the 50 kilometers, you have the locals. The area is absolutely cut off for the locals, but here the locals are allowed to walk and cycle. 156 Komal Pal of Dr. Ram Manohar Loya. She's not the leader, but 8 of them started off. Mansi Negi of lovely professional, Baljit Kaur of Punjabi University, along with our compatriot Payal, Jyoti of Punjabi, so 3 of them from Punjabi University, Bharati Badana of Maharshi Dayanand, Komal Pal of Dr. Ram Manohar Loya, Rakhi Singh of Professor Rajendra and Anu of Maharshi Dayanand. So three of them, Charu, from the same university, Punjabi. First time that we've seen in this track and field over, what about 24 odd events. Most of the universities have had two. The first time that we are seeing three of them.
Well, I'm a little surprised. I thought there was a max of 2 per university, but I could be wrong. Or maybe one of them is from Punjab University, not Punjabi. They are 2 separate universities. As she continues to lead, Rakhi Singh, now opening up a 20-meter gap between her and Payal. So it's still Rakhi, Payal, and I'm sure there's Mansi Negi, who's well behind. Some of their teammates also there to support the early morning walkers. Also enjoying our, there she is in 3rd spot for the moment, Baljit Kaur. Because she might have overtaken Mansi Negi. So in yellow, looks like Baljit Kaur is now taken 3rd position. And there she is. Mansi Negi now a poor 4th. She was leading for quite a while, but I think the rigors of the race just a little too much for her. I suspect too, we have only 4. There were 8 starters, but some of them, as has been the norm here, unfortunately did not start. So it looks like a 5-person. We can see 5 people here, or maybe even 6. So let me take that back, perhaps 5. Komal Pal. Behind her, Rakhi Singh. I wonder if Rakhi is actually lapping Komal here. A little unclear.
Here in the women's 20-kilometer walk, the national record, Priyanka Goswami, set in Ranchi, 128.45 in the month of February 2021. And as we now shift from the 20-kilometer walk to the presentation, the first morning of the 3rd day with 16 events, and this is the first of the presentations.
The winner of the
I
bronze
must
medal in the final.
confess the PA system is overriding us all. But men's 5,000 meters medal ceremony here at the Kantirava Stadium. Taking bronze, Rohit Kumar from the Guru Nanak Dev University, who was pipped to 3rd place by the man we will see next, who did a lot of front running, Ajay from Lovely Professional, and decided only in the last 50 meters or so that he's not going to give up his silver. And he raced through to take 2nd. But of course, the man who took gold did most of the front running from about 4,000 meters onwards. Here he is, Lokis Chaudhary from Maharshi Dayanand University. Gold here at the Khelo India University Games. Fine run, and most of it from the front.
Yes, a super run there, and that's the way they finished. Lokesh Chaudhary, the gold, representing Maharshi Dayanand, and Ajay came in at the last minute, lovely. And then Rohit Kumar of Guru Nanak Dev University takes the bronze in the men's 5,000 meters. And Charu, it's good to see at most of the places, or all the places, the goodies, the sweets also being given to them.
Everything counts. Everything matters. And here's a little something to aid or to assist their memory of this fine event. And in true tradition, they all climb next to Lokesh on the top of the podium to take a photograph for the grandchildren. There I was at the Khelo India University Games in 2022 in Bangalore. I took gold in the middle, Ajay. Of course, on the left of the screen, silver. And Rohit Kumar taking bronze. Grueling race. And all of them were, of course, covered with sweat. Lokesh Chaudhary doing very well to hydrate himself and keep himself a little cooler than the other 2. The timing, not quite their best. They were talking about humidity in Bangalore this morning, even though it's overcast. And I'm sure the women race walkers will be quite happy that it's overcast. But apparently the humidity was something that at least the 5,000 meters men runners were not particularly delighted about. Still in front, Rakhi Singh. Behind her, Payal. And they are the top 2. I suspect they've lapped Komal Pal, so she's not in 3rd, Komal Pal. but she's going along very well, is Rakhi Singh from Professor Rajendra Singh University. Very focused. Eyes up front, not quite bothering about the camera, very focused. And about 20 meters behind her is Payal. That's the top two. They have lapped this young lady, Komal Pal from Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia University. Just to let you know, once again, she's not third. I think it'll be Jyoti and then Mansi Negi. As we return to the stadium for one of the more important events, yet another blue ribbon event, the women's 800-meter run. I'm now joined by Sanjeev, who's come in his Monday finery to the stadium. Welcome, and you're just in time to let us know who's participating.
Good morning, Charu, and of course, good morning, Milind. Of course, this is a very, very important dash. Tentu Luka, who holds the national record, 1:59.17, set way back in 2010. Chantani in lane 1, Apita EB from Bangalore City University in lane 3. 4 is Pooja, 5 is Sunita. Lane 6, Snehalata Yadav. Lane 7 is Nikita Sharma from Himachal Pradesh University. And of course, lane 8 from Manipur University, Udrom Devi will be running from the far wide stretch. This will be certainly a very, very important race and something to certainly watch out. And of course, it remains to be seen what is the level of competition in this Khelo India University Games, right now held by Harmila Bains from Punjabi University, set in way back in 2020 at a time of 2:06.40. This is a big day. And of course, as you can see, lane 2 is vacant. Bhagya Lakshmi from Osmania University is not starting. But the others are all on their mark. That's 367 Huidrom Devi from Manipur University. A lot of eyes on Huidrom Devi. And of course, Pooja from lovely professional university.
I remember some of these names from the other races. Huidrom Devi, for instance, from the Manipur University, was there perhaps in the 3,000, not sure, maybe the 1,500. And I wonder if she placed, I can't remember that much, but she was certainly in that race as well. So here we are, 7 runners, and all set for winning their university a medal here at the Khelo India University Games. Another quick check. Shantini from Mahatma Gandhi University, lane 1, nobody in lane 2. Bhagya Lakshmi is not running. Lane 3, Arpita from Bangalore City University. Pooja, they're actually Bangalore University and Bangalore City University. They're different universities. We got Pooja in lane 4 from lovely professional. Sunita from Himachal Pradesh University. Snehalata from Mangalore. Nikita Sharma, Himachal Pradesh. And Huidrom Devi, Manipur University. There we go.
Off they go up, a very smooth start there, Chantani. Running from the outside, Udrom Devi trying to build up the early lead, and remains to be seen what sort of stamina they have and when the final acceleration kicks in, because this is a very, very tough race, Charu.
Yeah, but Pooja has taken off in lane 4. She's well ahead, and now, of course, they move into the center. And Pooja doing a lot of the early running. I wonder if she has the stamina to take it all the way through. Currently a 7-meter gap between her and the rest. The pack is pretty close, so anything can happen. But here she is, 2:09, Pooja, long strides, tall girl. Behind her, 187, Sunita. And behind her, of course, plenty of other runners, 112 as well in the fray. Arpita is going to be very close. Arpita trying to get to second position, but Pooja still out there. They're only about 100 meters away from the 400-meter mark, and just one more round after that. Showing no signs of wear and tear for this at this point of time, Pooja. About 8 meters ahead, the bell rings.
Pooja clearly establishing a very, very fair pace, and of course Sunita in hot pursuit out there. Remains to be seen as they come to the next bend. When do the others accelerate, and whether Pooja is actually able to hold off what sort of reserves she does possess. Of course, with a long stride, and she seems very, very confident at this point of time. Sunita gradually trying to catch up there, and of course we can see a bunch of 2 runners right up behind Sunita who are trying to possibly focus and gather steam and pick up as they move towards the final bend.
There they are, around the final bend. Pooja still ahead, long strides. Doesn't seem to be too worried, hasn't glanced at the back either. But Arpita is second, and maybe she can catch up there. On the final straight now, will Pooja be able to hold Arpita off? It's a two-horse race at this point of time. Arpita taking the outside. I think she trusts her abilities to try and get the better of Pooja. It could be pretty close, but I suspect not. Pooja does have a good kick in the end, so it will be gold for Pooja. Congratulations from lovely professional Arpita taking silver. And the bronze, well, see, that's 187. I think Sunita taking bronze, but Pooja doing very well. Wire-to-wire finish. Fantastic talent. There she is. Well, it's been a big effort. The 800 meters is, well, they talk about 400 being the longest sprint, but the way things are now, I think 800 is moved into that category. It's almost a sprint, really. 2 rounds around the track.
Most certainly, Huidrom Devi, of course, disappointing out here, not managing to finish anywhere close to her best. And there, at the final bend, this is where Pooja held off the late kick in from Arpita there from Bangalore City University, and lovely confident strides, holding her own on the initial lead she had built. Pooja making sure that she had enough gas in the tank left when applying the final kick. Of course, the time closer to something around 2:07, nowhere close to the previous record, the Kilometer University Games record of Arabella Benz, which was created in 2020, 2:06.40. That never really coming under threat. Perhaps it would have had she accelerated even more, but she decided to play it safe. And of course, there she is with the gold for the women's 800 meters. Pooja from the lovely professional university with a very well-timed, well-lapped race. Charu.
Well, she doesn't seem to be worse for the wear. Not too much anyway. She did lay down the track for a while. But here are the final moments. Round the bend, Pooja still leads, but you can see Arpita is pretty close onto her heels. Tries to go on the outside because she knew that Pooja was not going to give the inside up. And took a quick look at the screen. Did Arpita, how far am I? Of course, she could see her opponent right in front. Behind, you can see the battle for third heating up. It was ultimately Sunita who kept Nikita Sharma off. Nikita Sharma, 188, trying very hard at that point of time to get among the medals from Himachal Pradesh University, who wasn't to be. And Huidrom Devi also trying to burst through for a bronze, but ultimately could not hold off Sunita. But here's a look at Pooja, our winner of the women's 800-meter run, as we go into another medal ceremony.
Once again, Mr. A. Muralidhar will be presenting him with a silver medal.
Khelo India, साथ में हैं हम.
And the big one this morning, the gold, Prince Mishra, lovely professional university. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Mr. A. Muralidhar is going to be presenting him with the gold medal this morning. I now request Mr. Anand Kumar, the chairman of Technical Committee, Karnataka Athletics, to please step forward and present them with the state souvenirs.
Khelo India, साथ में
He will
हैं
be starting off with Siddhant Suresh Pujari from Shivaji University. And he'll be moving on to presenting the award to Lokis Chaudhary from Maharshi Dayanand University. And a state souvenir will be handed out to Prince Mishra from lovely professional university as well. The winner of the gold medal this morning, the 3,000 meter steeplechase men category.
India, साथ में हैं हम.
I now request Mr. A. Muralidhar and Mr. Anand Kumar to please come forward for an official photograph. Thank you so much, Mr. Muralidhar. Thank you so much, Mr. Anand Kumar, for being with us this morning and gracing this occasion. Once again, congratulations to all.
That's the prize distribution ceremony for the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase, an event which was conducted yesterday. Another very, very tough event, of course. And as you could see on your screens, the winners are being awarded their medals at this ceremony.
The women's long jump has started with a foul. That's for the heptathlon. I think that was Pooja to begin with. This is the 5th event out of 6 for the heptathletes. Deepika S. from University of Madras just passed the foul line. That little plasticine there was disturbed. We'll move on to find out who is going to be anointed the best all-round female athlete of the Khelo India University Games. 4 events already through. This is the long jump for the heptathlon. And only one more event after that for these ladies to finish up.
That's right. It's a closely contested battle which we've seen here. And of course, tag 3:02, you can see on your screens, Tanu presently in the lead with 28.10, followed by Pooja with 2.756. Maria Thomas following closely on her heels with 2.696. And this is Helen Saji, presently trailing in the leaderboard, number 7 in a list of 7. Of course, she'll try to improve her performance in this event as we await slightly overcast conditions, certainly bringing down the temperature by a few degrees here in Bangalore. And Helen Saji of MGU, all set. Picture of concentration. How does she start early this morning? 3 more events to go before we discover who's the heptathlon champion of the Khelo India University Games this event. Helen Saji. She's prepared. She's all set. 3:02.
We're also pretty close to the start of the men's 800 meters, which will take place in just a few seconds. But here she is, Helen Saji. That's a fair jump, but doesn't go too far. You can see the disappointment on her face. There she is. Not massive acceleration. Let's see where she takes off from. Yeah, that's a pretty good place to jump off from. I don't think she can go much further because she was just a couple of centimeters away from the foul line. Meanwhile, we are almost set for the 800 meters for men, another blue ribboned event. These middle distance events are massive internationally. That's our starting lineup. A couple of people missing. Number 4, Irfan, is not there, lane number 4, nor is in lane 8, Ajay Kumar from the University of Rajasthan. So we have only, how many does that leave? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 participants here competing for gold, silver, bronze. Satyadev in lane 2, Maharishi Dyanand. Devaya from lane 3, Mangalore University. Akhil from University of Calicut in lane 5. And lane 6, Mariappan from Mananmaniam Sundaram. And Saifuddin from University of Calicut.
Jensen Johnson holding the national record in this event, time 1:45.65, created way back in 2018, and the Khelo India University record, Gaurav Yadav, with a run of 1:51.28. How close will they be able to do? Will they be able to eclipse the Khelo India University record? Remains to be seen. A 5-man field competing for the 800-meter gold. They're all set. And the 2 men in yellow at either end, Satyadev lane 2 and Saifuddin T in lane 7. And they have the 3 men in blue, I would say, Devaya TH, Akhil K and Mariappan M in 3 of 6, 3, 5 and 6. Promised to be another interesting one. They're gearing up at the mark. Even as the women's long jump event in heptathlon continues. That's supposed to be a very, very close affair. Tanu leading at this point of time, followed by Pooja and Maria Thomas. Akshata, the 2020 bronze medalist. She's number 4, and we're waiting for the starter. And of course, yesterday there were a few technical difficulties. It was raining very, very heavily. No more rain now. Far more pleasing weather. And I believe they're rearranging the starting blocks because we could see 6 ahead of 5 at that point of time. Just a case of mathematics. Quick spot there by Milind Wagle, who seems as bright and cheery early in the morning. Charu.
Well, a man for all seasons, Mr. Wagle. So the runners were pulled back as we also take you through to the lineup for the women's hammer throw. They're being introduced to the crowd. I think we're all set for our 800 meters run. Here we go, 2 laps. And They're off. The gun did not malfunction. A very, very good start from lane 6. Mariappan quickly ahead, but things can change as they hit the center a short while. All 4 abreast. Now, who's going to take the lead when it comes to running down to the center, to the inside lane?
It seems that Mariappan, Akhil and Saifuddin actually running in the same bunch. And of course, the 2 men in yellow, one ahead of the pack, one trailing, sees how he does kick in. Of course, this looks to be a very, very steady start. The bunch of 5 runners basically packed together. Satya Dev now trying to establish his lead, a very, very slender one. And remains to be seen how he sets the pace. Satya Dev firm strides right ahead. Of course, of the list, followed by Devaya. It looks as if the lane numbering seems to be indicating the way they run as of now. Of course, Saifuddin trailing from line 7 at the end of the pack, but it could be a close one between Satyadev, Devaya, and of course Akhil.
Satyadev continues to lead. We've got Devaya right behind him, and Akhil 464 currently in third, making a move on the back straight, but held off by Devaya for the moment. We also have another man sprinting, so this is going to be really close. Satyadev still holding on to the front. Final bend, 364. Devaya making a big move from the outside. That's a lot of energy expended. You can see the effort in these two. It looks like a 2-horse race now. And Satyadev doing enough. Running on the outside, that's a little strange. Normally they like to keep the inside, but he will hold off Devaya for gold here in the 800. Devaya silver.
And a terrific finish there by Satyadev. Devaya making sure he pushed her very, very hard right at the end, but it certainly just wasn't enough as Satyadev, bib number 280 from Maharshi Dayanand University, holding off the late burst out there. And of course, Devaya clinching the gold for Mangalore University. I beg your pardon, this is Maharshi Dayanand University. That's Satyadev on your screens.
Well, don't know about the university at this point of time, but 280 is listed as Satyadev. Well, here's a look at the final straight. Big effort from Devaya of Mangalore University. Wasn't to be. Satyadev doing well enough to hold him off. And at the back, Akhil K.A. from the University of Calicut in third. A distant third, that is. Fine run from Satyadev, if that is him. He's wearing a different singlet. But Devaya from Mangalore University taking silver. Men's 800 meter through. He's all smiles. He knows he's done a wonderful job. Is that a coach? Well done.
And of course, the 20-year-old enjoying all the focus out there. And of course, that's the correction which we were mentioning about. Satyadev, bib number 280 from Maharshi Dayanand University with a time of 154.26. Far behind. That seems to be far behind the Khelo University Games record there. And of course, that seems to be it. The 800 meters final. Of course, a host of events slotted for today. That's where it was at the final bend. Satyadev versus Devaya, trying to catch him on the inside. But certainly Devaya seemed to be struggling a little bit. But Satyadev, very firm strides and never seemed to be in a hurry or in any sort of trouble to hang on to his lead.
I must compliment Satyadev for what he did, because he realized that Devaya was trying to move in from the outside. And Satyadev moved to the outside, to the second lane, in a bid to prevent Devaya from going through. So that was a bit of tactics right there, because normally, of course, you like to keep the inside lane because that's the quickest. But Satyadev moved a little outside in some manner, killing the threat of Devaya trying to move through. So that was a bit of a smart run as well from Satyadev of Maharishi Dayanand University. Devaya had to settle for silver. And to remind you, Akhil K.A., the University of Calicut, finishing third in the men's 800. But there are other events going on. There's a long jump for the heptathletes. And there we are. We're back to the same lady. So Helen Saji managed only about 5 meters and just a bit in that first jump. Here she is readying herself again Sanjeev, you mentioned she was lying 7th in terms of the points for the heptathlon. Hopefully she can improve her position. Here she goes.
She needs to do really, really well. Just 3 events left in this discipline. The long jump followed by the javelin throw in an hour's time. And around 9:45, the 800-meter dash, which will decide the champion heptathlete of these games. Off she goes, springing forward. Leaps forward, but falls way, way short. That's not a satisfactory jump, as you will obviously see. That's a fair jump, of course, technically. She did try to put in her best, but certainly not the sort of jump that will take her up the point standings.
That's about the 5-meter mark. And I suppose for heptathletes, we'll have to accept that. Helen Saji may not, as you said, Sanjeev, improve her ranking in the heptathlon, but the women's hammer throw is also on. Maybe we can get a look at that. 5:05 for Helen Saji. And here's our hammer throw lineup. We don't have Ritesh, who was listed as number 1, but we have Bhagavati Chaudhary, Sneha Jadhav, Amandeep Kaur, Lalita Rani, Divya Shandilia, and Surabhi Ved Pathak from Lovely Professional.
Off she goes, a big swing and a revolution. How far does she throw? Of shade close to 44, I guess.
Yeah, that's about 52. So she does go over the 50-meter mark. That's Divya Shandilia from Veer Bahadur Singh Professional University. Big lady, tall, well-built, good hammer thrower. But all of them are very similar. 45-74. Well, they've got the markings all over the place, so I wonder what's going on.
And that's Surabhi Ved Pathak from Lovely Professional University. The previous event, as we saw, the men's 800 meters, the final run time nowhere close to the previous game's record. We are hoping for a better one, at least in this event. The national record hold by Sarita Singh at 65.25, and the Khelo India University Games record held by Varsha 2020 in Mangalore University, 51.80. They'll need to certainly better this one. Just done 45.27, of course. Surabhi Ved Pathak from Lovely Professional University. Off she goes, a mighty throw. How far does this go? Whoa! That's a big one. Very close to nicking the 50-meter mark.
Well, I suspect that's much more. Okay, 55 is my guess, 54. But we'll see. Just the way the markers have been placed, it's a little difficult from our angle. But I think that's well into the 50s. And Surabhi, to my mind, is the best thrower here. Fabulous hammer throw. Everything perfect about it. The ground's very soft, of course, so it's easy to make out where the hammer lands. Yeah, it is 53.07, so well past the 50-meter mark, and she might be in gold medal position this point of time as we go back right to the top. 190, Bhagavati Chaudhary from Jai Narayan Vyas University. Doesn't look to be the strongest, but you never know. Sometimes it's just form, style, technique.
Bhagavati gearing up for that. High pickup. A swing. Off it goes. Won't be anywhere close to, of course, the previous throw there.
Yeah, it's not particularly far. That's also over the 50-meter mark. And although Surabhi Ved Pathak was 53 and a bit, I suspect this is around 52 or so. Not bad at all. And that might keep her in silver medal position at this point of time. They're all throwing in the early 50s. 50.44 for Bhagavati Chaudhary, also over the 50-meter mark. And as the women's hammer throw event carries on, the women's high jump final is also being readied. We got Tejasvi Shankar here. She is the high jump record holder at 192.
Meanwhile, Sneha Jadhav goes off with a big throw, or is it as big? Of course, this looks close to the 50-meter mark, of course. This one too, but certainly the previous ones have upped the ante and set the bar as far as this competition is concerned. Quick move, a couple of twirls, and of course, off it went. a substantial throw, and that's right, 50.06. Close competition there. The game's record, 51.80. Who betters it? Bib number 215, Amandeep Kaur from lovely Professional University. Come on, Amandeep.
Well, they've already bettered the KIUG record because this is only the second KIUG anyway. At 51.80 for Varsha from Mangalore, and Surabhi with Pathak's 53 and a bit. Oh, that goes into the net. So she'll be very disappointed. All that effort. And then the exit is fairly narrow, but you, at this level, need to make sure you don't get entangled in the net. So that's a poor one for Amandeep Kaur. Looks to be one of the stronger competitors here, and she'll be very disappointed.
That's true, and as they say, the room at the top is never really crowded. Of course, she tried a technique there, but falling way short.
And the winner of the bronze medal in the 5,000 meter women run category goes to Poonam Sonune from Savitribai Pune
And that's the women's
University.
5,000
And
meter
I'd like to call upon Mr.
prize distribution ceremony, the medal ceremony, which just concluded a while back.
That was the first race this morning on the track. Nice and cool. The ladies would have enjoyed the temperature, even though the men did claim that the humidity was a little higher than they might have wished for. So bronze going to Poonam Sonune from Savitribai Pune University. Silver going to Bharti from Maharshi Dayanand. And the gold, which we'll see soon. There's Bharti from Maharshi Dayanand. And the diminutive figure of Nikita Raut with 1655.38, taking gold from the Rashtrasant Tukadoji University. There she is, congratulations. Tiny figure, but ran very well. I wonder how these winners are always so tiny, because remember Lakshmi too in the 10,000 meters being, well, almost just 4 foot and something. And here, Nikita Raut also, a tiny figure, but did well enough to get gold for herself and the university.
Yes, we observed that when Charu was interviewing her yesterday. And of course, very proud winners here. As we wait for a bunch of other events to follow suit. There are 18 athletics medals, gold medals up for grabs. We're already done with 4 of them. The amateur final is presently on. And of course, the Heptathlon, it has got a couple of more events. And lots of exciting clashes. 2 of last evening's events, which were postponed due to the heavy rain, heavy downpour. The men's shot put final, and of course the high jump for men also slated to be held today. And athletics, a sizable chunk of medals to be won, 18 of them, 4 already out of the way, 14 more up for grabs.
Very hectic schedule today. And I'm sure the athletes wouldn't mind. They're all here to compete, as the women's high jump has also started, the final. Sahana Kumari with 192, the national record. Gracina Murli, Manon Maniam, 184, All India University record. And at the KIUG in Bhubaneswar, we'll talk about that later as we get to the women's hammer throw. Surabhi Ved Pathak. Just a short while ago, she, was it her? No, Divya Shantilia. I'm already forgetting. No, it was her. Fair throw. But yeah, just under the 50-meter mark.
Well, certainly it seems that Bhagavati Chaudhary and has been perhaps one of the leaders here. Surabhi going big and strong with the big throw. Elevation there certainly. But the hammer shot falling way short of where she wanted it to land. And
I think below 50 is not going to cut it here in terms of medals. And I think she walked out of the circle as well. So that's a foul throw as we get back to the top. Bhagavati Chaudhary from Jai Narayan Vyas University needs to throw over 50 for sure to try and be among the medals. We already have a throw of 53 odd. So that is, for the moment, good enough for gold. I think it came from Divya Shandilia.
And what Divya has managed to do, at least for the timing, is smash the Khelo India University Games record, which is 51.8. So we'll have to see whether she can go one better.
Well, that's a bit of a poor distance because the All India University's record, more important, by Dhiman is 61.93. So, well, I think it clipped the net, did it? Lost a bit of momentum there. Sometimes, depending on your size, you take 4 circles before releasing the hammer, and some actually get to 5. It's quite a fascinating discipline. There's the load up and the circles, and they get quicker and quicker, and then the release. I love watching hammer throw.
And surely from a safe distance, Charu.
Yeah, but I used to actually also enjoy throwing the hammer, not at these professional distances. But it's got something fabulously classic about it. The discus is, they say, one of the most classic sites in athletics, one of the oldest as well. But you multiply that into 5, and then you get the hammer throw, as Sneha Jadhav now prepares from Shivaji University. Also, big, tall, strong girl. Needs to get well over 50 to be in the medals. Sneha.
Bhagavati threw just a shade over 46.32 to be precise. So let's see how far Sneha can go there from Shivaji University. Of course, powerful customer. Up she goes. Couple of swings, 2, 3, 4, 5. There, Charu, she kept you on 5 swings, and that's a big one.
Yeah, I counted 4, matter of fact, but that's fine. It's just, you know, I love the motion. There she is, rehearsing it again as we get to the high jump. So well, let's get back to hammer throw. One or the other, but I think Sneha also walked out, so that was a foul. She didn't quite like her distance. Every once in a while, the throwers just walk out of their throwing arena to indicate that I'm quite happy to step out and have this declared a foul, as Sneha Jadhav did. Amandeep next from Lovely Professional. No, that hasn't gone anywhere. We're still in the arena though, just inside the line, so it will be measured if she wishes for it.
That should be around the 45, 46 mark. And of course, seems they'll be staying somewhere close to 53, 54. One of the earlier throws, which seems to have established the benchmark.
So that's 45, 46. And not medal category this one at a time. I wonder if she has a better throw as we get to the next, Lalita Rani. And although the rest of them were a lot heftier, Lalita just a little taller, but not the heftiest hammer throw we've seen. I hope the circle is nice and dry because they start spinning at crazy speeds and you want to be very sure-footed. Here she goes.
That's 4 revolutions and off she goes. Of course, could have done better.
Yeah, 46 and a bit. Don't think she'll be delighted. The angle of release, if I can be a little technical, was a little lower than what is ideal. You can see the flight, a little lower than 45. And 47 or so. Well, even less, 45. So that's not a particularly good throw for her. That's Lalita Rani from Maharshi Dayanand. As we get to our leader, Divya Shandelia from Veer Bahadur Singh. She's the one, I think, who threw 53 and change. We'll see if she can get another good throw in because the last time she was only 46. It's amazing how much differential there is from one throw to the other, just like the javelin. Sometimes 15 meters in javelin. Here, maybe 10, 12 meters, which is a lot in terms of differential.
Off she goes. How far does she go? Well, right into the net, trying to inject much more power into this throw, and of course, failing to do so.
She berates herself, and well she might, although she might still already be in gold medal position, but never fun to throw the hammer into the net. So much effort, but the release has to be just right. It's a narrow shoot, a narrow alley through which the hammer goes. Unlike, say, shot put, where you get plenty of distance. But here, plenty of opening. In the hammer throw, it's very narrow, considering the amount of movement as we get back to our medal ceremonies.
The winner of the gold medal from
And we can see Pooja, who just won the 800 meters gold medal with a fine race a short while back. On the podium, 1, 2, 3. Very good race there. Pooja from Lovely Professional University, followed by Arpita, Bangalore City University, and Sunita from the Himachal Pradesh University, Summer Hills, finishing off with bronze. Host of other events, for which we all said a very, very interesting battle out there in the long jump for the women's heptathlon.
Sanjeev, you carry on. I'm going to take a short break as Milind Barclay is here. I'm sure you'll enjoy his company. And I will be back soon. Action at the track and field continues here at the Kantirava Stadium. Thank you all for being with us. Khelo India University Games racing along. Final day's competition. And of course, do try and join us for the closing ceremony tomorrow as well. But for now, plenty to watch here at the Kantirava Stadium.
Thank you, Charu.
Thank you, Charu.
As the presentation continues, these are all the presentations, some of course of this morning and some of yesterday evening. That heavy downpour actually made sure that all the presentations of the various events are packed off to the next day. That's day 3 of track and field here at the Sri Kantirava Stadium. As action here continues, we've had the 20K walk, we've had the 2 5,000 meters, and then we've had the 2 800 meters to start a super morning. We were here at 6:15 when the first of the events, in fact 2 of the events started off at 6:15, the 20K walk and the 5,000 meters for women. It's a wonderful view of the Sri Kantirava Stadium, a new synthetic track that's been laid, which Sanjeev is very good from the perspective of the athletes. It was a worn-out track. I still remember coming here about 4 years back, and the entire place, as we shift to the long jump here, and the heptathlon also would continue, but the heptathlon, which would have the leader as Tanu 2810, and some of the others 2756, Pooja with Maria Thomas with 2696 leading the pack in the heptathlon.
That's right, bib number 481, Deepika S. Gearing up. And Deepika presently in the points table now at number 5 from the University of Madras with only 2643. All set, all poised. Needs to have a good start. Off she goes, off she's about to go. Takes a deep breath, small little hustle. Back, shimmies down, and there she is. Off on the runway, takes off. Clips it away, shade over 5. Possibly not as good as she reckoned it could be. She way down in the standings. A good run out there. Of course, in launching well enough. But way behind the white line, possibly that's the reason she's losing out a little bit of ground there. And watching the replay of her jump there, that's Deepika S. from the University of Madras, currently stationed at number 5. As we reiterated, 3 events left, the long jump, after this the javelin throw, and followed by the 800 meters to decide the champion.
So the presentation of one more event, that's the 800 meters for men, with ended just a few minutes ago. It was a fabulous race, wasn't it, Sanjeev?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Satyadev, the way he paced himself and held off the challenge from Divaya. There we go, the tall, strong lad, Satyadev, winning this race with the time. Not the sort of time he would be certainly happy, and not the sort of time one would expect at this level of the games, but Satyadev clipping there Divaya to second place, holding firm and running a very, very steady and comfortable race. Satyadev won, Divaya finishing with the silver, and of course Akhil K from the University of Calicut picking up the bronze.
So yes, Satyadev from the Maharshi Dayanda University getting the better of Devaya of Mangalore University. And towards the end, Satyadev made very sure that the gold was on his pocket. A very happy picture there, as always. The gold looking so sweet to the winner and a little bitter to the runner-up, as one says, the same old saying at Wimbledon. The trophy looks sweet to the winner and bitter to the runner-up.
Absolutely, a lot of effort put in over a fair period of time for these athletes to reach where they are. And of course, Satyadev holding his medal very, very proudly, along with the Vaya out there, Akhil K from the University of Calicut. We're done with the medal distribution ceremony out there, and a host of events are on at this moment of time. And we'll be waiting to cut across to the women's high jump. And of course, the hammer throw still on. Off she goes, 264, Lalita Rani. And the youngest of the field, at just 19 years, athlete from Maharshi Dayanand University, went off with a throw. And of course, possibly getting it close to 44. We'll wait for a final confirmation on that, Lalita Rani. That's right, 43.79. My estimation wasn't much off the target. What do you say, Milind? And we have Amandeep Kaur, who's now on from the lovely professional university. Amandeep needs a big throw. 53 till now has been the best one so far. Amandeep all set. 1, 2. And she goes. How far does she go? Has it clipped the 50-meter mark?
Yes, certainly one of the most technical and complex of the throwing events. Unique in that, as you now watch, repeating the movements more than once. Some of them do it 4 times, some 5. Used correctly, the turns, in fact, successively increase the velocity of the hammer. And however, if errors are committed, then they progressively magnified from one turn to the next. Amandeep, representing the lovely professional university, 11.36. Well, that was the earlier one. So I was surprised, actually. Wouldn't be that figure at all.
Which means machines do make mistakes some point of time, as we do. It's not that only humans who are. Babe 429, Sneha Jadhav. And of course, we are there with the medal ceremony yet again.
So while the hammer throw, the long jump and the pole vault are on, simultaneously we also have the presentation ceremony. The honors being done by Haridas, the tournament director. So we'll have plenty of these ceremonies going on during the course of the morning. In fact, 16 of the ceremonies of the earlier day. It's good to get that pack on the back.
It's going to be a very, very busy day today. Milind, of course, with 18 medals up for grabs, 4 already off their way, and of course, 14 more to go. And we're looking at a couple of presentation ceremonies from a couple of events yesterday, and the action is all slated to heat up with lots of competition out there. Of course, the women's high jump is on, the women's hammer throw is on, javelin throw is set to come in a bit. Of course, the heptathlon, very difficult to choose one. I know, Milind, heptathlon, certainly one of your most favored disciplines. Who are you favoring this time?
You're talking about the heptathlon. Yes, certainly Tanu seems to be there. That's the decathlon winner, Stalin from the Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University taking the gold. A. Suraj getting the silver there. And 10 of the events going through after 2 days, ending yesterday with the 1500 meter. But Stalin dominating the decathlon all the way right from day one. The move back to the hammer throw. Surabhi Ved Patak from the lovely professional Ved Patak surname, which reminds us of a shooter, Anjali Ved Patak. And here we are, claiming it to be one of the most satisfying of throwing events. 4 of them there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suffers from being confined actually to the relative obscurity on the waste tracts of land, and to a large degree, this rejection stems from the fact that the event can be dangerous. But yes, Sanjeev.
And possibly Surabhi Ved Patak has come up with one of the biggest throws so far. An excellent throw. We'll have to wait for the reading. Certainly way over 50. Close to 54.40. So certainly she's on top of the leaderboard. What an excellent throw. The previous best right here was 53. And Surabhi Ved Patak going one better and possibly better by more. Possibly upping the ante and setting the bar. 54.40. What a throw. Divya Chandelier, who had the previous best in this competition, around 53. Now Divya has to at least match Surabhi or better her. Who's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Divya Chandelier from the Veer Bahadur Singh University. Throw number 5. Off she goes. From the edge of the rim. Well, certainly nowhere close to what Surabhi had thrown, and certainly looks to be a foul throw too.
Yes, look at her now. The rotary motion exerting tremendous pressure and increase the force there, but to no avail. This was Divya Chandelier, another name which international, Ashok Chandelier, Q Sports.
Milind on cue as ever, from Anjali Ved Patak to Ashok Chandelier. Right now we have Lalita Rani. Well, of course, the youngest in the field, 19 years, hasn't started well enough. Must get a big one this time. Off she goes. Off she goes. Nope. Nowhere close to Surabhi.
Yes, they're accelerating just at the 2 motions and not good enough for her to get into the groove at all. In fact, Lalita Rani there, one of the 6 of them. Ritesh did not report, 44.51, way behind the mark of 54.6, which was achieved earlier on. And Amandeep Kaur, the earlier one was Divya Chandelier. And we're now coming up to the final throw out here in the women's hammer. Sarita Singh, the national record, 65.25. And we don't seem to be looking at either the university record or the games record under threat.
Well, the university record has certainly gone for starters. Divya Chandelier with 54. We had Surabhi with 53 a while back. So the India University Games record gone. But the All India University record, which Charu mentioned, they are way off the target, 61.93 still. And of course, Amandeep certainly won't be happy with this. Nowhere close to what Divya or even Surabhi have thrown so far. So the challenge firmly set down. The marker clearly set down by the 2, Divya Chandelier from Veer Bahadur Singh University. And of course, Surabhi Ved Patak. It's a battle between these 2. Who will be number 3? That's another question. Amandeep, very, very disappointing, I'm sure, by a standards 43.61. Sneha Jadhav from the Shivaji University rolls in, ambles in, and of course, she needs a very, very big throw. Most of them do, certainly more so because after Divya and Surabhi have upped the game and thrown it very, very far as this particular competition is concerned. The games record already gone. Let's see how far they can go. 4-2-9. Sneha Jadhav. Off she goes. It's in the air. Well, Substantial throw, not bad by our standards. Should be clipping 47 or 48. What do you say, Milind?
Yes, look at the throw out there, gripping the hammer handle with the left hand, 47-77. So that's the one for Sneha Jadhav of Shivaji University. And then we saw her wrapping the right hand over the top of the left hand. Typically, the hammer thrower stands at the rear of the ring, back towards the direction of the throw, which you'll now watch Bhagavati Chaudhary of the Jai Narayan University, Bhagavati Chaudhary, Jai Narayan Vyas University. And then, of course, the direction of the throw with the feet approximately shoulder width apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Where are we? That's the question. Placing the hammer, as you just saw there, on the ground should be close to around 50 plus. And then, of course, she rotated the shoulder to the right so that it was straight, 50.78. So I was fairly close there.
Fairly close. And of course, it seems she might have settled for the bronze medal right behind Divya Shandilya and Surabhi Wait Patak, 50.78. Fair distance between the top two and the number 3. It remains to be seen the last round of throws, how the others do so far. And of course, with one of the biggest throws so far, certainly, Surabhi Wait Patak, number 221 from the lovely professional university. She gears up. Are we in for a record-breaking throw? All set. Off she goes, high in the air. Where does she fall? Well, this is a big throw. Pretty big throw. But possibly not as good as 54. Could be around between 52 to 53. That was a good pickup. Hammering across, hurling it right in the air, and 53.17. That's another good one.
Yes, beginning the preliminary swing there. Always see the right hand thrower pulling the hammer upwards towards the left. And then the rotation as far to the left as possible. Divya Shandilya, as we now move to one more presentation. And this was the 100 meters for women, the fastest girl of the meet. The blue ribbon event all over the world. And that's the reason why I always ask this question. And the hurdlers, the 110 meters hurdlers, always say that we get left behind. So 100 meters hurdle for women and not the 100. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It is the 100 meters. This was the event which was run yesterday. The presentations all being done today with the heavy downpour over 2 hours. So they had to actually go through the motion of completing the events, and the presentations all shifted to this morning. But Sanjeev, that's the question which always a lot of hurdlers ask me. Why do we get the second preference? It's always the 100-meter sprint which stands out, and the hurdlers, the 100 and the 110, take the second thought for the spectators.
That's right, Milind. Literally speaking, that's one hurdle they're possibly never going to overcome, because it's been well over, say 80, 90 years. 100 meters is considered the most classic, the rivalry, the dash to look forward to. 110 meters hurdles, 100 meter hurdles, as good as they are, of course, never really considered by the sport and the authorities itself. But that doesn't take anything away from the effort. But at this moment of time, as we see the medal winners, the hurdles, gold, silver, and bronze medalists, a very, very interesting high jump competition is on at another corner of the field. We'd like to see some more of it and possibly get you on with the action. Very, very interesting battle there. And of course, that's the one big fight to look out for among a host of other events. which we are prepared for. We're still on with the hammer throw. The last couple of participants with their last throws. Sneha Jadhav there, before 2-9 from the Shivaji University. Sneha taking a deep breath, preparing for another big one from the Shivaji University.
We'll soon see her with the hammer reaching its lowest point in the last of the preliminary swings. Quite a few action going on. The pole vault at the far left, the hammer out here, the high jump for men as well. And we also have the long jump for women, the heptathlon having been completed. As we now watch Sneha Jadhav taking her time. An event where you'll see her with the left foot rotated. And we have the women's high jump as well on. So there's plenty of action happening here at the Sri Kantirwa Stadium. Wonder why she's waiting there, Sneha Jadhav. This is the third day, the third and the final day, as she now steps into the arena. You find elite athletes normally perform with 3 or 4 turns. The athlete you'll now see rolls or rocks outer edge on the left foot at the midpoint of the turn, and then performing another 180 degrees of rotation on the ball of the left foot. Sneha Jadhav, she is controlled herself well, Sanjeev.
That's right, she stayed away, way away, but of course she's clipped the 50-meter mark, 50.77. Good throw, no doubt, but certainly nowhere close to the 53s and the 54s which we've seen so far. So it's Bhagavati Chaudhary from Jain University. And let's see how much of a fight she puts in this, even as the women's high jump is on. Terrific battle out there, competition, and we're looking forward to a host of other events. Let's see how far Bhagavati Chaudhary goes. Quick revolution, off she goes. Will it be far enough? Certainly doesn't look at this point of time, possibly a shade under 50. And as it stands, the women's high jump right now at 1.68. The bar's been raised, the competition getting even tougher. And we have competitions in all corners of this magnificent stadium. And a man for all seasons, the all-rounder amongst all of us, Milind Wagle, is all prepared for that.
So yes, it's always good to see activity in the entire stadium, which is very unique in sports. As I said, the discus on, the high jump for women on, the pole vault on, and a fourth event is going to be on as well. So one more presentation, plenty of them.
And of course, a moment of reckoning for these very, very proud athletes of all the hard yards they've put in over the years. And of course, making sure they finish on top of the podium. A proud moment for their parents, for the people who've been in this long drive, in their long way to the podium. And of course, the proudest, the universities who made sure that their wards have excelled, been on top of their game, and made sure the university's color flies high and bright at the Khelo India University Games. It's supposed to unleash India's next generation sporting talent. We've certainly seen some very, very good potential across disciplines. Of course, there are a few names we're going to discuss through the course of this day as we look ahead to the other events which are remaining so far. Another 12 to 13 medal events. When we started early in the morning with the 20-kilometer race walk, of course, it was 18 medals in athletics to fight for, and finally, I believe we've cut back to the women's high jump competition. It's presently going at 171. 171, that's where it stands now. Saliha Khan from the University of Calicut, jersey 454. Milind, so happy, so happy to see this event. Let's see how Saliha does. Off she goes, skips a bit. Oops, and she nicks the bar. Not the perfect start.
We are also going to be coming up to the 200 meters for women. That's at the far end as the high jump continues out here. The Fosbury flop technique of the high jump, which has, of course, superseded the straddle. And we watch Gracina Merli, the drop from the height and the backward rotation, which you'll now see, is, of course, the Fosbury flop, the famous American high jumper who innovated that particular event. So the stage is also set for the women's 200 meters, but right now on the high jump. Attempting 1.72.
And that's done with a fair bit of grace, 1.71. Gracina with a fair bit of grace, 1.71. Beautiful technique and looked very, very fluid. We weren't very sure when she came off the curve, inhaling to glory with a perfectly timed jump. And well done there, Rekha. Jersey number 211 from the lovely professional university. All set for the next one. Off she goes, bounding away. Leaps and clips it. Could have been a perfect jump. Unfortunately, her feet clipped the bar.
Flop jumpers, as you watch her, Rekha, also tend to have a flight path that causes them to cross the landing pads diagonally and land in the corners, so that the corners have as much support as the center. 126 is Kevinia Ashwin of the Bharati Southern University, attempting 1.71. We also will shift over very soon to the 200 meters for women. That's at the far end. They are getting ready as we now move to Saliha KH of the University of Calicut, which is picking up medals at will.
That's right. She'd not done well in the previous jump, and this time to follow suit a similar sort of jump. Take off possibly a little too close to the bars and failing to clear it with the ease. The second time, though, she seemed to have cleared the arch, possibly very, very close, the arch of the back, very close to the bar, and the feet taking it off. And of course, we'll get over to the other event in just a bit, even as the high jump competition continues. And this is going to be one of the most highly anticipated races. Of course, the women's 200-meter final. And of course, we can see Duti Chand in lane 6. Of course, she's the one who holds the university record, the Khelo India university record. Saraswati Saha with the national record, 22.82, way back in 2002. That's a 20-year-old record waiting to be broken. Jeevanji Deepthi from Kakatiya University in lane 1, 201. Roshni K, University of Madras. Preeti from Guru Jambeshwar University. Madhumita Deb from the KIIT, Kalinga Institute of Technology, followed by Priya Mohan, who did very well in her race last evening, 192 from the Jain University, and then followed by Duti Chand, the reigning champion, the defending champion, 202 from Kalinga University. That's where she is, Duti Chand. This is where it all began for her. Her first medals won in her career ever. Duti, she won it here, of course, and followed by Florence Barla, 408 from the Ranchi University, and Kamaljeet Kaur, 402 from the Punjabi University. This one is expected to be A good battle there. And of course, Duti Chand, the reigning champion. But you've got very, very good sprinters like a Priya Mohan there, Florence Bala, and of course, Kamaljeet Kaur. What do you say?
So here we are, the lineup. Jivanji, Roshni, Preeti, Madhumita, Priya Mohan in lane 5, Duty Chand 6. Watch out for them. Florence and Kamaljeet. The national record, Saraswati Sa, Ludhiana 22.82. The final of the women's 200 meters. They are on their blocks, all 8 of them, and once again, the hiccup of a false start. The lineup once again for you. In lane 1 is Jivanji Dipti. In lane 2 is Roshni K. In lane 3 is Preeti. In lane 4 is Madhumita Deb. In 5 is Priya Mohan. In 6 is Duty Chand. The favorite, needless to say, Priya Mohan is certainly going to push her. And this is the girl. Oh, she's got a warning there. And Florence Barla with Kamaljeet Kaur completing the 8 of them. The university record, Dhana Lakshmi, 23.24. The games record, this girl on your picture frame, Olympian, 23.66. She won the 100 meters earlier on.
We all set to possibly watch a Duti do the double. How good will the competition be? That's something which everybody is looking forward to. Duti Chand, a journey. A matter of fact, starting here at the Khelo India University Games, the first set of medals she picked up here, and she's returned to a place of glory. And she's a picture of poise and concentration. The runners all set. Hopes to be a big battle. And off they go. Duti off immediately to a flying start. Duti there running through very, very clearly. Madhumita Deb there in hot pursuit. But will Duti be able to take it away? Of course, Duti running like the wind. Priya Mohan giving a good company. Duti and Priya. This could be a photo finish. And Priya Mohan it is who has emerged and has, of course, eclipsed Duti. And from her shadows, and what a sensational finish there from Priya Mohan. All hail the new champion of the 200 meters. Priya Mohan beating off the challenge of Duti Chand with an exceptional race there.
What a race. What an upset out here. We all thought that with Duty Chand, but this girl there, Priya Mohan, second gold medal of these games for this wonder girl from the Jain University, Karnataka. And this is the place. This is the place. Duty going strong. Priya Mohan out here, even in lane 3. It was Preeti who was strong as well. Preeti now falling back. Duty now falling back. Priya Mohan coming into her own. This is the time when she says, thank you, Duty. Olympian, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to go on my own. I'm the local girl. You may be the favorite, but I am going to create an upset. And here, the upset has taken place.
Oh yes, absolutely. Headline of this morning, Priya Mohan there, 19-year-old new track star of India. Priya Mohan picking up a second gold medal, and what a terrific race she raced, as we thought that Duti was possibly breaking clear of the pack with only Florence Bala giving a competition. Duti still all smiles there. But of course, Priya Mohan coming back very, very strongly from the outside with very strong strides, and of course, bursting through with a terrific finish. And as you rightly said, Milind, upsetting the apple cart and the established order, because that's the essence of sport. That's where she came right there from the bend. That's where Duti seemed to be facing some sort of competition from Florence Bala before 08. But then steaming in comes Priya Mohan, the youngster, the 19-year-old kid. And what a terrific race there, well inside her line, and literally leaving Duti trailing behind her by a margin she wouldn't forget in a hurry. This is a big defeat for Duti Chand, certainly the defending champion, but more importantly, a terrific result, a very, very big win here for Priya Mohan. Congratulations.
Priya Mohan was like a 777 aircraft on runway 27, just taking off towards the final. You know, they say V1 rotate, V2 rotate, and then the takeoff. That's the way it finished. Duty Chand a few seconds back, raising the 2 fingers in victory. Perhaps she feels that she had won the event. Little does she know that this girl on your picture frame, Priya Mohan, outclassed her in the last 75 odd meters. That's the result there. Priya Mohan 23.90, Duty Chand 24.02, and Florence Barla, oh, the name Florence Barla, 24.13.
I know who Florence Bala, the name Florence, as Milind says, certainly you're reminded of the late Flojo, Florence Griffith Joyner. But as we see, the Priya Mohan, sensational race there. 23.90 with a terrific race, falling a little short of the previous games record here at KIUG, which was set 23.66 by Duti herself way back in 2020. Duti coming back to do the double, but of course that's not to be the case because this has been the upset of the day, the result of the day, and which will be a very, very heartening result as far as India is concerned, in athletics is concerned. Your new star is certainly born, and mark my words, she will go a long, long way. That's Priya Mohan, who simply outclassed Duti with a fantastic race there.
That was Gracie Merli of the Manor Myan Sudaran at 1.74. Yes, one of the most important factors, of course, in the high jump, as you now see, the successful flop, which he attempted at 1.74, the high degree of flexibility, which we noticed on the part of Gracie Merli. Of course, the high degree of flexibility is developed slowly and systematically over the period. It's always important for the instructors, of course, as from the high jump, we are going to go to the men's 200 meters. So after the women, where there was an upset, and that's the lineup for you. In lane 1 is Kativaran, in lane 2 is Ashwin Shankar, 3 is Shashikant, Vignesh in 4, Aman Kokar in 5, Prasad Ahire in 6, T. Shetty in 7, and Tamilarasu, who got a silver in the 100 meters, is out there in the 200 meters for men.
That's right. And let's remind you, Amlan Borgoen with the national record earlier this year, 20.52. The All India University record, V. Dasan with 20.92. And of course, the Khelo India University Games record, Rahul Kumar with 21.42. How fast will these boys, these men, actually go? That's the question. Tamil Rasu from Bhartiyar having a quick sip of water. Of course, a very, very challenging race in this one. Too is expected to be a very, very good fight there. Of course, in lane 4, Vignesh from Mangalore University, jersey 348, right behind him. Aman Kokar with Ju82 from MDU, Maharshi Dayanand University. That's Tirthesh Shetty, one of the faster ones, tipped to do well at the big stage from Mangalore University, 362. And they're just gearing up for what promises to be another classic.
Yes, the 200 meters always overshadowed by the 100. The big names, the 200 meters, you all know what Usain Bolt did. Won the 100 meters on a day, beating the world record, and then won the 200 2 days later in Berlin. So the lineup here in the men's 200 meters is lane 1, Kathiravan. In lane 2 is Ashwin Shankar. In 3 is Shashikant Angadi. In lane 4 is Vignesh. In lane 5 is Aman Kokar. In lane 6 is Prasad Ahire. 7 is Tirthesh Shetty. And Timararasu is in lane 8. The national record, Amlan Borgohen, 20.52. The university record, Dasan Mangalore, 20.92. And the games record, Rahul Kumar. They're on their blocks now for the start of the men's 200 meters.
That's right. We expect another photo finish, perhaps another fiery start, another explosive start to begin with, and a fiery finish. And off they go, immediately shooting off the blocks. Vignesh seems to be coming very, very strong from the inside. Aman Kokar challenging him inside very, very well. Tamil Rasu running well, but it's of course lane number 4, Vignesh with a very, very strong run. Vignesh going there, and Shashikant Angadi is behind, right behind Vignesh. Who will it be? Vignesh holding forward, and of course with a sensational dip in right there at the end. Vignesh A, jersey 348 from Mangalore University, picking up from where he left off. Steaming run, ending off inside with a very, very comfortable finish there. Vignesh A is the new men's 200-meter champion. We'll have to wait for the final time. And as he also looks attentively at the giant scoreboard. That's the V sign. That's the V for victory. Vignesh is crowned the men's 200-meter champion. We'll wait for the time to see how fast he was. But coming off the curve and the bend, it was getting very, very close, especially with Shashikant pushing him to the brink.
Yes, lane 1 at one point of time till the 100 meters was going strong. Then it was Shashikant in lane 3, but Vignesh there. On the outside, it was also Tamilarasu, but towards the end, it was Vignesh from the Mangalore University, which came up with a beautiful one, and he's actually beaten the game's record of 21.42, which was in the name of Rahul Kumar. Vignesh there clocking 21.22. And certainly a worthy winner. This is the time where they came towards the 100 meters after the bend. Then he turned around, looked for about a second over his shoulder towards lane 1, 2, and 3. 3, Shashikant Angadi was strong. Outside in lane 8, Tamilarasu was strong as well. But at this stage, with about 50 meters to go, Vignesh, wonderful strides there, his arms all over. And then finally, it was Vignesh all the way from here on, not to be stopped in his strides, as he now finishes the 200 meters victory with 21.22 and setting up a game's record.
That's right, a very, very good race there from Vignesh, making sure he pushed himself just when he needed an explosive kick there with the final timings, and that's a pretty good time, 21.28. He's clipped the earlier Khelo India University Games record of Rahul Kumar, 21.42. That's where Vignesh is a very fast 21.28, a fair way off still of the All India University record, but 21.28, followed by Shashikant Angadi with 21.39, and Titesh Shetty, who's tipped to be a fast one, of course, picking up the bronze, 21.51. Tamilarasu, Katharavan, and the others are making up numbers 4 to 8. That was a very, very good race. So, of course, we have 2 new champions in the 200 meters. Of course, in the women's, we have Priya Mohan, who ran a steaming race, blitzing past Duti Chand to pick up the gold medal and be crowned champion. And, of course, Vignesh with a very strong run, picking up the gold in the men's division. We will shortly now cross over to the men's pole vault. And the bar is set at 480. So this one also promises to be an interesting one. And Siddharth Eke, Godwin Damian, Damien, beg your pardon, Prashant Singh Kanhaiya, Avnish Kumar, Dhirendra Kumar, Gautam Palani Kumar, Sakti Mahendran, and Janana Sone from the University of Madras, all lined up, all slated to take on each other, the men's pole vault. And what are we looking at, Milind, today?
Well, at 4.80, they are closing in at the university record of 4.92. In fact, they've gone past the national record as we come back to the high jump for women, which is to the right of us at 1.76. Gresina Melling. But just talking about the pole vault, they have surpassed the game's record of 4.60. And are now attempting at 4.80. But we are here at the high jump for women. 2 non-starters in Mansi and Mira Shebu. Gracie Murley, who right now attempted 1.76, is the university record holder at 1.84. So she's quite capable of surpassing the height of 1.76 with ease, having achieved 1.84. The game's record, 1.74, which has been broken or equaled as of now, because Rekha now attempting 1.76. The high jump, keep on mentioning to you, which has really gone up in technique over the years, driving the thigh of the lead leg up to the horizontal or the above. You look at the athlete there, driving up into the toes of the supporting foot out here and working the arms vigorously.
That's right, and we can see Helen Saji, who's presently trailing as far as the women's heptathlon is concerned, in number 7. Helen finished 7th in the women's long jump, held earlier this morning. And of course, the results quickly confirming. Akshata making sure she was on top in the long jump in the heptathlon, followed by Tanu at 2, Deepika 3, Sri Devika 4, Maria 5, Pooja number 6, and of course Helen with 576 points at number 7. So still another couple of events there to decide who will be the heptathlete of the games, and of course a closely contested battle. And Milind, that's one tough, very, very tough battle which is going on for the period of last 2 days. Difficult to predict a winner. I'm sure we all have our favorites. Difficult to predict this point of time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The high jump at 1.76, there are 2 of them there. And then we also have the pole vault at 4.80 going on. So, yes, you're absolutely right that the height being adjusted at 1.76. And while the events are on, we also have the presentation of some of the events which are going on of yesterday. But yes, talking of the pole vault, one of the events which of course was introduced way back in 1896. So it's one of the oldest events in the Olympic calendar. We are watching action here on day 3 of track and field at the Sri Kantirwa Stadium. A super view of the Sri Kantirwa Stadium with activity on at the women's high jump. And that's at the far right of the stadium. The left of the stadium is where the pole vault is on. Oh, you're back again to the high jump, which is Rekha at 1.76. She's representing the lovely university, the lovely professional, not successful at the height of 1.76. She was also a part of the event here. The high jump, which over the years has really caught on. Look at the stride there, driving both forward and then the upward to cover as much ground as possible. And then, of course, she drew the thigh of the leading leg up to the horizontal, working the arms vigorously throughout. That was Rekha at 1.76, but not successful. The pole vault is also hotting up. Just saw some of the athletes. So one of the athletes clearing 4.80.
This one is for 20 kilometers walk in the men category, and for which it is our honor and privilege to announce
national record, Shiv Jalali at 5.30. And this is the presentation of the 20 kilometer walk held earlier in the morning at Kaban Park. Akashdeep Singh, who won the event yesterday. Today, this morning was the women's 20 kilometer walk. Akashdeep got a gold out there. He's had to wait for a long time. Last morning, Sanjeev, the event finished at about 7:30, so he's had to wait for a good 26 hours for receiving his gold medal. But nevertheless, the wait is going to be very sweet for him.
All right,
Spoke to us immediately after the event was over.
the bronze medal Parmeet Bisht from Mangalore University, for which
And
I request Mr. Sanjay Ghosh
the
to please
bronze
step
medal
forward
in
and
the
present him the bronze medal.
event, the 20-kilometer walk.
The winner of the silver medal goes to Anshul Down
So
from
Paramjeet Bisht there taking the bronze medal in the 20-kilometer walk. Paramjeet Bisht representing Mangalore University. 1 hour, 29 minutes, 33 seconds. Anshul Dondial of Kumar University, 129.07, took the silver. And here's the man who won the gold medal, Akshadeep Singh from Punjabi University, 1 hour, 26.44 seconds. So Akshadeep Singh, 126.44, Anshul Dondial, 129.07, the silver, and Paramjeet Bisht of Mangalore University taking the bronze, 129.33. That's the 20K walk held yesterday, early morning at 6:15. And they went on for an hour and 26 minutes for the winner, getting the goodies also, as has been the way over the last 8 days, 9 days. After the presentation and the gold medal looking so sweet, the yellow medal as it's called, in various parts of the world at various events. The winner actually kisses the gold medal, then bites into it because it tastes so sweet to the winner.
Literally the taste of victory. And of course, off she goes, hurling into a fair distance. Not sure whether they'll be very, very happy, of course, with her effort there. We've crossed back to the heptathlon, the long jump. And the breakup as it stands after the long jump, right as we are into the javelin throw. Tanu, of course, with leading the pack with 3-4-8-1. Tanu out there. And Tanu number 1. Pooja, who was number 2, has fallen to 3. And interestingly, Akshata, who was at 4, has jumped up to claim the second spot right now in the reckoning for a podium finish. Maria Thomas, who was number 3 last evening, after the long jump has come down to number 4. So it's getting very, very interesting. And off we go. The men are ready, Milind, yet again.
Yes, so here we are, 4.90 at the pole vault. This should be very close. 4.90 is, so 4.80 was bettered, the meet record. Manish Singh held it 4.60. They've cleared 4.80, now attempting 4.90. Oh, soaring high there, but not successful. Look at his wonderful run up there, then planting it well, and then the bar clearance, but not successful. The pole vault at 4.90 at the far end. The performer in the pole vault who starts, as we now shift to the javelin throw, which is the event in the heptathlon, Pooja. And if you look at Pooja in the heptathlon in the morning when they started off, she was in the second position, Sanjeev, with 2756 points, behind Tanu at 2810. But this is now the...
Beg your pardon there, Milind. Pooja actually came in sixth in the long jump earlier this morning with 6:23. Akshata won that. Currently overall number 3. Off she goes, launches into orbit. How far does it go? Falls a little flat. Should have wanted one better. She's certainly not happy. It's clearly written on her face. And the very, very interesting battle, as you might note, Pooja was number 2 yesterday, right behind Tanu. She slipped to 3, and Akshata, who's the defending bronze medalist, if I might say so. She won the bronze in 2020. She's climbed up to number 2 with 3.388. Tanu still the leader of the pack. 3.481. Akshata 3.388. Pooja 3.379. And how far has she thrown? Well, let's see. We're still waiting. A shade over 34, I guess. Of course, shade over 34. And this is a very interesting battle. Sri Devika from Mangalore University. A pretty disappointing throw there by all standards.
Yes, mechanically speaking, the success in the javelin, very similar to all the other throwing events, actually depends largely on the speed of the spear-like implement. And the implement, the spear-like, leaves the hand. This is the favorite in the heptathlon, Tanu, who started this morning at 2810, and she will now attempt to better it so that she can go up in the ladder. There are a total of all eight of them. In fact, 7 of them. Aparna Roy did not start yesterday. If you now watch the throwing angle at 30 to 35% from Tanu, use the wind to her advantage and threw it into the wind, blowing in the opposite direction. As we move from the javelin to the medal ceremony. And this was the upset of the morning in the 200 meters, where Priya Mohan of Jain University, Bangalore, overcame a challenge from Dyuti Chand from the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, with Florence Bala finishing in the bronze. So that was the big upset of the morning. And as Sanjeev said, it will be headlines in the newspapers all over. And we were privileged to watch that upset of an Olympian.
Absolutely. And of course, more than just upset, a very, very heartening result there. Of course, Deepika is going for a big one. High throw, aimed at the heavens, falls a fair distance off. Certainly doesn't seem to be completely convinced about it. And we're still waiting for the flag. Certainly Deepika not very happy out there. She launches in slow-mo. You can watch it even better. With the javelin just about managing to fall on its tip. Ding-dong battle there. And between the top 3, Akshata, Tanu and Priya, of course, remains to be seen whether Sri Devika or Maria can break in, or even Deepika can break in for that matter. She's right now stationed in number 5. And that's a shade over 34, 35. And we see the next one. Another interesting battle. And so far in all the events, 100-meter hurdles, we've got 4 different winners. Helen Saji trailing at the end of the pack, 2.985. Off she goes. Helen, off she goes. Little high. Won't go as far as she wanted it to. And looking back over her shoulder. And we've had 4 different winners of the first 5 events. Akshata has picked up the 100-meter hurdles as well as the long jump. We've seen Tanu winning the high jump, Pooja winning the short put, and the 200 meters dash has been Sri Devika. So 4 winners over the 4 different winners over the first 5 events. If you can see Milind, and we're waiting on the javelin. Who's it gonna be? Tanu still clearly the leader of the pack. 3.481. Akshata climbing back. Akshata is at 3.388. That's a very poor throw. 23.06. Previous one, of course, that was 34, in the range of 33, 34. Maria Thomas started very strong. Off she goes. Oops. Lift off. And falls possibly a little short of 35. And we'll have to see how good this throw has been from Maria.
Yes, using her thumb there very clearly. The flight problem arisen for this girl. So yes, going into this event, the javelin, the Sanjeev, was it Tanu leading the pack with 3481, Akshita with 3388, and Pooja with 3329. That was going into the javelin. 4.93 now at the pole vault. Dhirendra Kumar. So they seem to be going better and better in the pole vault. And Sanjeev is actually attempting to break the university record as well. The university record is 4.92. He's attempting 4.93.
That's right, from Jaunpur, of course. Bib number 505, Dhirendra Kumar, Veer Bahadur Singh. Good technique there. And you could see the pole flapping in the air. Lift up. And the moment, even before he crossed his knees, of course, striking the bar. And there goes his chance of as far as this jump is concerned, he has to be careful. Shouldn't get off the podium. And Milind and I will take a quick little break. And of course, back in the hot seat, Charu Sharma and of course, Trupti Murgunde. Good morning, Trupti. Good morning, Charu.
Yes, University. Once again, Mr. Arvind Kumar will be presenting her with a silver medal.
The medal ceremony of the women's hammer throw. All the big ladies are here. Have done rather well. In the mid-50s. So no record-breaking effort today. We'll see what happens in the men hammer. We have some really good hammer throwers, but that will be later. A 7-person field. And ultimately, Divya Shandilia doing really well. Ritesh, Bhagavati Chaudhary, Sneha Jadhav. Excuse me, Ritesh was not even taking part. What is this?
Thank you so much, Major Dr. Arvind
Ritesh was not even taking part in Ritesh gold medal. What's going on in Divya Shandilia?
gracious enough and being part of this presentation ceremony. And also, congratulations to all the winners. Once again, you people were absolutely magnificent. All right, then, that's
Somebody please tell them on the way out. Medal ceremony, all wrong names, yeah. How can you have that? Huh? Ritesh was not even taking part. Given a gold medal here. Jaldi se. Very bad form. When you sell us down the river here, we don't know what's going on. The men's pole vault reaching its final stages. The bar set at 493. Two not taking part today, Prashant Singh Kanhaiya and Gautam Prani Kumar from Bharatiya University did not start. So we are through with the women's high jump. There's a little bit of javelin going on for the heptathlon. We're almost through with that as well. There's the men's triple jump going on along with the pole vault. There's a triple jump also going on. Ranjit Maheshwari, the record Indian record at 17:30, and the All India record at 16:53, and the University Games earlier on in Bhubaneswar, 15:27. That's the triple jump. But we've got the pole vaulter at this point of time on screen. Dhirendra Kumar from Veer Bahadur Singh University. Bar set at 493. 492, the All India University's record so far, created earlier this year. Obviously, a record-breaking attempt here. Dhirendra Kumar, all set. One final try. Up he goes. No, falls short. So that'll be the end of our pole vault competition. That was his third and final try. Probably just didn't have the energy. The sun's out now, slightly warmer, more humid as well. So with the pole vault over now, I think we'll switch our attention to triple jump. The men's hammer also about to start. Not started yet, but the triple jump has been on for a while. And already, Krishna Singh of the University of Mumbai, with a fabulous jump of 16:10, has gone way past what happened at the University Games in Bhubaneswar, where Arun A. of Mahatma Gandhi University jumped 15:27. And Krishna Singh here, 493, already jumping 16:10. That was much earlier. Let's see who we can have now. So up next is likely to be 248. That's Robinson Sekhar from the Madurai Kamraj University. It's a very tough event, very technical event, the triple jump. And, you have to be absolutely on point. The kind of strength required off each leg, quite remarkable. So these guys are super athletes. They not only have to sprint, and then all the load taken on the jumping legs one after the other is just phenomenal. Okay, here we go, all set. Robinson Sekhar, just about 21 years old, from the Madurai Kamraj University. Bails out of it. But I did mention it's a very tough discipline. The kind of load on each leg when you do the triple jump is just at times unbearable. He too showing the ill effects of not getting the right takeoff. We feel for him. Robinson Sekhar. Yeah, it can be shut. There it is again. A nice big sprint, but and it was on the jump really that he bailed out. The hop and step were okay. Enormous load. So this is a no jump for him. I mean, it was okay. It was not a foul jump. He was well behind the foul line, but just bailed out. We're through with the pole vault competition for men. We'll try and show you that result soon. And the men's hammer throw about to begin. The triple jump, of course, is going on. In the men's hammer throw, we've got some really good competitors. Damneet Singh of Punjabi University is a world junior champion at the junior level, and has thrown as much as 66 meters. So I just want to set up the hammer throw competition for all of you watching. It's going to turn up some fabulous numbers, because the university record is H. Singh of VBSP University, Jaunpur, 66.59. That may get broken today, we'll see, as the next triple jumper. Selva Prabhu from Bharatidasan University takes his turn. Not much. So the triple jump's crashing. There he is again. Selva Prabhu bails out also. Well, it's remarkable how many times they bail out, because you just have to be absolutely perfect with your takeoff, with the step, and finally with the jump as well. And these jumpers know when they haven't taken off just right, they tend to bail out rather than risk some form of injury. Instructions being given by his coach. Fifth attempt going on for most of them. Krishna Singh up next. Watch out for him. I have mentioned that he's jumped 16:10 already, wearing spectacles. There he is again, getting set. Can he better his 16:10? Fabulous already. There he is. Is that a fair jump? No, just oversteps. What a pity. Red flags up. Very slight in build, but a fabulous jumper. There it is, just passing the line. And one more step, please. Yeah, he's well over. Not just a little over, well over the foul line, which is a shame because he's clearly the best jumper that we've seen today. So this one's not to be. Perhaps they do have the final jump. That was Krishna's final jump, matter of fact. So I think 16:10 will remain his best. And we're nearing the end of the triple jump, but beginning our hammer throw. So we may quickly switch to the hammer throw. It has already started. There they are, the big boys. It's a fascinating event to watch. I am joined by my good friend, former badminton international, Tripti Murgunde, here with me in commentary. Tripti, today has been a hectic morning because yesterday, of course, due to that torrential rain, the events were torn asunder. The schedule was just completely torn apart. Today, they're trying to recover as much as possible. It started as a nice, cool, overcast morning, but the clouds have kind of dissipated a bit. The sun's come out. There's a fair amount of humidity. The long-distance runners were certainly a little unhappy about the humidity, although the temperatures have been a lot cooler. The rain did cool it all down. And I'm sure the athletes are enjoying this final day of athletics competition. Quite a few medals still at stake.
Well, yes, it's been a colorful morning, you know, a lot of action going on after yesterday's evening, which was completely washed out. And we've got some good results. But I would like to mention, Charu, here one thing. You know, yesterday, though the weather was not with us, we've had some records been broken post that. Did you realize that?
Well, they are the best athletes, at least at the university level. Here we go. Lovely shot of the hammer. All the big boys are out. The hammer goes flying, but that's not a very good throw at all. Just a few practice throws being taken for the moment. And very soon we'll have the event start. Pole vault has ended. The triple jump about to end. I have just one or two jumps left. Akash, is there the triple jump pit? Well, we're just going through some of the practice spaces here at the hammer throw cage. And the men's high jump is also about to start. So too the shot put. Gosh, everything's happening out there on the field. No track event for right now. These are just some practice throws. Triple jump. That's the final set of jumps. Not yet, because the barrier is still there. But here's 110. Rohit Kumar from the Anna University. Fouled a couple of his jumps. His final opportunity, sixth and final jump. We're all set. He needs to get around the 16-meter mark to be among the medals. Certainly the top medal. Lots of encouragement. And he does finish. Not a massive jump, but at least seems to be a fair jump. So we'll take that for a start. Let's see the distance here. Lots of foul jumps today, Tripti.
Yes, I think even for Rohit Kumar, if you see the last step, I think he was way away. Could be around 14?
Yeah, between 1450 or so. I wonder whether that will bring him to the podium, because we know that much earlier, Krishna Singh had managed a 16:10. There it is, 14:43. And all things considered, not bad. I've seen quite a few 13 jumps, but 14:53 might just bring him to the podium. Good jump by Rohit Kumar. The records, of course, much more or less remind you. Ranjit Maheshwari, our top triple jumper, 1730 right here in Bangalore, 6 years ago. Robinson Shekhar's turn next, his final jump. Robinson from Madurai, Kamraj University. I remember his last jump was a foul. He bailed out, but has one more opportunity. Let's go, Robinson. Can you manage a 15 plus? He'll get you on the podium.
Well, this is such a technical sport, I would say, and we saw Robinson in his last attempt, how he faltered in those steps.
Robinson, the sprint. Oh no, bails out completely. Well, even the last time around, he was showing the ill effects, maybe a little bit of injury as well. Did he go past the plasticine? I think he did, went past the foul line and then bailed out, knowing that there was no point going in for a 100% effort thereafter.
Well, you're right. I think looks like he has some niggle with his legs. Not looking very confident.
Well, actually, he was okay. So I wonder why he bailed out. Maybe that injury, really. He was well behind the foul line.
I'm not sure if his walking style is this way or is it due to some injury or some, pull or something like that.
Well, you said it just a short while back. It's a very tough event. Takes a lot out of you. But let's move on to Selva Prabhu of Bharatidasan University. His final triple jump. Oh no, that's a foul. It's a big jump, but it's a foul. He'll be sorry to see the red flag just past the foul line. What a shame. So much effort and just went past the line. About to reach, and we'll get a good look of that foul. Yeah, only just maybe a centimeter or so. So cruel. Well, that's the rule. It's only just clipping the foul line. What a shame. Otherwise, it was a good jump.
Well, but then you lose one chance out of your total attempts.
That was his last attempt, so he'll have no more part as we take a look at Krishna Singh, our leader in the triple jump. Remarkable that he jumps with those spectacles. I thought he might have worn some contacts or whatever, but he's happy to jump with spectacles. Krishna Singh, a 16-10 already. A foul jump the last time around. His final attempt, can he better 16-10? Seems to be a fair jump. Just a hint of a smile. Couldn't quite make out from here how good the jump was, but it's fair. Looks up to his coach. There's a lot of communication of all these field athletes, particularly with their coaches. Here it is again, nice sprint. Look at the effort shown on etched on his face. The swing of the arms to try and get some extra momentum, and he's safe. He's safe, he's all right.
Well, he looks happy with that jump, waiting for the final confirmation.
It's 15.97. So he didn't quite touch 16.10, but he's done well enough to take gold medal here at the triple jump. We think that's unofficial, of course. So we'll have to see. There it is, 15.97. But he has already early in his attempts jumped 16.10. And I didn't see any better jumps, so I'm going to take the risk here of saying that we're looking at the gold medal winner. We'll, of course, confirm that. Krishna Singh from the University of Mumbai. Not too many medals here at the Khelo India University Games for the University of Mumbai, but they should get one here. It looks to me like the triple jump competition has ended, unless there's one more attempt for Akash Berg. He's the last one on the list. But I suspect not. Of course, there's so much more going on. The hammer throw is about to start. The men's high jump is about to start as well. So too the men's shot put. So the men are going to be visible all around the field. No track event right now. but 3 events going on in the field. The high jump bar has been set. We're about to start the competition there. And there's also the hammer, which is about to start. And so too, the men's shot put. Maybe we'll get to the hammer first. 4:06 to begin. Damneet Singh, he's the man I was talking about. Junior champion at the world level, has throws of 66 meters. If he can get anywhere close to that, we might even be looking for a record. I met him and his father a short while back, who's also pretty tough looking, let me assure you, from Punjabi University, the favorite here. I really built him up. There's the first throw. And it's well past the 60-meter mark. Not maybe the 66. If that's a fair throw, that could take him into the lead straight away. He's not a big boy. Just about 5, I don't know, 10 or so. But very well built. And that's way past the 60 mark. Nice throw to begin with for Damneet. 63.51. Not near his best, which is around 66. But I'm sure he'll take that.
Well, as you said rightly, that the first throw matters a lot, gives you that sort of confidence.
Mohammad Tabis from the Veer Bahadur Singh University. Most of these hammer throwers are really big guys. So are the shot putters, mind you, but maybe the shot putters are generally bigger. The hammer throwers need to be a little more agile as well, because all the circles they take, you know, it's a very technical event. And very few people take to it because of the technical necessity, especially the release, because when you spun 4 or 5 times, you could easily go off a bit saying, where am I?
Get swung away with that too. But yes, as you said, you know, the agility plays a lot of role in this. At the same time, even the stability, because you got to control, you got to be in that ring.
A lefty thrower. How about that? Well, that's well below the 60-meter mark. But Mohammad Tabis, a lefty thrower. We don't see that too often, so the circles are spun the other way around. Makes no difference, of course.
Well, yeah, in hammer throw, it doesn't matter much. But if I have to talk about my sport, in badminton, it matters a lot.
True. And that's why Carolina Marin has done so well, because you just take that extra microsecond, 54.98 for Tabis, to figure out what's going on. Because, for instance, let's talk badminton for a while. For instance, you try and push people on their backhand deep. And suddenly, of course, if you're playing a lefty, it's the forehand. So the shuttle comes back a lot stronger.
Yeah, because majority of players are right-handed, and when you are playing a left-hander, you really have to mentally prepare yourself in that sense that, you know, the backhand is going to be a forehand for you. So you got to watch out, and yes, you know, that time it takes some time initially to get used to playing against a left-hander.
And of course, every once in a while you might forget, and then, you know, a point or two goes when you say, ah, shucks, I should have remembered. There's not a particularly good throw for 4-8, Shantanu Chale from the Savitribai Phule University, Pune. 55.02, a little better than Mohammad Tabis, but I'm sure he's got much more in him. Shantanu Chale's turns were so slow that I was wondering, you know, normally they spin a lot faster. Shantanu's spin was very sedate, very quiet, very easy. I'm sure he'd want to look at that again, because the speed of the spin too is very important. Also in the mid-50s, that's the preferred distance for most of them, which is why I was saying Damneet is the man to watch out for. He is way ahead, streets ahead of the rest of the gang.
Well, what I noticed is Damneet, the way Damneet started the first attempt, I think the first throw was aggressive compared to the others, and I probably think that could be their strategy. Some of them do have that, you know, they take a bit of time to start.
Possible. Jaychand was only 53-55 as we get Nitin Malik. Although, of course, you start losing energy as well. So there's no given in the throws. Sometimes you get 6. Sometimes the first 1 or 2 are the best for you, and sometimes you pull it off in the last. So there's no telling. Nitin Malik. Not all tangled up, but that's not a bad throw. Once again in the mid-50s. If you get above 55, you could be in silver medal position at this point of time. That's 55.90. So for me, it looks like he's into silver medal position. Nitin Malik from Indira Gandhi University. Good throw as we get Damneet again. He's one of the tiniest hammer throwers I've seen, and yet very powerful. Obviously, not just his strength, but the technique is very important. From Punjabi University, already way out in gold medal position, Damneet.
Probably would be the right physique to have for hammer throw.
Look at the kind of acceleration that he gets. And that's once again a very similar mark, about the 63-meter mark or so. Sometimes also you need stiffer competition to bring out the best. And Damneet knows he doesn't have to do too much more. He's way ahead of the pack.
Well, he's looking pretty strong at the moment, so I think he may just carry on with the sort of results what he's showing.
There was 63 and a bit to begin with, 63.27, so great consistency here. But I was having a chat with him earlier, and I know that he's capable of a lot more. 66 ordinarily. He is not likely to touch that height today. I say that only because the competition's a little weak for him. As we move on to 508, Mohammad Tabis, who got 53 and change first time around. Can he up that to 55 and a bit, move into silver medal position? I really love, I've said this before, when the women were at it, I love the whole hammer throw motion because it's like a discus come a shot put, which is what the metal's all about. And then those fast 4 or 5 spinning circles, and the release has to be so precise because you can see from here, good angle, how narrow the exit is from the cage. And very often, quite a few of the women actually hit the cage rather than have the hammer exit. There we go. Big yell. And he might have done himself some good here. That was a good throw. Could be in the 55, 56 meter range. And that could push him into silver medal position. Mohammad Tabis from Veer Bahadur Singh University. Around the 55 meter mark for sure. Well, let's ignore that. I think that's the default distance. On that screen, when it defaults, doesn't show us the right one, it always shows 11:36. Shantanu, come on, you got to spin a lot faster, Shantanu. The last time around looked like slow motion. Shantanu Chale from Savitribai Phule University, Pune. Readies himself. Come on, Shantanu, faster spins. He's a big boy, much bigger than Damneet. Ah, there we are. That's what I thought. 55, 55, 49 might push him to silver position. Tabis. Here's Shantanu.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You have the release has to be so precise. That's the first time you've seen one of the men hit the cage. So much effort, all gone to waste.
Well, we have a tough contest at the silver medal position. If you see, it's been Nitin Malik with 55.90 leading at the moment. Then you have Mohammad Tabis, 55.49, and also Shantanu Uchale, 55. I think it's going to be a close contest for the second position at the moment.
Yeah, second and third. I think they're all fighting. If they can get past 56, we know that's going to push you into silver. We go back now to Jaychand. Yeah, poor throw. He might just want to walk out of the cage. Yeah, he does. Very often throwers, as you know, if they're dissatisfied with their throw, they just walk out of their circle, making it an illegal throw. It's just one of those habits. I mean, it can still be counted, but they are quite happy to not have it count. They just walk out illegally. Next up, Nitin Malik, Indira Gandhi University, who is at 55.90, currently at silver medal. Very narrow. No, from the second he started, I knew that he hadn't got his rhythm. He also crashes it into the cage. So his second throw, a bit of a waste.
If you observed the last spin, he was like just not too sure and just halted for a bit. And unfortunately,
he
it's
lost
the cage.
his bearing. No question about that. And he then hesitated, saying, well, I don't know where I am, so I'm just going to softly release it into the cage. Here's the big boy now, Damneet Singh from Punjabi University. 63 and a bit, both his throws. And just to prove to himself that he can pull off something better, we certainly hope so. Can he cross the 65-meter mark at least? Damneet. No, into the cage. Just tried to do a little too much. The release was a little late, and he too crashes into the cage. So we know even the best can lose their bearings because the gap between the cage is not much. And that's also for safety. The hammer throw, if it goes all over the field, could be a serious weapon of mass destruction.
Absolutely. I mean, if you see that, you know, every second, every step, every spin counts in this. Slightly you make mistake and there you go.
Yeah, he was clutching his head, Damneet, saying, what have I done? But he's so far ahead of the field anyway. Now, Mohammad Tabis has also thrown past 55 meters. Is certainly a medal contender here. Not that there are too many left. We had just 5 competitors in the hammer throw. 3 of them haven't taken part. Farooq Ahmed, Ajay Kumar and Navdeep Singh from Veer Bahadur Singh University. Where are you guys? Why did you enter if you didn't want to participate? Because Khelo India University Games is only for the top 8. And if you're going to take a spot away from some other likely winners, that's just a little unfair. Our lefty, Mohammad Tabis, 55.90, I think has him in silver position for the moment.
That looks good.
Unleashes another big one, but it could be a minor improvement. It's still around the 55, 56 meter mark.
I think could better his last attempt.
I'm not so sure. Looks just about 55 or so. That seems to be the limit for most of the rest of the hammer throwers here this morning. While Damneet, of course, in a separate class. Can he improve on his 55.49? Yes, he can. No, he can't. 55.20. So he stays at that 55 meter mark, as I suggested, but maybe he has a bigger throw in store. As you said, sometimes it comes later. Sometimes it's the very last throw when you put every ounce of your energy. Shantanu Chale. Last time a foul into the cage. Here we go, slow motion. Again into the cage. Shantanu. You've come such a long distance from Savitribai Phule University in Pune. Can't keep crashing it into the cage. But I don't want to be too critical. It's a very, very tough technical discipline. You released it far too soon.
Yeah, I felt he didn't get into that momentum, you know, what he wanted to be, because he looked slightly stiff to me, at least. Started off well with the first spin, but as slowly, gradually, as he graduated to the third one, I think he looked pretty stiff.
Yeah, you know, the first time he threw, his first throw was almost like a slow motion throw where now I understand, because he does tend to foul a lot, perhaps he said, let me just get one throw out here. And it was a slow motion circle, but that was his only throw. The rest he's crashed. I think they need to just repair the cage a bit. He's taken a battering, and the ladder comes out while we move on to our high jump. For men, 190 is where the bar is at right now. And we have 7 competitors. Dipanshu couldn't make it from Maharshi Dayanand University. Right now it's Swadhin Majhi from Sambhalpur University. The bar set at 190. Let's just talk about records. The Khelo India University Games at Bhubaneswar 2 years ago. Adarsh Ram of University of Madras at 214. But the All India University record, Srinit Mohan from Mangalore University at 220. And of course, the Indian record, Tejaswin Shankar, 229. That was set 4 years ago. Are these guys going to get anywhere close to even the 2-meter mark? We'll see. Last time around 2:14 in Bhubaneswar for Adarsh Ram. There's also the men's shot put competition going on the opposite side of the field. And that's progressed quite a bit. Kaushik Jadhav, Maharaja Sayajirao University. Oh, just about clips it at 195. The bar has been increased to 195. And just will have to get better takeoff if he's to get past 195. Nice arch, but the hip still skimming against the bar. We may also try and get you the shot put competition going on for men on the opposite side of the field. Kaustubh Jaiswal, lovely professional, 195. Oh, nice, high, springy action. Not a very tall boy, but wonderful spring in his feet. So good to see, because the high jumpers usually, Tripti, are very tall. Some of the taller people on the field. He's cleared that with a few centimeters to spare.
Yeah, he was way above that pole and very swift. There was no sort of, check or anything. Very swift movement.
Yep,
Well done there by Kaustubh Jaiswal.
Well. But this is much more a high jumper's build, as Deva Karthik from the University of Madras is up next. Very tall, slim. And you see any really tall, slim guy, you know he's a high jumper. He's going to be up next. Probably several inches taller than Kaustubh Jaiswal. And which is why what Kaustubh did was fabulous. There's so much spring in Kaustubh's step. Little preparation time for Deva Karthik. With that kind of a build, I wouldn't be surprised if he is one of the favorites. The University of Madras, Deva Karthik D. Okay, Karthik, let's go. Let's call him Deva. Deva, let's go. Well, he's about a meter above. And I'm going to quickly cement my anointment of Deva Karthik, likely to be the gold medal winner here. He was way over the bar. Great style, technique, speedy run-up.
Very, very comfortable jump.
Well done too. Next up, Swadhin Maji. Yeah, watch out for that hip though, because that might skim the bar later on. He's done well. They're all at 195, was it? I think the bar will not be raised just yet, as Uchal Roy still has to get past from Adamas University. Oh, just about clips it right towards the end of the jump. Nice big strides, looked good till the very end. And I have no doubt that he can jump this height more often than not. Just a slight clip later on from, I think, somewhere near his calves.
Yes, I think I felt the same way. I think it was one of his left leg which touched that.
From Acharya Nagarjuna University, Peda Srikakulapu. Oh yes, very busy action. Lots of moving parts there, but he's done well to get past 195. The scoreboard unfortunately has died on us. I'm sure they'll try and resurrect that. Good style.
Good style, but I felt he was pretty close to the bar. I think the next jump, he got to keep a watch.
4 into 400 meters. So 4 ladies will do 1 round each as we move into our relays. There we are. Lane 2, Madurai Kamraj University. Lane 3, Punjab University. 4, Mahatma Gandhi. 5, Maharishi Dayanand. They've all done very well here. University of Calicut won plenty of medals. Lane 6, Lane 7, Veer Bahadur Singh. Lane 8, Bharatidasan University. So that's our lineup. Looks like all of them are there. Bam, here we go. Very slow on the outside. Wonder what's going on there. Now this is the heptathlon, I beg your pardon. Yeah, the final 800 for women's heptathlon. Kind of set it up separately, but here we go. The heptathlon final event, 800. And just like the men finish off with the 1500, which is a grueling event for the decathletes, for the women, it's heptathlon. And the 800 can be pretty grueling as well. It's the final event. We know that some of the leaders, Akshata Tanu was leading, Pooja, Sri Devika, Akshata, they're all in there. Here's the bell, right on top, Helen Saji. She didn't do too well in the rest of the events, currently leading, and I'm sure that she will have pretty stiff competition from the rest of the ladies. Tanu was doing very well so far, 161. Where is she? Right at the back here. So maybe running is not Tanu's favorite event. On the back straight now. So much depends on this. Deepika from the University of Madras leads for now. Gets to the final bend. Maria Thomas, who's obviously very fond of track events, did very well in the 100 to begin with. Is in number 2. Maybe she'll catch up, maybe not, we'll see. Big effort being put in by 134. Pooja as well. But right up front, Deepika will win the 800 meters. Wonder where that will place her in the heptathlon. Akshata, Maria Thomas finishes second. But as we focus on Deepika, oh gosh, it is a grueling event. 6 of them. And they give it everything. So once we tabulate the points, we'll let you know who is our best all-round female athlete. In number 2 position, Maria Thomas. Started out well, wilted a bit in the middle, Maria Thomas. But she may have done enough here to push her into the medal bracket. Pooja led behind, well, she was behind Tanu in terms of points after the day 1. Don't quite have the results at the end of day 2. And a very, very poor finish by Sri Devika, who only now finishes way behind the pack. So she's certainly not going to be among the medals. But this is the end of our heptathlon event. Another look at 161. Tanu, who led earlier on. So there it is. Big finish by Deepika. Then Maria Thomas. And behind her, Pooja, the top 3 finishers in the 800 meters, the final event in the women's heptathlon. 100-meter hurdles to begin with, the high jump, shot put, 200 dash, long jump, javelin, and now the 800 meters. So in the 100-meter hurdles, Akshata began really well in the high jump. Tanu took it. Then Pooja took over in the short put. And Sri Devika in the 200 meters dash. What happened to her here? She just about completed it, was way behind in the 800 meters. Perhaps she's injured. Akshata took the long jump honors. The javelin was all very close, and now we finish with the 800 meters. That's the end of the heptathlon, but the men's high jump is continuing. We're into the 2-meter bracket. There's also the men's hammer throw. I think the cage has been repaired now, so we should begin that soon again. And the men's shot put is going on the other side as well. Confirmation of their 800-meter result, but of course this is no indication of their final finishing points.
So, Deepika, how are you feeling winning this final heptathlon event?
ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியாக இருக்குது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் என்னோட கேலோ இந்தியா யூனிவர்சிட்டி இது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் பண்ண ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கு.
गुड गुड गुड. एंड द लास्ट पीछे इवेंट में लास्ट इवेंट में आपका परफॉर्मेंस कैसा रहा?
हिंदी
हाउ वाज द परफॉर्मेंस ऑन द लास्ट इवेंट्स? Heptathlon events.
ऑल इंडिया मीटा
No, this.
फोर्थ
Overall
आई डोंट नो पॉइंट.
overall heptathlon. This event only.
4,500 something.
So it's okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. We heard from Deepika. Couldn't quite hear what she was saying, but obviously very tired after that 800 meters. We end our heptathlon contest here. We'll try and update you on who won overall the title of the best all-around female athlete. But there's so much more going on here. The men's hammer throw will begin again. And the men's shot put has been going on for very long at the other side of the field, as well as the high jump. Here's the man who I thought is very well placed to take gold here in the men's high jump. Deva Karthik from the University of Madras, easily getting past the current mark, which is, I think, 2:00, 2 meters. Very tall, very fit, and I expect much more from Deva Karthik. Well clear of the bar. Oh, yes. Well done, too. Fair jump. These guys are killing the 2-meter mark. From the Sambalpur University, Swadhin Maji. Nice, clean, high jump. Plenty of pace. Good takeoff. Great to see. Not quite as classic as Deva Karthik's jump, but he gets the job done. Uchal Roy from Adamas University up next. We're looking at 2 meters here. Big long strides. And well done too. Just remind you that 2:14 was the mark in the last Khelo India University Games at Bhubaneswar. 2:20, the All India University record by Srinit Mohan, Mangalore University. And of course, the Indian record at 2:29. So in that sense, we're well below the 2:15s, which we expect them to jump to as we go along. And if we can somehow get a new All India University record, that'll be icing on the cake, a bonus for that. Deva Karthik, I think, who seems set for the gold medal. Oh, yeah, well done. Him too. Peda Shrika Kulapu of Acharya Nagarjuna University getting past the 2-meter mark as well. Okay, time for me to take a short break. And of course, Tripti, Sanjeev, good morning. Welcome back. You've got the men's high jump going on. We've got the men's hammer throw now continuing because the cage had taken a bit of a battering. A lot of them were fouling into the cage. It's been repaired now as Dilshit comes in for the high jump at 2 meters. And we've got the men's shot put as well going on in another part. The relays are to follow much later. A little hesitation. And no wonder his heels clipped the bar. We'll get another opportunity, Dilshit. Alongside Sanjeev, it's also going to be Milind Wagle.
Thank you, Charu. And as Milind and I take over, Dilshit, he's clipping the bar out there. Bib number 323, course. It's a close battle and a host of events going on at either part of this magnificent stadium. Kaushik Jadhav there. 253 from Maharaja Sayajirao University. How's it going to be? Kaushik Jadhav. Off he goes, ambles in. Ooh. Still manages to clip the bar. And the red flag, of course, up there. They're going at 2 meters. Good, nice, fluent action there. But possibly not being able to time the jump properly. And the back not arching as much as Kaushik would have wanted it to. Possibly that's the reason. He's managed to clip the bar and not sail over Dilshit, Mahatma Gandhi University. Milind Wagle is a big fan of Dilshit's hairstyle. Milind, welcome back. How was breakfast? And are we ready to go right to the end of the day?
Super breakfast. Looking at TN Dilshit, the Mahatma Gandhi University. Oh yes, when you're in Bangalore, we are going on to 2 meters. It's got a super run up there. And then of course that vertical speed which you saw from TN Dilshit. And then of course the takeoff, the deciding factor. Bangalore, South Indian breakfast, obviously amazing. Kaushik Jadhav of the Maharaja Sayajirao University, and very interesting. I'll talk about that at the end of this jump from Kaushik Jadhav. Oh, he's done that. He's done too. So obviously, he's now going to put the pressure on the others. It depended on a very efficient combination of the run-up, then the powerful takeoff. That's the important one. Vertical as possible. And then finally cleared it. Super at 2. You know, talking of the national record holder, Tejaswini Shankar, 2.29, he trains and studies at the University of Kansas. Very active on social media, so I get to know all that he does there. He's won a few collegiate championships in the United States, and one of those very passionate academics as well. As we move to the event in the cage, it's called the Beast Lyre. That's what they call it, the Beast Lyre. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sanjeev, elite athletes normally do 3, 4. And we'll be seeing these guys doing 5. So I wonder whether the 5th is actually required. Maybe the acceleration comes for these guys at the 5th and not on the 3rd and the 4th.
Right, possibly trying to inject some extra momentum, Jaychand there, of course, with the 5th roll. A quick swirl and heaving it heavenwards, upwards in the sky, and of course, making sure it's still in contention. This is a big one. Jaychand firmly in the race, and it remains to be seen. Of course, there have been the 3 who haven't started: Farooq, Ahmed, Ajay Kumar, and Navdeep Singh. And as we see, the next Damneet is here. Damneet Singh, a 4-6 from the Punjabi University. So this one's headed to be a close one. Let's see how far does Damneet go. 1, 2, 3, walls it, it goes, flies away, and that's a substantially good throw from Damneet.
Way ahead of the pack, international exposure for this boy. At the hammer, Navdeep Singh representing the Veer Bahadur, and he's certainly a Veer Bahadur himself. Look at the technical aspect there from Navdeep Singh in a rotary event where he exerted tremendous centrifugal force in the throw, and then of course accelerated the hammer because the implement is far longer in the other throwing events. So here with about, we started at 6:15 in the morning. We've been going on for a good 4 hours. And from the hammer throw, there is the shot put, I suspect, which is on at the far side. And there was also the pole vault. So we've gone through the motions of the women's 200 meters, where we earlier saw a big upset in Priya Mohan beating the fancied and the Olympian. And the shot put for men, Sayam, Manush, Samardeep Gill, Vanam Sharma, Mankrit Singh, Saib Singh, Praful Thorat, and Aryan Tyagi. All 8 of them in the men's shot put. Putting the shot. We'll later on, we're now watching in the shot put. 379, which is the first of them, Sanyam of Punjab University. But the red flag goes up. So it's obvious that, and he was a southpaw. So we saw him actually stepping out from the front, and that's the reason why it was a no-show or a faulty one. So he threw that, and then of course went out. So now Sahib Singh of the Allahabad State University. These are the big men, and these big men, of course, hurl the putt, the Perry O'Brien technique that we did mention earlier on, using the Perry O'Brien technique, 1, 2, and then the third, relying on the swing of the left leg, shifting the body just now there, and the red flag again. Nothing going right for the 2 of them that we saw on the picture frame. First, it was Sahib Singh, Praful Thorat getting ready. Praful Thorat is from the Shivaji University, university which has been famous for wrestling. Kolhapur is famous for wrestling. Kolhapur, of course, this is Praful Thorat from this 230, correction, 230 is Mankrit Singh. So we first saw Praful Thorat coming into the picture, and now it's Mankrit Singh, lovely professional. He's got a better acceleration there, using the glide, emphasized the powerful backward thrust, then the left leg followed by the similar drive by the right leg. Has he gone out there at the impact of the throw? So this morning, Sanjeev, we had the 20-kilometer walk for women, which was held inside the Cubbon Park. And that's the time of the day when the locals, even if it's a weekday, a Monday, they all come in the morning early at about 5 o'clock. This was the one who did well, Rakhi Singh of the Professor Rajendra Singh University. So there were 8 starters at 6:15 in the morning, when a lot of you would have perhaps been sleeping after a Sunday night party. But it was the girl from Professor Rajendra, Rakhi Singh, and following her was Mansi Negi of the lovely professional university. So the important point in the walking events is that the contact of the foot has to be with the ground at any point of time, and you obviously can't raise one of the feet above the ground, or both, correction, which would mean a warning and then a subsequent disqualification. Sanjeev, Cubbon Park outside the stadium, a wonderful locale.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, Milind. And of course, we saw Pyle there with 398 from Punjab University. And of course, there we go. We're headed for another medal ceremony.
The winner of the silver
For the women's high jump.
Rekha, lovely professional university. Once again, Mr.
And
Gopal.
in third place,
Presenting her with a silver medal.
Ravina
And for
Ashwine,
the big one, the winner of the
Rekha,
gold medal,
picking up the silver medal
Gresina G. Murli
from the lovely
from
professional university.
Manonmanyam Sundaran University.
And from the Manorium Sundaram University, Gresina G. Murli, all full of grace. We saw very graceful performance there from Gresina, with a superlative sterling performance in the end to make sure she pockets the gold medal. It was quite an event, Milind. Very well fought.
Yes, Gresina, incidentally, is the university record holder with 1.84, set recently at the InterVarsity Games in 2022, just held last month, and on the basis of which the athletes were selected from the respective universities to take part in the Khelo India University Games. A very happy picture there for the three of them. The winner there. So and back to the walking event with a very proud moment there this morning early, and that of course was the winner of Rakhi Singh. The walking event, Baljit Kaur of Punjab University. Early morning, as a result of the overnight rains or the evening rains, the temperatures cooled down, so it was nice and easy for the walkers to go through the motion of the 20K walk. That's a long, long journey, Sanjeev, 20 kilometers, isn't it?
Absolutely, extremely energy sapping, it's a nerve sapping race, one might say. And of course, 398 pile there.
My question, Sanjeev, is that this was a circuit. Now, how easy or difficult is it? You know, when you're walking 20K at a stretch on a highway, for example, or in an open area, could be a little psychologically easy. But when you're walking only on a circle, how easy would it be? Because you feel that you're only doing a circle of whatever, 400, 500, 800 meters.
Good question there, Milind. Just trying to get me on the back foot. But Milind, my repartee with you will be, each has its own fair share of problems. Each is as tough as it could be. I can't imagine wandering around on a highway for 20 kilometers, even if I know where to go, what's the midway point. I'm not sure I'll be very comfortable with that. But of course, this is a circuit and is a different way. You can't lift your feet off the ground. Yeah, the cameras are on you. The focus is on you. And of course, you know what is at stake. The pride of representing your university, your state, your parents, your association, your coaches, and all that matters at this point of time, because these athletes are preparing for the big one. It's been a while.
इसके पहले मेरा सिल्वर मेडल था, फर्स्ट टाइम मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया है।
आपका क्या माइंडसेट था ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ द गेम?
बस गोल्ड मेडल लेके आना है।
अच्छा, और अपने कोच वगैरह क्या क्या आपको सपोर्ट मिला है?
गुरमीत से वर्कआउट करवाते हैं ना
जी,
और पूरी टीम हमारे स्टेडियम की आई थी सपोर्ट करने, और उन लोग की वजह से अच्छा कर पाया।
आने वाले कोई नेक्स्ट इवेंट में आपका कुछ है कि मैंने नेक्स्ट आपको क्या नेक्स्ट वो करना है, अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट क्या रहेगा? और जैसे इस टाइम आप बता रहे हैं कि ये पर्सनल बेस्ट नहीं है, तो आने वाले टाइम पे क्या आपका रहेगा, स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहेगा कि मैं उसे कैसे कन्वर्ट करूँ अपने पर्सनल बेस्ट के साथ?
जी, मेरी टाइमिंग, मैं जो माइंड सेट रखी हूँ 1 hour 32 minutes
So the presentation for the javelin throw for women, which was one more presentation this morning, the event, and now the presentation. The javelin, of course. The Finns at one time used to be very good at the event in the men and the women.
With a gold medal this morning. I now request Mr. Vilas Neelkanth to please step forward and present the winners with the state souvenirs. He'll be starting off with Pushpa Jhakar first up, and he'll move on to Karishma Sanil. And Jyoti will receive one as well from Vilas Neelkanth. I'd request Mr. Vilas Neelkanth and Mr. R.K. Pillai to please step by the podium for an official photo shoot.
And the winners of the javelin, Harita getting the gold, Jyoti the silver, and Priya Atri getting a bronze. Harita from the Chaudhary Bansilal University. So the javelin, the spear hurled with aerodynamics. As we are back to the shot put. Shot put at the far left of our picture frame. Very, very particular about what he wants to really do. And now coming up is Samardeep Gill. Samardeep Gill represents Barkatullah University in the shot put for men. The Germans dominated this event then in the 80s and the 90s. Got a huge one there, huge one, but the red flag goes up. You know, the last 15 minutes in the shot put, I've only seen the red flag going up, never seen the white flag.
It's time to see raise the white flag, as they say, but it, of course, has different connotations here. Faulty throws, not the perfect start they would have wanted to. Another powerful competitor, Sahib Singh, 107 from the Allahabad State University, extremely powerfully built there, Sahib. Even as the men's high jump is going on parallelly. And that's another interesting competition which is going on at this point of time. Sahib Singh getting up for the big one. Of course, the national record is way ahead. Even the Indian University record, 18.71. Khelo India University Games record, 16.68. Sahib Singh, Allahabad State University, 107. Off he goes, and that's a big throw. That's a big, big throw, a substantially big throw. Then from Sahib Singh, powering his way. A quick turn there, powerfully built, and making sure he arched properly, and all the momentum and thrust went into that throw. That's a very good throw to start off with, of course, and as we wait to see how much it would be, of course, we'll have to cut back to another medal ceremony. Sahib Singh is certainly setting the cat among the pigeons with a very good throw out there right on top.
And do the honors, he's going to be presenting.
It remains to be seen how the others fare.
And for the winner, the gold medal winner, Dhirendra Kumar from Veer Bahadur Singh P University, and for which I'd like to call upon Mr. Satish Kumar again to please come forward and present
we're seeing
him
the prize distribution ceremony, the medal ceremony for the men's pole vault event. Dhirendra Kumar from the Veer Bahadur Singh University with a height of 4.80, getting the gold medal, and Nana Sone, Bib 491, University of Madras, pocketing the silver with 4.70. And interestingly, I believe none of the others finished.
Very rarely do we see a bronze medal, position number 3 vacant. So a dream of a podium for the other competitors. What does it mean they did not clear any of the heights? Does it mean that? Because even if they clear a height, which is the start, someone gets a bronze medal, isn't it?
Well, not sure why this happened. And remains to be seen. But certainly what I can put it down to, certainly very, very poor performances. Something they won't be very happy about. And quite a few more events left for the day as we are winding down the clock. The Khelo India University Games, which was held over the last 10 days, including this day, across 5 centers of excellence all over Bangalore. And we are presently at the magnificent Kantirava Stadium, right in the heart of the city. And Milind knows more than just a way or two about his way around this city. He's been here a number of times. I have been here a few times. And Milind has been regaling us with his anecdotes. But of course, as it comes to the end, there's a sense of, you feel this always when there's a big event, a big ceremony, big occasion. When it goes off, as it winds down the clock, sort of felt a tinge of disappointment. But of course, there is the expectation of things to come in the future. And possibly we've seen some fabulous potential as far as these athletes are concerned. And we are now heading towards the women's triple jump. Meera Shibu on your screens from the University of Calicut. The national record still held by Mayuka Johnny 11 years back. Standing for a long time, 14.11. Meera Shibu should be targeting the Khelo India University Games record, 12.78, 2020. Off she goes, Meera. Wouldn't be a shade under 13, I guess.
Yes, commonly known as the hop, step and jump in our younger days. Now the popular name, of course, is the triple jump. That's the hop, step, and now into the jump. Starting off with 6 of the jumpers. Seen so much of Mayuka Johnny we have covered. The record of 14.11 meters she set in Kobe, Japan, 2011. So it's been there for 11 long years. Aishwarya PR of the Mangalore University, Karnataka. The triple jump, where once again, like the long jump, requiring both speed and the leg strength for good performances. And in many ways, it's very similar to the long jump, but the extra strength is required to perform the 3 consecutive phases: the hop, the step, and the jump. PR Aishwarya.
Oh, she pulls back. She pulls back. Looked initially good on momentum, but suddenly pulling back on time.
The winner of the bronze medal goes to Rekha from Mangalore University. I'd like to call upon
So this is the presentation of the heptathlon, is it? Or is it the shot put? The shot put there for women.
Congratulations on winning that one, Rekha. The winner of the silver medal, Jasmine B. Once again, that is from lovely professional university, Professor Rajesh Kumar. If you could please step forward and present.
Remember in the heptathlon, I remember someone asking me, has the athlete won 7 gold medals in the heptathlon? Because the listener or the viewer or the spectator watched the heptathlons going and winning 7 of the events. So automatically said, her event mein gold medal hota hai kya? So I had to correct and say, no, it's the heptathlon, which is a combination of 7 events. But here, this is the individual shot put for women.
Of course, and the proud champions, they'll be looking to take their game forward in the days to come, of course. As we watch the medal ceremony, a couple of more interesting events are going on at the same time. The men's high jump, requiring a very, very specific and precise skill sets. That's still on. And just a matter of time before I get to know who's been or who will become actually the high jumper of this competition. And a proud moment there for the athletes. This is exactly what they strive for over years in their quest for perfection. A bite of the middle. Of course, that's what, as you say, Milind, in pursuit of happiness, they certainly are. Their pursuit of happiness means at least they've got to one level. They've got the medal they desired.
The triple jump, P. Babisha of the University of Madras. Good run up there. Hit the board at the fastest speed. And during the 3 phases, the final phase, which was the takeoff, the hop step, and the jump, which you now see, not to perfection. In fact, you gain the greatest distance in all the 3 phases and land in the pit for a long jumper in the best position without falling back. And 445 is I Asha representing the Tamil Nadu Physical Education in the women's triple jump. In fact, there's so much written and said about the advantages of different ratios in the distances covered by the hop, step, and jump. The triple jumper, of course, needless to say, has to land on the same leg. That's important. You'll watch that final one where the triple jumper has to land on the same leg as she took off from the takeoff leg in the second phase, the step, and on both legs in the final phase, the jump. Anju Bobby George used to do both the triple and the long jump, but then found it obviously to decide that I need to take up one, and how well she continued to do that in the long jump. Lucky to see her in the top 8 in Athens in the 2004 Olympic Games. The World Championships in Helsinki, where she missed a podium by just a few fractions of a centimeter. Wonderful long jumper that she was. Started her career with the triple and the long jump. So along with the events which are on, and this is the presentation of the 200 meters for men held early in the morning, and that's the presentation of the 200 meters for men.
That's right, we saw a blistering race out there. Of course, we obviously have new champions in both the men's as well as the women's 200-meter dash. Very, very strong races there. And of course, we are in anticipation for the prize distribution ceremony for both these. In the women's event, we saw Duti Chand was literally upstaged, an outrun, as a new champion emerged with a blistering run. That was Priya Mohan and Vignesh from Mangalore University. There he is.
The bronze medal goes to Teffer Tesh Shetty from
T.
Mangalore
Shetty,
University.
highly regarded, Mangalore University, finishing off with the bronze medal.
Presenting him with the bronze medal. The winner of the silver medal is Shashikant Angadi from Bangalore University.
Shashikant
Once again,
Angadi
LB
stepping up
Lakshmikant Rathod will
to
be
collect his
presenting
silver
him
medal on the podium.
with the silver medal.
Accelerated towards the end and really chased the leader of the pack very well.
The gold medal.
Good finish there, creditable. But the gold medalist and crowned the champion, the 200 meters champion at the 2021 Khelo India University Games from the Mangalore University, Vignesh A. Blistering run there from Vignesh, pacing himself very, very well. Powerful strides, holding off for whatever thrust and power Angadi could exert on him in the final stages. His kick literally proving literally too strong right there at the end. Vignesh, of course, the champion, 100 meters champion, Shashikant Angadi with the silver, and Titesh Shetty from Mangalore University. So Mangalore doing a 1-3. Mangalore University picking up the gold and bronze. And of course, the silver picked up by Bangalore University. So it's basically all medals staying within the state. All medals staying within the state. A proud moment there. Bangalore University with the gold and bronze, and Mangalore University with the gold and bronze, with Vignesh and Titesh Shetty and Shashikant Angadi with the silver coming in from Bangalore University. Very well done, boys. It'll now be the big test as they go literally from being boys to men. They'll get into the big stage. They'll have lots of competition all across India and different levels of competition. And we come back again. This time to the women's triple jump. Babisha P, bib 479, University of Madras. Picture of concentration. Is she ready to rock it away? On the runway, taking a couple of steps backward. That's Babisha. Jersey 479. Picture of concentration. Deep breath. Waiting to exhale. And off she goes. Babisha. Oh, that's a jump. I think she's past 13, or will it be a shade under 13? But that was a substantially good jump there. Good, neat, very proper technique there. And that's the final lurch where she heaved herself over into the sandpit. We'll have to see. And we're still waiting for Babisha and how much she's achieved to come up. Milind?
So the triple jump is on. The high jump also being attempted at 2.14 by Asha. The triple jump, one continuous action from the first stride of the run-up to the final landing in the pit. And for the triple jumper, it's actually, as you now watch, it's good to divide it when you're actually being coached into separate phases of the run-up, the hop, the step, and the jump. The aim, of course, for this girl now, Meera Shibu of the University of Calicut, she'll try to establish the maximum horizontal speed for all the three phases of the triple jump. And we all know that in the triple jump, the distance jump depends largely on the run-up speed, and this phase is as important as the approach run in the long jump. Meera Shibu. The high jump bar has been raised to 2.15. So from the triple jump, we will also try to see the high jump, but right now it's the triple jump on. Meera Shibu. A good run up there. Started well on the same foot, then reached the speed and a clear one. So the high jump at 2.15. This is the triple jump with Meera Shibu of the University of Calicut.
Of course, seemed to be there in a bit of momentarily looked as if she'd withdrawn. And the first jump over 2.15, we can see from the other corner of the field. This is very, very interesting. The men's high jump, the bar has been raised to 2.15. That will be very, very interesting to watch. And of course, we are ready yet again for another medal ceremony. Even as the men's high jump competition seems to be hotting up, the bar has been taken up to 2.15. That's some height, certainly. And we also saw a short while back the heptathlon results.
Moving on to the presentations then. The winner
This
of
is
the
the men's
bronze
triple
medal,
jump.
Robinson Sekhar from Madurai Kamaraj
Krishna Singh,
University.
jump
I request
16:10.
Shri KJ
There he
Eskalsi
is.
to please step forward and
University of
present
Mumbai,
him with
that's where I studied.
Oh, now that gets Milind Bagle going. The University of Mumbai immediately makes a very, very happy
the winner
man.
of the
Started off
silver
with a
medal,
very good
Silva
jump,
Prabhu from
finishing off
Bhagavati
16.10.
Chaudhary.
That's a terrific
Once
jump. Good
again,
performance there.
KJ Eskalsi will
And
step forward.
all the while we see the winners, and of course, congratulations to them. This was a tough competition, 2 million.
And the big one this morning.
Yes,
the gold
surely
medal, Krishna
the
Singh,
triple
University
jump.
of Mumbai. Shri KJ Eskalsi will be doing the
Far,
honors.
far
presenting
different,
him
although
with
very
the gold
similar
medal.
to the long jump. But remember, you got to do it in 3 phases, and that's why it becomes that much more difficult. If you actually mess up on either of the 3, that's the hop, the step, and the jump, you could find yourself in a spot of bother. Once again, the same story, very sweet, the gold to the winner. And obviously the other 2 should be fairly happy with a podium finish, because when you have a podium finish, you know that you've done your bit to be standing there. That's the dream of every young boy and girl at whatever level. It could be the school meet and up to the national level and the international level. The high jump again. No. But here we are at the presentation of the triple jump. Mayuka Johnny, the big name in women's triple jump. Also,
And of course, the bar set very, very high, 2.15, which means certainly take it past the Khelo India University Games record of Adarsh Ram. The last try, we are waiting. We'll try and get you the pictures as soon as possible. It's possibly the last try, and if he does sail over, he'll certainly smash the record and set a new games record here in Bengaluru. He's tried gamely for a couple of times, not been able to sail over clearly. Both times heels clicking the bar. So this time though, possibly taking a jiffy, taking a small breather, finding the reserves inside. One big jump, one big high jump. That's all he needs to do, to sail over the bar. That's where he is. 2.15.
so we are there back to the preparation for the high jump. We're at 2.15. The big name there in the high jump, as I said, the man who trains at the University of Kansas, Tejaswin Shankar. But here we've got Deva Karthik of the University of Madras. He's the Lone Ranger in this field. The man who went to 2.8, went up to 2.12, 2.13, and now 2.15.
Yes, certainly another DK in the Indian sporting ecosystem. Deva Karthik this time round. 4.89 from the University of Madras. Long-limbed, of course.
High jumpers, I think it was Java Sotomayor who started that trend of the long socks. Any idea why do they wear the long socks?
I trust Milind to come up with this time. Good observation though. Milind will try and certainly do more on that. Javier Sotomayor certainly comes to mind with his long socks. All right, now DK. Deva Karthik hogging all the attention. Why shouldn't he? First 2 attempts, he's managed to nick the bar with his heel. His third and final attempt, 2.15. If he does so, he smashes the university record out here, the Khelo India University record, not the All India University record. That's 2.20. And the national record still at 2.29. Tejaswin Shankar, way back in 2018. 18. Limbering up, DK. All set. All eyes on him. The cameras have zoomed in on Deva, Karthik, and of course all the rest of the field, the competitors, they are egging him on. It's a wonderful sight to see. What a spectacle. There he goes. DK flies through. Oh, again he nicks the bar. Unfortunate. Game trier though. Well done, but certainly not the result he would have wanted for himself, Milind.
Oh yes, what a sight that was, that all the other high jumpers actually stood in one line to watch this boy attempt to 1.15. They started clapping the moment he was on the runway there, but sadly did not clear 2.15. So that is the end of the competition in the high jump, with victory there for Deva Karthik. As from the high jump, we will move to a presentation once again. 16 of the presentations of yesterday, and we are now going to the presentation of the 110 meters hurdles.
That's right, we are all set for the men's 110 meter hurdles. Champions to be awarded their medals. The event taking place yesterday, Vikas Kodke with the gold, Yashwant Kumar Laveti with the silver, and Krishik M with the bronze medal. And of course, they are here at the podium. A proud moment there. Vikas Kodke, 14.40 for the gold. Yashwant clocking 14.55. And first up, the bronze, Krishik M. Krishik M from the Vishveshwarya Technology University. 14.63, that's his timing. Kritik of the bronze. Loud round of applause for him there. And we are looking ahead to the 4x400 meter relays, which are going to come up very soon, very shortly, two of the marquee events there. With 14.55 from the Acharya Nagarjuna University, Yashwant Kumar Laveti, and of course, Vikas Kodke. Big congratulations from the Shivaji University, clocking 14.40. So there we have 1, 2, 3, a podium finish. Vikas Kodke, Yashwant Kumar Laveti, and of course, Krishik M standing atop the podium. We will have a few more medal ceremonies, of course, primarily among them the Heptathlon, a closely contested event there. The Heptathlon in the women's. Of course, Tanu, Pooja and Deepika clinching gold, silver and bronze respectively. Maria coming fourth. Big shocker there was Akshata. Didn't finish her event. And here we are with the 110 meter hurdles champion. Gold, silver and bronze. Absolutely wonderful achievement there for the young champions there. And we're all set in preparing for the relays, the relay events, which are all set to take place very shortly. We're looking at winding down the clock. And that's the starting line, 4x400 meter relay. Madurai Kamraj University, Tamil Nadu in 1, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar 2, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut 3, Bangalore 4, MGU Kottayam, Kerala 5, University of Calicut, Kerala 6, Punjab University in 7, and MGU, that's Maharshi Dayanand University in number 8. Milind, in the meanwhile, has gone for a break, and he's pretty significant there, 4x400 meter relay. And Milind has handed over the baton right now to Charu Sharma. Charu, welcome back. We're looking for another cracker of a final.
Thanks, Milind. Sanjeev, here we are, the final two events of the athletics program at the Khelo India University Games. We'll begin with the men's 4x400. and end with the women's 4x400. The last two medals to be won. I wonder if you have a list of all the universities that have done well, but many medals won by many universities here. It just goes on to show the depth of athletics around the country. I have some sort of an overall list, just to give people an indication. Jain University at the start of the day were leading with 17 golds, but overall again it was Punjab University who did win the first edition of the Khelo India University Games. Lovely professional. But all that's a little later. Let's go to the men's javelin throw medal ceremony. The men's javelin throw was held last evening under terrible conditions. It was raining copiously at that point of time. So they started and stopped and started again and stopped, and the grip was very difficult, the javelin grip. They kept drying it, kept going on with it. Game trials for sure, Sanjeev, but I felt for the athletes last evening that some of the events that were carrying on despite the heavy rain. One of them was javelin, and you could almost anticipate a high danger level, what with the thunder and lightning. But eventually they did conclude. Here are the medalists. Bronze first.
That's right, one of the very few events which had the competitors carrying on gamely, braving the incessant rain which suddenly struck Bengaluru in the process, bringing the temperatures down.
Izar Ahmed with the bronze, 66.62 meters. Kamar Ajay Raj Rana with 71.76. The silver. And Rishabh Nehra with his final throw, 76.64, winning gold for Dr. Ram Manohar Loya University. Professor Rajendra S. University, bronze, lovely professional silver. And the very last throw of the javelin competition amidst very trying wet conditions, Rishabh Nehra of Dr. Ram Manohar Loya throwing 76.64 to take gold.
Well done, the champions, of course, braving the elements. Of course, that was an added feature to this big fight in the javelin throw. And the medalists and the other participants did very, very well to brave the blistering rain, make sure the conditions didn't get the better of them, as we finally ended with the winning throw, which was certainly the last throw out there, Rishabh. And the proud winners being felicitated after collecting their medals, being awarded their medals. This is where they step onto the big stage, of course, and a lot more, well, surely will be expected from them. And the country knows that there's a newfound interest in javelin, more so specifically after Neeraj Chopra's fabulous achievement at the Rio Olympics. And certainly he has set the stage alight for the next generation of javelin superstars to come forward and make sure they have what it takes to make it to the big stage. We're at the end of the medal ceremony out here, and we'll soon cut across back to the men's 400 meter relay. And there we see, of course, we're literally at the starting point. Madurai Kamraj in 1, Guru Nanak Dev University 2, Chaudhary Charan Singh 3, Mangalore 4, MGO Kottayam 5, University of Calicut Kerala 6, Punjab University 7, and MDU, that's Maharishi Dayanand University in lane 8, Charu.
Back to our attention to the 4x400, the second last event in the athletics program. And because it's 4x400, it does look like we could have a little bit of separation, because the 4x100s go by very quickly and it's all just a blur. But it looks like we will get some breathing space in the 4x400. One lap each. To begin with, Madurai Kamraj University is going to be Ganesh Kumar for Guru Nanak Dev, Khan Sharoop for Chaudhary Charan, Sachin Kumar from Mangalore, Mahantez Helavi from Mahatma Gandhi. Anirudh will start for Calicut. Yabil Rush, Punjab University, Harpreet Singh and Maharshi Dayanand. Jatin. Almost ready. Those are the first runners. Of course, depends on your strategy, and strategy plays such an important part in all the relays. Do you get your best man in first? Do you get your best man in last? Sometimes the best or the fastest runner is number 3 to ensure that he gives you a sufficient lead for the fourth, the anchor, to finish it off. Well, we don't quite know all these athletes that closely, but looks like some of the better runners will certainly be starting first. Almost set. 4x400 for men.
And off they go, off to a blistering start. Madhuri Kamraj with a good start there, but Mangalore University, keep your eyes on lane 4 and MGU on lane 5, coming up right against each other, coming up from inside. Of course, Madhuri Kamraj going a little wide, but seems to be losing a little bit of seam at Guru Nanak Dev University, seems to be catching up. So is Punjab University right from the inside, Charu.
Well, looks like for me, University of Calicut is doing very well because they're on lane 6, and for them, Yabil Rush has started out really well. Of course, they might will because 400 is a bruising race. In fact, it's the man from the outside, Maharishi Dayanand Jatin, who continues to lead pretty handsomely at this point of time. And lane 7, lane 5 also right behind.
That's right, MDU passing the baton very swiftly, but of course MGU and University of Calicut, it could look to be a photo finish as far as these two batons are concerned. They've quickly passed on and switched lanes to take the lead. Of course, it seems that MDU is trailing at this point of time as we speak. University of Calicut, MGU, and of course Mangalore University coming hard right through the centre, Charu.
It's Mangalore University for me right now. Their number 2, Devaya, has taken the lead, and pretty handsomely so. 4 meters ahead of the nearest competitor. That's MDU coming in next. And very close thereafter, nothing to pick from. This is going to be a messy exchange. But Mangalore has done very well to open up that slight gap, and that will help us to go along because it's all in the exchange here after. Fabulous run by Mangalore's Devaya, who hands it over to Milan.
And Milan is off in a flash. MDU in hot in pursuit, but it seems that MDU seems to have been overtaken. A little bit of a delay there at exchange of the baton, and Mangalore University opening up gradually a substantial lead as they approach the penultimate bend, and it remains to be seen how much of reserves Mangalore has going into the final baton exchange. Of course, you can see the gap widening, but there coming in from the inside, Chaudhary Charan Singh, and of course University of Calicut hot in pursuit, and of course MDU seems to be struggling behind at this point of time, but Mangalore seems to be running for their lives, and it's just a matter of time if they can make sure that the baton exchange is perfect. Possibly they are gonna pick this up, Charu.
Well, the lead is whittling down. The others are catching up to Mangalore. They only have about 4 meters now. Not enough. We'll see what the next leg does for Mangalore. It's all very close thereafter for gold and silver. But Mangalore have started well. Remember, you can't burn yourself out. It's 400 meters. Sometimes the excitement gets the better of you. You begin hard and then start losing ground towards the end. On the back straight, they are beginning to catch up with Mangalore now, the rest of the pack, and it could all be very, very close hereafter.
Absolutely, Mangalore seems to be, of course, trying to keep the distance, but of course, the others seem to be catching up. There's a fair bit of movement at the end of the trail, and of course, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, and of course, Punjab taking long strides. Of course, Punjab coming in from lane 7. Of course, there seems to be a bottleneck out there, but Punjab this time has been, of course, overtaken, and it's long, hard strides. Mangalore simply reserving his last kick for the final one, and of course, he has done it. What a sensational, fabulous victory. Baton raised high in the air, Usain Bolt style, but finishing it off in style. Mangalore simply scorching the heat out here and making sure they did what they did right from the word go. Fabulous start and a brilliant, spectacular finish.
All smiles now for Mangalore University. Nihal, their anchor runner, did very well to stave off the competition. And it looked to me like Mahatma Gandhi University finished second. Johnny Erin doing really well. There he is from the outside, racing in, put in a fabulous anchor leg. And Mahatma Gandhi taking silver. It was a dash for the bronze, very close. We'll try and find out who it was, but all eyes, of course, on the winner, taking gold medal, Mangalore University. Mahantez, Devaya, Milan, Nihal. Devaya was particularly spectacular. There we go. A dash towards the end. and the bronze was settled only in the last 4 or 5 meters. All smiles, Bangalore University. Well done. One of the blue ribbon events of any athletics program. The 4x400 Mangalore take gold.
Absolutely fabulous performance there from the Mangalore team. Very good and efficient in passing the baton, establishing the early lead. And look at that, hard and strong coming right through the center. Of course, MGU trying literally very, very hard. Punjab from the outside. Chaudhary Charan Singh fading away. And of course, MDU, and look at that, pumping his chest with the baton and telling the entire world that look, here we are the champions here at the Khelo India University Games. And we cut back straight across to the Heptathlon prize distribution ceremony. And number 3, Deepika S. From the University of Madras, finishing credibly third with 4.542. On number 2, somebody who was in the lead and was supposed to win it possibly, Pooja, missing there by a whisker, 4.728 points. And number 1, put your hands together for the new champion, the new Heptathlon champion at the KIUG, Tanu, finishing it off with 4.805, over nearly 80-point difference. And Pooja, very, very super finish there from Tanu, Pooja, and of course Deepika. Remember, we had at least 6 different winners of the 7 events in the heptathlon, but in the end it seemed to be Tanu who had started very, very strongly and finished on top of the leaderboard on day 1, managing to make sure her lead stayed intact, Charu.
Well, it's a big accolade. Applause for the best all-round female athlete here at the Khelo India University Games. And Tanu it is. Not much of a lead, but just sufficiently over Pooja. Over 6 events, they battled really hard. And that 800, of course, was the decider. Tanu, Pooja, Akshata with the medals, Karnataka State Law University. Akshata started out really well in the 110-meter hurdles, the first event, and did reasonably well. Was it Deepika then? Okay. Well, Deepika, congratulations. But let's save our best for Tanu. Tanu, congratulations, best female all-round athlete at the Khelo India University Games. That's quite a feather in the cap of any athlete.
Absolutely, and we cut back across now of the women's 4 into 400 meter relay. And of course, this is also another strong field expected to scorch the track. Madurai Kamraj and 2, Punjab University Patiala and 3, MGU Kottayam Kerala 4, Maharshi then in the University 5, University of Calicut from Kerala 6, Veer Bahadur Singh Purval Chandra University 7, and Bharatidasan University in number 8. Of course, seems Guru Nanak Dev University are no longer part of this competition. And as you were mentioning, a very, very close encounter, one which we've all enjoyed while calling the action, has been the heptathlon for women. And it was a little bit of a surprise when Akshata, who was still in the reckoning for a podium finish, Charu, actually did not take part in the 800-meter run.
Yeah, well, that's how it crumbles once in a while. We thought she was a particularly good athlete on the track, but I think the throws let her down a bit. But let's focus on the next event, our last event of the athletics program, the 4x400 for women. A bit of a surprise that we don't have any university from Bangalore or even Mangalore who did so well. There's Madurai, Punjab University expected to do well, Mahatma Gandhi, Maharishi, University of Calicut, always a favorite in athletics events, Veer Bahadur Singh University and Bharatidasan. I wonder if I were to take a punt, I'm certainly thinking Punjab University in lane 3, watch out for them. Madurai Kamraj, not bad, and of course Mahatma Gandhi University, who took silver in the 4x400 for men, could also be doing reasonably well in the women. So 7 lanes are up. Just before that, though, we'll have another medal ceremony. We couldn't quite show you the event, we apologize, but here are the short put winners. This just finished today. Today, a little earlier on, was the short put contest.
Will be stepping forward and presenting him with a bronze medal. The winner of the silver medal, Samardeep Singh Gill from Bhagavati University. Once again, Mr. Sanjay Sanskrit presenting
This
him with
event
an
was
award.
held earlier today, about an hour ago.
And the winner of the
But,
gold medal.
unfortunately, we were unable to show it to you, but here is the gold medal winner.
Chandra Singh University.
Biggest
Mr. Sanjay
throw
Sanskrit presenting
of
him
the
with
Khelo
gold
India
medal.
University
Thank you
Games.
so much, Mr. Sanjay.
This was a pretty close affair, and of course the three fighting it out right till the end before we saw the champion emerge. And of course things look good as far as this particular discipline is concerned. Seems to be what do they do when they go to the next stage, because no longer after the university days over, when they participate for their state, do the nationals and different other divisional meets, it remains to be seen in the face of possibly different and stronger competition how they fare, and that's what will test how good they are at the big level. It's not really about how good you perform, but how good you hold yourself together mentally on the big stage, Charu.
Well, the big boys can barely fit onto the number one spot on the podium. We'll have to stand at an angle. But well done, takes a lot of effort. Luckily, of course, the conditions were a lot better today, and they didn't have to face any adverse conditions in the throwing circle, the putting circle. No new record, though, I believe. Also had the hammer throw gone really well today. Of course, a lot of the hammers crashed into the cage. They had to repair the cage at one point of time. But then, of course, it concluded well for Damneet Singh. Almost set now for the 4x400 women's relay. To remind you, Madhura Kamraj in lane 2, Punjabi University 3, Mahatma Gandhi University 4. Watch out for these three inside laners. Maharshi Dayanand, who've done very well in athletics, in lane 5. Lane 6, University of Calicut, also a potential favourite. Veer Bahadur Singh in number 7 and number 8, Bharatidasan University. From lane 3, that's Punjabi University, Simarjit Kaur to begin for them. Yugadi to begin for Madurai Kamraj University. Bismi to begin for Mahatma Gandhi. For the University of Calicut, Sheila. And for Bharatidasan on the outside lane, Durga will begin.
Which means there's no one in 7. Nobody in 5. So 6 universities will be battling for the title.
Yeah, so let's just confirm there are only 5 now. There's no lane 7, Veer Bahadur Singh, and no lane 5, Maharshi Dayanand also not taking part. So we only have Madurai Kamraj in 2, Punjabi in 3, Mahatma Gandhi in 4, University of Calicut in 6, and in 8, Bharatidasan University. That's 5 of them competing in the 4x400. And that makes it closer still. I'm not so sure lane 8 may do so well. I'm taking a bit of a call here, but very close between the other 4, Madurai Kamraj, Punjabi, Mahatma Gandhi, and University of Calicut. Could make it a real contest for the medals. The conditions much hotter now. The sun's out in full force. And, it's only 1 lap though, so I'm sure the girls can suffer the heat for one 400-meter lap. Shri Yugadi will begin for Madurai Kamraj, for Punjabi, Simarjit Kaur for Mahatma Gandhi, Joseph Bismi, and University of Calicut, Sheila. Jamshila.
So we're all set now. The women are on their marks, ready to do battle for one last time, the final event of athletics on day 10.
So much about athletics as individual. It's only in the relays that we see the power of team play, and this one is for the university. Nothing about the individual here. Of course, some runners are much better than the others, particularly the anchors, I should imagine, for some of them.
And off they are, off to a good start. And of course, we can see Madurai Kamraj has got a pretty good start out there. But University of Calicut coming on strongly, long strides there for, of course, we can see University of Calicut and Veer Bahadur Singh, of course, into struggling to gather momentum. And there we see coming in from the inside, taking over. And this could be a tricky one as they near the first bend and they're ready to finish their lap and pass on the beaten. This is a cracker of a race, and it's going to be a big lead there, as we can see, literally steaming away and running away from the rest of the field. That's the University of Calicut. What a lap she's been running, and let's see if anyone else can catch up with her.
Well, Jamshila has run a fantastic opening leg for the University of Calicut. In lane 3, we've got Punjabi University. Well, they're a good 7 meters behind, and behind them, Mahatma Gandhi in 3rd. We'll see how they carry on hereafter, of course, when they all bunch into the inside lane. That's when we'll get to know what's going on. Punjab University is running a fantastic second leg. Kiranjot Kaur has taken over. And for Mahatma Gandhi now, a bit of a problem. They're well behind. Punjab University racing ahead through Kiranjit Kaur. Wow, what a turnaround here.
Absolutely, a stunner of a lap there from Kiranjit Kaur, steaming ahead of the rest of the pack. Calicut, University of Calicut was initially being in the lead, obviously losing out a lot of steam, and MDU and MGU, they're struggling to stay afloat. But as we see, this has been a streamer of a lap there from Punjab University. Kiranjit Kaur, slowly we can see the others trying to catch up. University of Calicut trying to make a brief comeback. Of course, it seems they're struggling as they're nearing the time to pass on the baton. But Punjab finishing off very, very strongly, and remains to be seen how the third runner takes it away. Off we go. Urta Punjab, literally.
Well, in a manner of speaking, Tanveer running the third leg for Punjab University, well ahead now. It's a really tough contest for bronze and silver, as we probably see Mahatma Gandhi University being taken over by Madurai Kamraj University for silver. But that's a very close race, and of course there's one more lap still to go after this. Punjab University about 40 meters ahead, and it doesn't look to me like they're going to give that lead up. Running the last leg for them is also a core. Not too sure about the name, says the same Kiranjot, but I'm sure it's somebody else.
That's right, in the Khelo India University Games record, MGU 3:48.12. It looks like Punjab's going to smash it any time. What a sensational third lap. They've been having a terrific. Initially, they were a little bit behind the University of Calicut, but the way they picked up the pace, and look at the runner, she's grimacing, but of course, she makes sure that she's going to pass it on, and off she goes, at least 40 meters ahead of University of Calicut, who are finally struggling to pass on the baton, and of course, there'll be a flash. They'll be off in a sprint, 2 and 3, running neck to neck, but Punjab are way, way ahead, and it seems literally impossible who will catch up with them unless there is a miracle out there.
University of Calicut right now at second. They had a good exchange, the final exchange, but out front, it's Punjab University way ahead. Look at that terrific battle for second and third. For the moment, University of Calicut about just a step ahead. We'll see what happens at the finish, but no one's going to stop Punjab University from picking up the final gold medal here at the athletics track, the 4x400. Striding ahead under no pressure at all. She doesn't need to sprint, knows that she has a very healthy lead, yet for pride of performance, you want to run as quickly as possible. Punjab University finishing in gold medal. Big race on for silver, but it looks like it's going to be University of Calicut over their opponents. Mahatma Gandhi taking bronze. Punjab University, congratulations, taking the final gold with relative ease.
Absolutely, what a super sensational team effort there from the Punjab women out there. Initially, they were way behind with the University of Calicut flying away to a very, very strong start, but they came inside very fast, and of course, all the four of them literally flying through. And what a performance there, at least 30 to 35 yards between them and the runners-up and the bronze medalists. What a fabulous performance there from the Punjab women to cap off the grand day of athletics. In fact, day 3 and the last day of athletics here. This is indeed the last medal round, and look, there we go. A wind in her hair, and what a lot of strength in her stride as she wanted to finish it off. Not a single look of discomfort, not a tinge of pain or suffering on her face as she burst through. It's difficult conditions, it's pretty hot out here, and she made sure she was in her stride, a perfect stride. Her arms are running along her body, perfect positioning in place, and nobody could be seen nowhere close to her as she didn't even have to dip in, bursting off and finishing off. What a grand performance there, Charu. A grand way to start and a grand way to end. A grand spectacle, exactly which we expect from sport.
Punjabi University all smiles. Yes, Sanjeev, we've had a very crowded program this morning, just trying to avoid what could possibly be evening rain yet again here in Bangalore. But yesterday, of course, the schedule completely torn apart. And I feel for the organizers, for all the officials who were standing out in that torrential rain trying to move the program along. The Javelin guys, we just saw their medal ceremony a short while back. And they also performed under very trying conditions. But in the end, it's all hopefully worth it, especially, of course, if you have a medal, as the Punjabi University girls do, a gold. University of Calicut taking silver, and Mahatma Gandhi University taking bronze here in the final event, the 4x400 meters relay for women. Some more photographs. I'm sure they'll remember it 10, 20, 40, 50 years from now, saying, wow, we were there in Bangalore at the Khelo India University Games. And look at this photograph of mine. We won a medal. And of course, we hope that they all carry on and do good things in the world of athletics. But that ends our program here. There will be more medal ceremonies, and we'll try and give you an official send-off from the athletic stadium. Lots of other events going on around Bangalore, all reaching a bit of a crescendo. And at the end of it all, we'll see who's going to be the Khelo India University Games champion in terms of university performance. Punjab University was that last time around, defending champions overall. I think Jain has started out really well because of the work in the pool, but there are so many other events going on. A bit of an unfair almost advantage because of the number of events in the pool. If you do well there, then you're likely to do very well overall. But here are the girls having run their heart out. This is the Mahatma Gandhi University girls finishing in bronze position, just behind University of Calicut, who ran a fabulous last leg. The exchange also was very good. In fact, MGU was a little ahead of the University of Calicut. But at the exchange, the last girl, Aarti, I think running for the University of Calicut, took over and never looked back. But Punjabi University taking gold.
Absolutely. And Punjabi University finishing off with a flourish. Of course, Jain University, as we speak, are ahead on the medals count as far as the gold medal tally is concerned. But Punjabi University, and of course, Punjabi University possibly have more medals in aggregate. And now, what a magnificent way to say goodbye to athletics on day 3 of the athletics competition here at the spectacular Kanti Rawa Stadium, something which I've been wishing to visit for a while now and finally getting the chance. And I'll also remember for a pretty long time that I was there. I was here trying to call the action as accurately as I could from a distance, alongside the voice of Indian sport, Charu Sharma, as well as Milind Wagle. And of course, Trupti Murgunde was quietly sitting in a corner, possibly after a late breakfast, taking in the super sensational action. And of course, we have seen some fabulous races earlier this day. And what a way to end a 400 meters relay for women. Punjab University literally coming in from behind to not only pip, but to beat University of Calicut by more than just a small, substantial distance. And of course, it'll be anybody's pick if you can dare say who would be your pick for these games. You would be your pick as far as athletics is concerned. There have been a number of spectacular performances. But one must say, without taking anything away from any of the winners, and that includes the magnificent Pavitra Venkatesh in women's pole vault. One has to say, Priya Mohan has been the outstanding performer this morning. The 19-year-old youngster from Jain University, of course, upstaging Duti Chand, the reigning champion in the 200 meters sprint final. And what a burst it was, of course. And the way they won, of course, that was something. And of course, right now we cut across again to the men's 400 meter relay prize distribution ceremony. 1, 2, 3 are here to go, and so is Milind Wagle. Beg your pardon, Milind Wagle, ready to rumble.
Milind Wagle will be a very happy man, the former Mumbai cricket captain. And here we are for the presentation of the 4 by 100 meters relay, where the gold went to the Mangalore University. But we'll first come to the bronze, the University of Madras, a combination of Jackson Bowie, P. Nilesh, and along with him was P. Santosh and Harish. They clocked 41.52. The 4 by 100 meters relay, a combination of 4 of the best out there in every team. And it doesn't really matter if you are the best, but you need to be a good team person. So the bronze there going to the University of Madras, and followed there by the Bharatiya University taking the silver, combination of Talema Selvan, Danesh Adit and Thangavel, along with Tamilarasu. They clocked 21.45 to take the silver, and they get their medals, the silver. And the winners of the gold medal in the 4 by 100 meters here in the men is the Mangalore University. They will now take the podium, and they do that with a combination of Sijan, Abhin Devadiga, and T. Shetty, with Vinesh as the anchor. They clocked 40.76 to take the gold. This was the event held yesterday evening. Remember, today was the 4x400 meters. Yesterday was the 4x100 meters.
And of course, Melinda, a great way to end the day and, of course, end the campaign. Of course, there's a feeling, a change of sadness among all the athletes present here. Of course, the officials said this has been a grand send-off as far as this event is concerned. A few more events are still happening all around the city, but literally we are at the fag end of the Khelo India University Games 2021, a 10-day affair here in Bengaluru. And, of course, it's been a very, very satisfying experience for all of us, and including the athletes who have made sure that they realize the potential. Some may not have. They certainly will get a second chance. But what it has done is certainly across disciplines has shown us a fair amount of talent who are ready for the big stage. And keeping in mind 2024, Paris 2024, the Olympics is due in just about a little over 2 years. This is a big year in itself. We have the Commonwealth Games. We've got the Asian Games coming up sometime in the middle of the year. And of course, Melinda, this sort of sets the tone for the flurry of athletics and Olympic sport, which we are going to witness. And of course, now, for all of us who watch this Khelo India University, we know that we have a considerable bench strength as far as the big stage is concerned. Depends to be seen how they take it further.
The other big event coming up very shortly in the month of June will be the World University Games in Chengdu, China, which is where these athletes, or some of them will at least head for. The travel agents must already be given their passports after they won the gold and the silver medals. Normally it's the first two who go on to represent the country at any event, and I'm sure there'll be a reserve. So the first two, the gold and the silver, would be eyeing and start packing their bags onto Chengdu, China for the 2022 World University Games. The last games were held in Naples, and I remember reading some of the names there, and one name in particular in swimming, Zach Apple, who is a member of the 4x100 meters US swimming relay team, as also an individual medal winner. He was amongst the medals at the last World University Games. So some of these nations, the youth go on to represent their nation at the highest level at the Olympic Games or the World Championships. A wonderful view of the Sri Kantirva Stadium here in Bangalore. Not many skyscrapers around except those 5 or 6 in the background. As the next presentation will also take place, which will be the men's hammer throw. While we have come to the end of the actual events of the day, the men's hammer throw, which took place today. So we have another 4 or 5 presentations to be done before the curtain comes down on the fabulous 3-day event, the athletic events here at the Sri Kantirva Stadium.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Khelo India University Games 2021.
So coming up is the presentation ceremony of the hammer throw for men.
Welcome, Mr.
an event. The event was held this morning, and as the athletes are escorted to the center to receive their medals and the goodies. There is going to be no activity. Remember, the last event, which is the 4 by 100 meters for 4 by 400 meters correction for women, got over. As we now look at the big men. In fact, one of them is the big man. The others two short but big, broad shoulders. That's what you require for the hammer throw. And the hammer throw, which where the
winner of the bronze medal, Jaychand from Maharaja Ganga
bronze medal
Singh
there.
University. I request Mr. Somnath Malik to please step forward and present him with the bronze medal. The winner of the silver medal,
So the hammer, which is conducted from an area which has got a netting around to make sure that the hammer does not, if it goes awry, then you could have a possibility of injury. So, and the hammer throw, like the shot put and the discus, contested by the big men with broad wrist, big shoulders.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somnath Malik.
So the gold medal there, the silver and the bronze. The goodies now being awarded to the 3 of the athletes in the hammer throw. The medal perhaps tasting much more sweeter than the box of sweets that they have been given. But nevertheless, this has been very unique, where a box of sweet has been given at every venue to every winner. Very happy picture there, the winners of the men's hammer throw.
Well, thanks once again for joining us here on the track at the Khelo India University Games, where the Sri Kantirava Stadium, the athletics program has just ended, but not our memories. We've collected some fantastic memories. I'm here with Tripti. Tripti, just some of the action today, of course, it was frenetic action because after yesterday's rain, they had to fit everything in as quickly as possible. Fearing more rain this afternoon, we had a really tight program this morning.
Well, yes, I think everybody was looking much colorful, and I think everybody was prepared to, come out and do their best after yesterday's halt. But I was really happy with Vignesh's performance, who's from Mangalore University. He won the 200 meters finals today. But if you remember a day ago when we interviewed him, how elated he was that this is my first gold medal, and there he goes with another one. So I think these are some of the good memories to see. And again, Priya Mohan clinching her second gold today. Against Duti Chand. She was racing against Duti Chand. I think those are some good moments, what we saw today. If we have to even talk about yesterday, even though there was rain and the weather was not with us, we've had the Komal Jagdale doing very well, breaking her own record in the steeplechase 3,000 meters. Again, Prince Mishra as well. So I think some fabulous moments in athletics.
You remember a lot of details, I must say. But the moment of the day for especially the Bangalore crowd, because she has a lot of local support here, was certainly Priya Mohan winning the 200 over whom? Over Duti Chand, who of course is our big sprinting star. So that was a very special memory for Priya particularly. Her entire family was here, the rest of her friends and her coach, of course, they were all elated. So maybe this girl's got a big, bright future. We'll see as she goes along. I'm sure her coach will ensure that she moves steadily but swiftly. Also, yesterday's memory was a little special because of all the rain that came down. I think in 2 hours, the amount of rain came down, maybe all of May's rain in 2 hours. It really disrupted our schedule. And you felt that competitively, it might have been a little awkward because athletes prepare for a certain time to try and give their best. And then the schedule gets shaken up. Yesterday, there were people in the starting line several times, had to be pulled back in again. So in that sense, I suppose a little of that joy would have been marred. But overall, of course, they would have all been delighted to be here. Now, the final event of the day today was a 4x400 for women. And the winners, Punjabi University, are here with us. So what we'll do is we'll have a quick chat with the 4 women. Here they are. Join me right in the middle. Come in front. Come on. You guys are the winners. Well done, you too. Okay, congratulations to you all. One of you, I believe you were not too well. I hope you're okay now. थोड़ी तबीयत खराब हो गई थी. आगे आओ, डरती क्या हो? हिंदी में बात कर रहे हैं. तबीयत ठीक हो गई अब?
ठीक है अभी.
तो क्या थोड़ा बहुत नर्वसनेस था या तबीयत पहले से ही खराब थी या क्या हुआ?
वैसे ही अभी खराब हुई.
कोई बात नहीं. We'll try and talk to the others. आप थोड़ा recover कीजिए. All right. Who ran the second leg? There you go. Ms. Kaur, Karanjot Kaur, right? Fantastic. Kiranjot, that's where you took over the lead. Talk us through, क्योंकि जब बैटन एक्सचेंज हुआ था आप थोड़ा सा पीछे थी, लेकिन उसके बाद बहुत बढ़िया 400 meters रहा. Would you mind passing the microphone?
कैसे आपका प्रिपरेशन कैसे रहा? जैसे आपने जो स्विच ओवर किया, तभी आपको क्या चल रहा था आपके माइंड में?
नाइस फाइन. मन में तो कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा था, तो
बस दौड़ना है और जीतना है. ऑन दैट नोट, आपने लास्ट लेग भागा था. आपको क्या लग रहा था? आपका लीड तो बहुत आगे था, तो आप क्या आराम से भाग रही थी या फिर अपना रिकॉर्ड कुछ ब्रेक करने की?
हाँ, हमें था कि हम अपना खेलो यूनिवर्सिटी का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, क्योंकि उसका रिकॉर्ड इजी था. हमने इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी में भी अच्छा किया था, तो हमें था कि हम रिकॉर्ड बना सकते हैं.
Okay, this is a relay is a team game. वैसे एथलेटिक्स में हमेशा कुछ इंडिविजुअली चलता रहता है, लेकिन रिले में क्या है कि सबके साथ यूनिवर्सिटी का एक मेडल हुआ सबके साथ, तो कुछ ऐसा लगता है कि भाई अपने टीममेट्स को लेट डाउन नहीं करना है. आज तो करना ही अपने लिए नहीं, लेकिन सब बाकी सबके लिए, यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए.
ऐसा होता है. अभी हमें सबने एक टीम में दौड़ रहे हैं, तो सबका मेडल आ गया अगर हम सब दौड़ लगाएंगे.
और एक दूसरे का हौसला कैसे बढ़ाती हैं आप लोग? जैसे कि अगर किसी की तबीयत ठीक ना हो तो भाई देखो आज तो करना ही है.
हम एक दूसरे को अचीवमेंट करते हैं. अभी अब तो हम दौड़ना ही है, हमारा चांस है, इसीलिए हम सब दौड़ते हैं.
बहुत बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स हैं जहाँ कभी बैटन गिर गया या कुछ एक्सचेंज ठीक नहीं हुआ, तो वो एक बहुत बढ़िया एक कला है, एक स्किल है. तो उसके लिए आप कितना ट्रेन करती हैं? अगर मैं आपसे बात कर सकूँ, थोड़ा आप रिकवर कर गई हो तो, या किसी आगे तो आइए, पीछे चली जाती हैं. कम ऑन, वेल डन. अच्छा सिमरजीत, यू द अमाउंट ऑफ ट्रेनिंग दैट गोज बैटन एक्सचेंज के लिए.
400 मीटर में इतना बैटन एक्सचेंज की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती जितनी 100 मीटर्स में पड़ती है. तो हमने कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं करी थी इसकी, बस हम लोगों को बहुत इजीली मतलब इसमें एक्सचेंज हो जाता है.
Actually, you make a good point. That's much more in the 4x100, where the baton exchange takes a lot of prominence. Not here so much. तो आपका ये पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए सबसे बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस रहा गोल्ड मेडल, या पिछली बार क्या हुआ था भुवनेश्वर में?
ऑल इंडिया में भी हमारा गोल्ड मेडल था.
तो ये तो बहुत छोटी चीज़ है.
पर इस बार हमने प्रोग्रेस की है. पिछली बार हमने 46 लगाई थी, अब हमने 43 लगाई है.
हाँ जी, इस बार हमने रिकॉर्ड बनाया.
कुछ गोल था टाइमिंग के हिसाब से कि भाई इतना करना है या उतना नहीं है और बेहतर करना है?
हम लोगों ने रिकॉर्ड देखा था कल रात को, और हम लोगों ने जब अपनी परफॉर्मेंस देखी थी वहाँ पे तो उसके बाद में था कि अब हम रिकॉर्ड ही बनाएंगे।
अच्छा देखिए, हम कहते रहते हैं एक रिले, एक टीम स्पोर्ट है वगैरह वगैरह, लेकिन जो आपके कॉलीग हैं, मित्र हैं, जिनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी ढीली है, उनके लिए आप क्या करेंगे अब?
इसकी तबीयत इसके खाने की वजह से ढीली हो गई है।
ज़्यादा खा के या कम?
कम खा के।
खाती है
ये क्या सुन रहे हैं भाई? ये ठीक बात नहीं है। तो बोलो। Very shy. कोई बात नहीं। बाकी टीममेट्स हैं, उन्होंने कवर किया। तृप्ति, anything else?
I think they're all very happy with the performance, and I think they're all, I think, as you said, you know, it's a team work, but eventually you all have to be together. आपको अभी कैसा महसूस हो रहा है ये जीतने का?
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा हो रहा है।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल। कुछ टीममेट्स भी हैं, लेकिन कंपटीशन भी होगा। Who is the fastest 400 meters आप चारों में से? चलो बोल ही दो आज।
सिमरन।
जो खाती नहीं वो सबसे तेज है। कोई बात नहीं। Congratulations to all four of you, and you won the last gold medal. Must be a wonderful feeling. थोड़ी गर्मी भी ज़्यादा है. We'll let you go, and good luck. थोड़ा खा लो जाके. All right. Okay. All the best. Bye bye. Tripti, final memories, of course. We talked about some of the memories today, but we've had a 3-day program, and for me, somehow, I'm just joking, but the heavy rain yesterday was the biggest memory. All of us went helter-skelter for cover. But otherwise, a 3-day program, great for athletics. We saw some wonderful... Yesterday in the Javelin, amidst that rain carnage, I forget his name, though, threw 76 out in his last throw. So sometimes, of course, you come out very special performances. Today, Deva in the high jump tried for an All India University's record at 2:15. Couldn't quite make it. Well, Khelo India record. But good to see young talent coming through all the time because of games such as these.
Yes, absolutely. I think, I mean, for me, it was also a learning, you know, for us, it's being an indoor sport, but in outdoor sport, when it rains, especially in the athletics, the game has to still go on up to a particular amount of rains. But the kind of mental strength you required, you know, to again make a comeback because you prepare at a particular time and you line up all your activities based on that, and then something like the rain, which hampers everything. And I think I really give credit and the effort to all the athletes who have participated in this Khelo India Games.
Oh, you make a good point. I mean, the kind of effort that goes in, and then you have to sort of reset if you take a short break because of either the starting problems yesterday or the rain or whatever else. Very tough for these people. But they've come from around the country. 189 universities took part, or is still taking part, in the Khelo India University Games. It's a massive organizational effort. We've got to compliment not only the Government of India, Sports Authority of India, but also Jain University, the host university, who've done very well in the pool, and we'll see what the final tally will be. That leaves only one day. That's tomorrow. That's the closing ceremony. And just before the closing ceremony, of course, we'll have the final of the Kabaddi competition here in the Khelo India University Games. But for now, Tripti, on your behalf, on my behalf, and of course all the rest of the commentators and the production team, thank you so much for being with us. I think there may be a couple more presentation ceremonies, or maybe not, they're all through. So this is our final goodbye from the Athletic Stadium. More events still to come. In fact, there are 2 more medal ceremonies, so we'll show you those as well, because every medal, every participation deserves attention, and why not the medal ceremony? Tripti, thank you so much. Enjoyed your company.
Same here, feelings mutual. Thank you, Charu.
All right. By then, just a couple of medal ceremonies, and then we'll take you to the rest of the events here in Bangalore at the Khelo India University Games. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage.
Athletes were... Jump women, 20 kilometers walk women, the triple jump women, 3,000 meters steeplechase men, the high jump men, the 4x400 meters relay men, the 4x400 meters relay women, and the 4x100 meters relay women. Requesting all these winners to kindly assemble there near the victory ceremony arena. As and when you're called out, you can report for the victory ceremony. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Khelo India University Games 2021-2022. And it is with great privilege that I welcome our dignitaries.
The presentation ceremony for one more event, and that's the high jump for men. Sanjeev, we've had a long morning, 6:15 to 11:30, and perhaps another 15-20 minutes, about 5-6 hours of coverage out here in the morning. But everything has gone on so smoothly as far as we are concerned in the commentators box. It's always good to be a part of a team of commentators, share knowledge, participate in whatever you're really discussing out here. You may be lacking in a few things, but at the end of the day, I think if you share knowledge, you continue to learn that much more.
That's right. Been a privilege to be alongside you and Charu, specifically over the past 3 days, Milind. And of course, Milind Wagle, a man for all seasons, all sport. Mr. Encyclopedia, one has to say. And of course, we here at the men's high jump medal ceremony, Piedar Shrika Kolapu from Acharya Nagarjuna University with the bronze. Swadhin Maji with from the Sambalpur University. He cleared a height of 2.04 for the silver. And the gold medal, ladies and gentlemen, all of you watching together, put your hands together for the champion. Another DK, brand DK, establishes yet again in this Indian sporting world. This time it's Deva Karthik from the University of Madras with a fabulous effort of 2.08. He did make a brave final effort as he wanted to go and clear 2.15. Of course, he was unsuccessful, but to watch it at the end was spectacular, as all the other 7 finalists who had already been knocked out of contention for the gold medal were standing there together, applauding and cheering Deva on. A very brave performance there from Deva. Unfortunately, thrice he clicked the bar, twice with his hips, once with his heel, and unfortunately falling short. But what they certainly proved as this entire, the essence of the Khelo India University Games has been in totality, that the youth power is here, Generation Next is here, and this is where Indian sport belongs. We are set to rise as a sporting superpower. Of course, they might sound to be high-sounding words, but it'll take a bit of time. All you need to do is give them your support and your attention, and of course, things will be on their way. We've seen some fabulous performances. You've seen some magnificent performances, Milind, in the pool. I've seen the Jamia boys, crashing out to defeat right at the end in the Punjab University, Arvinder Singh, all of 6'8", making that final shot. We've seen some spectacular hockey from the Punjab women, from the Mysore University, I-Team Gwalior, and of course, athletics. You look at the likes of Pavitra Venkatesh, and also the story of this day, right on the last day, Duti Chand stunned, and what a big upset, and that's going to be the biggest headline tomorrow.
You actually took that away from my mouth, beat me to it, absolutely fair and square. But yes, the name which I'm sure amongst a lot of the others also, it's not only her, but a lot of the others, but Priya Mohan certainly beating Duti Chand. She trains, I'm told, under the guidance of one of the finest athletes and one of the finest human beings that I have met in sports. Not that the others are not, but she's such a wonderful girl. And Anju Bobby George, under whose tutelage she is, I'm sure she must be going up the ladder in due course of time. And if she beat Duti Chand today, the favorite, speaks volumes of her talent, passion and determination.
Absolutely. It's been a wonderful, it's been a privilege. And our heartiest thanks on behalf of all the commentary, the entire commentary panel out here. Our heartiest thanks to the Sports Ministry, the Government of Karnataka, Khelo India, the concerned officials, all the universities, and more specifically, the host, Jain University of Karnataka. The hosts, very, very gracious hosts, and everything was picture perfect. In fact, yesterday, when we were in the eye of a storm, literally, as it started raining down the ballasts, and it was raining down, pounding down hard. In the evening, we were all taken by surprise in Bengaluru at the Kantirava Stadium. The ground staff ensuring they made sure they stretched every muscle, every nerve, and made sure that everything was back on track, Milind. And that was, in totality, captured the spirit of these games.
It was not only, as we now come to the women's 20-kilometer walk, the presentation. And as you mentioned that, with the presentation out there, the other noteworthy feature, it was not only the officials who did the work to make sure that the tracks were clean, the outfield was clean, the long jump pit was clean and of water, but I saw a lot of the ladies, the labor, who perhaps had nothing to do with this. You know, they were meant to clean the inside of the stadium, but they were out there sweeping with the broom and clearing the water. Just goes to show that every single person here in the stadium wanted the games to go on after 2 hours. No one said, we'll call it a day and come back tomorrow. They all wanted to enjoy the second day of track and field.
Absolutely, and of course we've had some wonderful support from these youngsters who've come all the way, traveled all the way from IIMC, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi, and they have been absolutely spot on the coin, literally at our beck and call, and for a terrific cause. They've been on the coin, providing us with the statistics, with the timings, the team sheets, the scorecards, and without a complaint. And even in trying conditions, while the athletes face trying conditions, this was a trial by fire for these young journalists and advertising and PR professionals. And I'm sure they'll have learned a lot from this event, and they garner a lot from this event and go from strength to strength as they move on ahead in life. So a big thank you to all of them on behalf of all the entire commentary panel.
Yes, I did not have that opportunity 47 years back. And that opportunity with this youth which has got out here, you mentioned these young boys and girls, they have gone on to do a wonderful job. And this, as I said, I didn't have 47 years back when I started in the world of broadcasting. And today, if this opportunity has come to them, they must grab it with both hands because this is the youth of this wonderful nation and the future.
And absolutely, just keeping in sync with the tongue-in-cheek humor, which Milind, of course, engages with all of us. He's been the life of the commentary box. Milind must say, you need to stop repeating about your 47-year-old commentary status, because that means a lot of people might as well target you. Just come on, he's like a veteran, etc. Because Milind is young at heart, and age is just a number, and we believe Milind still is the youngest of us. And of course, it's been a privilege, a learning experience to learn so much from you. And of course, in the near future, we expect to work together again, where we'll get Milind to share his lovely insights and those wonderful anecdotes. And more importantly, I hope you've liked our coverage here on the official broadcaster, Doordarshan, and the Sports Ministry. Thank you very, very much for making sure this event went off without a hitch. The government of Karnataka, the office of the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and of course the government of Karnataka, and the very, very gracious hosts, Jain University, who I believe, I might say, again, Riley, are not as good hosts, since they seem to be winning the most number of gold medals. And I can see Charu Sharma walking towards us. I wonder whether we'll have time to cut to him and ask him about his experience. But overall, this has been such a lively place to be.
Absolutely. When I was asked by some of the journalists as to which has been my greatest moment, there have been plenty of great moments, once again, over these 47 years, once again. But yes, these games will definitely stand out to me because this is a youth of this nation. When we cover those national and international events, the youth has already gone on to become the masters of those particular events. But here, the youth is marching on to become the stars of the future. Yes, you mentioned about Jain University. It's not very easy. We'll be coming up now to the presentation of the 400 meters for men, the quarter lap, or the quarter mile, correction, the 400 meters track, which is what it is at any event, right, from the school to the world level. But yes, everyone has done their part. We've seen a few Olympians taking part in the swimming arena. Sri Arina Traj, who represented India at the Tokyo Olympic Games, was there in the thick of it, winning 3 gold medals.
That's right, and just think of the feat, 208 universities, 4,000 plus athletes, 3,000 officials, 20 games, 5 world-class venues, 10 days of world-class experience for athletes, the best-in-class of facilities we've seen across 5 supremely good sporting centers of excellence across Bengaluru. Records were broken, hearts won. Of course, hearts were broken too when some failed at the final hurdle, faltered at the last step. But these extraordinary performances will stay with us for a really, really long time, because that's the essence of sport. You win some, you lose some. But in a sense, the way you perform, it leaves a mark much more than on the scorecard. Of course, the medals will be counted at the end of everything, and a winner will be decided. But in this one, there's no winning or losing as far as Khelo India is concerned, because the government of India has ensured that Khelo India, in its sense, means that the generation next of Indian sports is right here. Naya Bharat ka Naya Josh, Khelo India. What do you say, Milind?
नया भारत का नया जोश जोश I thought was always there. This is a higher josh now going into the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And you did mention some time back. So this is the presentation of the 400 meters for men.
We're watching one of the final few presentations here. It's been an extremely satisfying and encouraging Khelo India University Games as far as the Indian sports is concerned. A 10-day affair which started on 24th of April 2022, finally winding down, nearing its end. Of course, tomorrow we'll have the final, one of the final medal events, which will be the football final. Expected to be another big one. And of course, that's the victory podium. 1, 2, 3 on the same stand at this level. Of course, they're separated by gold, silver, and bronze. But the fact is that it's very, very important to remain and in the essence of these games, Khelo India. What an absolute spectacle it has been. And trust me, it's been held in the most trying circumstances. Of course, we are living in a post-COVID era. It's never so easy to have a public affair like a sporting event, a grand sporting event like this. More so when it considers the fact, keeping in mind over 4,000 youngsters and about 3,000 officials, and throw in the spectators who used to come to the Kantirava Stadium, and of course at JN University Global Campus and the other centers, including the Karyappa Hockey Stadium. And you have a multitude of people who were involved with, of course, the host broadcasters, the technicians, the entire production unit, the production personnel, security, catering, you name it. And it's very, very difficult to actually put a head count, final head count as to how many of them are there. But it's been a tough battle. And the fact that sport has won. The government of India, under the able leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, along with the Sports Ministry, and aided by the government of Karnataka, has ensured that we have just seen a spectacular start to India's Olympic year and athletic year this year, more so with the Commonwealth Games and the Asian Games coming up right away. They aren't very far either. So this has been a rousing time as far as athletics has been concerned, Indian sport has been concerned. Lots have made the headlines. Lots will make the headlines. And as Milind mentioned a while back, the World University Games coming up on just a couple of months' time from now in Guangzhou. Obviously, a few of the champions from here will be traveling there. And we'll hear and see and watch and read and write about their exploits soon enough. Sitting away in some corner of the world, Milind Wagle, myself, Charu Sharma, and of course the entire panel. And we can go on and on about it. But of course, when we leave, that's the nature of sport, like life. All good things must come to an end. And when they do, however spectacular the results are, Milind, you do leave with a tinge of sadness. But the only positive, of course, is that you look forward to the future. Naidor. We're looking at the Naidor. And as we can see, the mascot, Khelo India mascot, one of the mascots, prancing around doing high fives. I wonder whether he'll come and share some commentary duties along with me and Milind in the final moments. What a game it has been. We are winding down the last couple of presentation ceremonies. Milind, and if I'm to ask you now, I'll try and put you in a spot. I'm not literally, I'm just asking you. Your top three, your standout three performances, counted down, 3, 2, 1. Who will they be? 3, 2, 1. Your top three standout performers across sport, across these disciplines.
You not put me on the mat. The answer is absolutely straight. Not many would really do that, although it does happen in swimming. It was very clearly Shiva Sridhar with 7 gold medals and silver. So he's taken 8 medals, and I suspect that if they have what is known as the best sportsman of the meet, that's the Khelo India University Games 2022, then clearly it could be Shiva Sridhar. I personally feel that, to me, honestly, not because I commentated there, because I was there at boxing. There was also one particular incident, and I forget the name. There was this young girl of 23 or 24 who actually got married about 5 years back, and then she had two children. So she gave up the sport for 5 years, and then she made a comeback out here. So these are stories, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of such stories where there have been comebacks, where there have been defeats, like we saw of Duty Chand today. The joys have been there, the sorrows have been there, all of which become a part of sports. The other outstanding performance, and he's such a wonderful human being, is Sri Hari Nataraj, the young boy who represented India at the 50 and the 100 freestyle at the Tokyo Olympic Games. He won 3 medals. Likewise, in the women, there was Damini Gowda, who's been India's top swimmer over the last 7 or 8 years. She's actually not practiced at all for 1 year because she's in a final year of MBBS, going on to become a doctor. And she came there and won 5 medals. She didn't win a gold, but she won 5 medals. Just shows that class is permanent, form is only temporary.
That's right. And of course, we can go on and on. And of course, there have been certainly some fabulous standout performances, as Milind just mentioned. And of course, the ones I clearly remember, the way Punjab University came back in the nick of time, and their point guard, Sehed Sekhon, drawing away to JNU defenders for the completely unguarded Arvinder, all of 6'8.5" tall, wiry, gangling frame to do the damage. We all remember how the JNU University women's team lost out literally with 3 seconds in the clock in the basketball third place shoot-off. I still also remember the Punjab University women's team, hockey team. They were literally out of the reckoning. They had just a single point from 2 games. In the last game, they came out cracking, hammering the Bharatisar University by 6-love and making it to the semi-final. What a performance there. Pavitra Venkatesh going for the national record, not satisfied, already having eclipsed the previous record. And what a performance it was there from Pavitra, going for 416 straight from 401. And of course, as you mentioned, the way Duti Chand was handed a big, big defeat. And there we see the women's 4 and 200 meter relay finals. The medals being handed over. And of course, a proud moment there for the girls to receive their medals there.
So this is the presentation of the 4x100 meters relay for girls. And these girls, the bronze medal winners, obviously a happy picture for them. They would have loved to get a silver, if not a gold, but nevertheless settled for a bronze there. Now coming up to the next of them in the silver medal position in the 4x100 meters relay for the girls or the women. This was also a very, very close event. And finally here in this, the 4x100 meters, which was yesterday, that's the gold medal to the quartet.
Actually, no point finishing third in the morning. Who doesn't this scheduling? I'll have to know, because if you'll have to get willing to get your racket, steal it from someone. You must just beat up somebody's racket. You failed in 10 days.
Saying this is the gold medal in school. They were disappointing in terms of the information.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This production team, I don't know what they were doing. I thought of saying it on it.
You don't have a caption.
No, they don't have. Sometimes they do wrong captions. They should be ashamed of themselves. Like that, that Karthik or something. Venkatesh is not even in the frame. Yeah.
हेलो सर जी, हमारे पास प्रेजेंटेशन में नाम ही नहीं आते थे। क्या कहाँ से बात करें? नहीं, क्या होता है सर, क्या होता है कि हम बोल रहे हैं कि गोल्ड मेडल मिला है, लेकिन इसको गोल्ड मेडल मिला वो अच्छा नहीं लगता ना। तो गोल्ड मेडल तो मिलता है, सबको देख रहे हैं, लेकिन जब नाम हाँ हाँ बस दैट्स बी नाइस। अगर आप चाहे हाँ वो आई थिंक दैट्स बी बेटर, बिकॉज अगर हमारे पास नाम नहीं है और हम नाम नहीं बोले अच्छा नहीं लगता। ठीक है। नहीं मैं क्या आपको सुना एंड आई एग्री 100% विद यू, 100% आई एग्री। ठीक है सर। हम व्हाट वी विल डू इज वी विल से दिस इज द प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ सो एंड सो, देन वी विल कीप क्वाइट एंड देन वी विल कीप क्वाइट। ठीक है।